everything as they move through. I will be going back and forth from the wall to the computer a lot over the next little bit. Let's take a look at the polygon once again. Just by itself, we have this, and again, if you're in Milam, Huxley, Noble, Louisiana, get to your tornado safe spaces at once. If you are in this area of US 171 that travels through Sabine Parish, get to your safe space as well immediately. Let's take a look at the rotation once again. Multiple areas of rotation. This is moving in a northwesterly direction. These are not very strong signatures, but we do have issues with distance from the radar site right now. The radar site is in Shreveport. You can see it if you travel north on I-20. It's the big dome to the left if you're traveling in that direction. So we are far away from the radar site. That puts us at a disadvantage in seeing tight rotation. But the fact that we can see this rotation as high up in the air that it is, that tells us that the rotation is still rather strong. And something could touch down from this, and this could be indicative of that. So let's take a look at the tornado debris signature, and it's looking exactly like I expected it to look because the radar site is so far away. This is scanning so high up in the air. It would be difficult for debris to get this high up, even if something were on the ground. It would take a monster tornado for it to loft debris this high up in the air. So we're not seeing anything right now that is indicating that anything has touched down. That doesn't necessarily mean nothing has touched down. We haven't gotten reports of it, but this is a very rural area. The tornado, if it has touched down, is likely going to be rain wrapped, so you won't be able to see it anyway. So if you're in this area, don't be trying to take pictures. That's a bad idea. With a rain wrapped tornado, you won't be able to see it. It'll be on top of you before you can get back to your safe space. So yes, we love the pictures that you send in via our First Alert Weather app and our website, but now is not the time. Now is not the time at all. Let's take a look at the Arklatex as a whole. And again, this is Tropical Storm Beryl moving its way into the region and is going to be bringing a ton of rainfall to the Arklatex on top of this severe weather threat. Again, we do have a tornado warning in place for Sabine Parish, Shelby County, and Sabine County in deep East Texas. That'll go until 1:15 this afternoon. We have two areas of circulation that we are keeping an eye on, and unfortunately, to the south of this warning, we have more areas of rotation that are on the way to the Arklatex that we can't quite see right now due to the proximity of the storms and the proximity of the radar. But these are our two areas of rotation. Again, they are not that tight. They are not that strong in terms of their signature, but the storms that are moving in right now, Tropical Storm Beryl and its outliers, have been producing tornado warnings. And unfortunately, there have been some fatalities in Houston associated with the rainfall from Tropical Storm Beryl. Also, if you happen to miss the news, all flights into Shreveport from Houston have been canceled. You're not going to be flying out of Shreveport today. If something changes, we'll let you know. We'll give you the first alert to that. But we are tracking areas of rotation and lots of heavy rain associated with these areas of rotation, which is why I'm mentioning the fact that if a tornado does touch down, we might not know about it for some time because of two reasons. One, very rural area. You know, there's a lot of space out there, not as many people. Two, it will likely be rain wrapped, especially if it touched down in the middle of this. This is a lot of rainfall, heavy rainfall, large droplets of water that will easily shield a tornado from view until it's too late. So this tornado warning goes until 1:15. We will be sticking with it until 1:15 or until it is proving to not show any harm anymore, which is something that I take rather seriously. So we're not going to be going away pretty much until this warning goes away or all the rotation goes away prior to the warning. And you can see just to our south, just to the south of the Arklatex, this is for Jasper County. It's not in our region, but it is on the way to the region. So I wouldn't be surprised if we saw an extended warning into the Arklatex with that storm as well. Let's take a look once again at storm relative velocity. And again, these signatures are not all that impressive. We usually look for much tighter signatures than this, but with this storm and these areas of rotation being so far away from the radar site, whatever rotation signatures we receive on radar, we have to take seriously. Now, once it gets closer, if it continues to look like this, maybe they'll back the tornado warning off. Maybe it won't be quite as strong as they once maybe realized. We do have a tornado warning coming downstream from that cell in Jasper. So that one that I was mentioning, just to our south, we're going to have a downstream warning be issued for that. So we'll be waiting for that in just a matter of moments. We'll be seeing that populate on our map. I'm guessing it would be for mainly Sabine County. Perhaps it would get extended up into Shelby County, but it is something we will be watching out for. Perhaps also San Augustine County. Again, technically not a part of the Arklatex, but it is a border county, and we are going to be likely seeing that warning just in a matter of moments. That is according to the National Weather Service, which I do have their chat up. They are keeping an eye on all of these storms as well. Again, the tornado warning that we are keeping an eye on located over Toledo Bend Dam, moving northwest at 50 miles per hour. This is a radar indicated situation, this particular tornado warning right here. Again, we could see this touch down and not get a report of it for a while due to the fact that it is in a very rural area and due to the fact that it could be rain wrapped if something does touch down. We're waiting for correspondence from the National Weather Service. In just a matter of moments, we should be getting another indication of a tornado warning, and that has been issued. We are waiting for that now for Sabine, Texas, and Sabine County, Texas, San Augustine, and once again, a very, very small sliver of Shelby County. Long, skinny warning. Let's take a look at the rotation signature with this, and here it is. So for Jasper County, we were seeing this tornado warned storm just to the south, right near Browndell. It's on the way to Pineland. Hemphill, I want you in your tornado safe space as well. San Augustine, it's on the way. San Augustine County, you do have a tornado warned storm on the way. Sabine County as well as portions of Shelby County. Again, the entire Arklatex minus a few counties under a tornado watch until 10 o'clock this evening. All the counties and parishes in pink. This is going to be, unfortunately, an all-day affair. So again, download that KSLA First Alert Weather app if you haven't already. After today, do with it what you will. I need you to have it on today. Turn on those notifications as well. Because it is the easiest, the fastest, the most efficient way for us to alert you to severe weather in your location, which is what's happening right now in the southern Arklatex. We have two tornado warnings, one of which, this is the primary one, for Sabine Parish, Shelby County, and Sabine County. This one as well for portions of Sabine County, San Augustine County, and a small sliver of Shelby County, Texas. This one goes until 12:45. Actually, that is the southern one. I'd like for it to pick up on that one. That one goes until 1:30. This one right here, the long skinny one, follows US 96. If you live on US 96 or know someone on US 96, tell them to take shelter immediately. They are under a tornado warning right now. Once again, taking a look at the areas of rotation. We have multiple areas to discuss, and in fact, we got a third one beginning to pop up inside this original tornado warning. So we have this area of rotation here, this one following LA 191, and this one just to the north and east of Milam, Texas. So 3 areas of rotation in one tornado warning. That tornado warning going until 1:15 unless extended, and I do expect it to get extended. And I think they just updated that warning as well, just got that notification. They are looking at areas of concern over the next few hours. Sabine County, Sabine Parish, San Augustine County, Angelina County, Shelby County. Tornado threat will extend northward for the next few hours. So just real quick, once again, they have shaved off the tail end of this original tornado warning if they didn't do that earlier. So this will continue until 1:15. We got 3 areas of concern, 3 areas of rotation that are popping up in this tornado warning alone. We haven't gotten word that anything is touched down yet. However, this storm is capable of that, and if something does touch down, it will likely be shrouded from view due to widespread heavy rain in that area, which you can see here. So everywhere where there is associated with rotation, and you can kind of see it here, a supercell here, here, and here. These are areas of rotation. There's also areas of very heavy rainfall. We're talking probably a couple of inches an hour in some of these locations. So if something did touch down, you wouldn't be able to see it anyway. I need you to get to your tornado safe space at once, immediately, as we continue to track these areas of rotation. Moving into San Augustine County, or Shelby County, I should say, this area of rotation, which does include portions of San Augustine County and a very small portion of Shelby County to the north of Sabine. Going area-wide, once again, you can see what Tropical Storm Beryl is doing. You can see the formation of the tropical storm and the amount of rainfall that will be moving into the Arklatex over the next several hours on top of what we've already received. So these are the areas of concern that we're going to be watching over the next few hours. That is going to move in a northerly and northwesterly direction. So you folks in Longview, in Jefferson, Marion County entirely, Shreveport, yes, Bossier City as well. We have some ugly weather on the way. It's not quite to your neck of the woods. It's not quite to the I-20 corridor, but it will be over the next few hours, and we're going to continue to track this over the next few hours. I want to briefly dive into Future Track and just give you a quick forecast of what we are looking at. So I'll start off with this. This is that tornado warning until 10 o'clock this evening. On top of that, a wind advisory area-wide. So outside of tornadoes, I'm expecting to see some damaging wind. We're probably going to see power outages or utilities affected by it, internet as well. The tornado risk is at a moderate level. We're in the orange, and we don't put that up there very often. So that is something to be taken very seriously. Flooding is a major concern as well. Lots and lots of rain coming pretty much all at once on a ground that is very dry. So it takes some time to soak in that rain. The large hail threat is not that high, though we will keep an eye on it. The strong wind threat is elevated. So we're taking a look at Future Track. This is our in-house model, and I got to say, it's doing a fantastic job right now. This pretty much looks exactly like radar looks, with some semantics to be ignored. So we continue over the next few hours. These purples are concerning to me. That is indicative of strong to severe storms, and that will continue going into the 6 o'clock hour, and we'll see even rainfall continuing into 10 o'clock. So when I say all day, I mean all day. This situation has the potential. So really quickly show you what the temperatures are doing. And again, if there's one good thing that'll come out of all this is the fact that today won't be so miserably hot, but it's going to be very windy over the next several hours. Are not seeing much in terms of wind speed into the region right now. I want to check out wind gusts just briefly, if we're getting anything. And yes, 28 mile per hour wind gust in Nacogdoches, 21 in Mansfield, 21 in Center as well, 17 in Carthage. That is moving in a northerly direction, these stronger winds. And these wind gusts is what's going to topple trees, power lines, whatnot. Smaller trees, at least at this level. Though we could start to see wind gusts approach that, 40, 50, 60 mile per hour mark as these storms really begin to take hold here in the Arklatex, as if they haven't already. Again, if you're just now joining us, I'm First Alert Meteorologist Austin Evans here with meteorologist CJ Cartledge. We are tracking 2 tornado warnings for the Arklatex, one of which has been issued for a lot of Sabine Parish, Sabine County, and a portion of Shelby County, the other of which issued for a small sliver of Shelby County, Sabine County in Texas, and portions of San Augustine County in Texas as well. Let's zoom in on these areas. Here are those 2 polygons where you can see the main warning, I'm calling it, the bigger one, that goes until 1:15 unless otherwise extended. We'll give you the first alert to that. And of course, the one just to the west, that goes until 1:30. I expect it to get extended. Taking a look here at live First Alert Doppler radar, and we got these 3 areas of rotation. Now, to me, at least on the reflectivity, starting to look like 4. This one's not in the Arklatex yet, but it's looking a whole lot like that one, and that one. So those are areas of rotation that we're keeping an eye on in Sabine Parish, and you can see those areas now. And actually, that is getting a little more concerning to me. These 2 right here. This is starting to look like gate-to-gate shear, and we can actually start to see the red moving away, the green moving toward. That's how you get that cyclonic rotation. We got that over here as well, the red moving away, the green moving toward. We have cyclonic rotation there, and that is actually starting to come together. This is a stronger rotation signature that we have gotten over the last couple of hours, so that will continue to be rather concerning. And we're also starting to see stronger rotation in this far southern rotation signature. You can see a couple of spots of red. We got the blue, which is also towards. We don't usually see that. That's some very fast moving wind. Again, the cyclonic rotation, which is counterclockwise. Moving now into San Augustine County, or Sabine County. San Augustine County is just to the west of it. We do have these areas of rotation here, which I believe are associated with that tornado warning. And this one is going in a more northwesterly direction, even more so than the main one. Let's take a look at shear tracks, and you can see the history that this storm with that first tornado warning has. These are all rotation signatures that have popped up with these storms. That will continue in a northerly direction over the next several hours. So that tornado threat is going to persist, unfortunately. And we do have these areas of brightness, not necessarily a ball of brightness, which would be an indicator of debris being lofted into the air. However, something blocking the beams in these 3 rotation signatures. So likely a lot of ice and whatnot, water that is up in the air that's being associated with those areas of rotation. Again, these areas of rotation now looking more concerning than they did a few minutes ago. We're starting to see more distinct colorations of red and green in the cyclonic rotation associated with that. And the National Weather Service is keeping an eye on those 3 separate areas of embedded rotation. And they are looking at the potential for a PDS associated with the northwestern circulation. They're keeping an eye on that, a very close eye on that. Taking a look here, we're keeping an eye on this area to the southwest of Zwolle, and we are going to try to find that on the map, and just bear with me here. But we do have areas of rotation, 3 of them that we're keeping an eye on in portions of Sabine Parish, Sabine County, and Shelby County. That's what the warning is for, and they are keeping a very close eye on those situations. So I do want to just preface by, if something has touched down, you're not going to be able to see it anyway. If you are listening to me right now, if you are in this first tornado warning polygon, I'll pull it up once again, and this is why it's very important to know where you are on a map. And so if you live in Sabine County, Sabine Parish, Sabine County, or a portion of Shelby County, just zoom it out real quick, you need to be in your tornado safe space immediately. Milam, Converse, get in your tornado safe space. Converse, you're not technically in it, but you're just on the outskirts. If you live along US 171 here, that's a large portion of Sabine Parish. You need to be getting to your tornado safe space immediately. We are looking at that continuing in a northwesterly direction.
I was going to use the button for future track in just a few minutes.
Okay. Tornado warning for Sabine and Shelby, Sabine Parish, Sabine County, and Shelby County. That'll go until 1:15, and we are looking at the potential for that warning being upgraded. That would be due to something being reported as touchdown. I'm not seeing any indicators of that quite yet, but it is a definite possibility where we could be seeing that be an issue in the southern reaches of the Arklatex. We've had team coverage, and this is tornado coverage of storms associated with Tropical Storm Beryl moving into the Arklatex. And everyone in the control room, I understand that CJ has some presentation to discuss with the audience, and we're going to be keeping an eye on these tornado warnings. So if you can, pop CJ up there. He's at the First Alert Weather Center with the latest. CJ?
Thank you, Austin. Just to give you guys another reiteration, this is Tropical Storm Beryl moving into the Arklatex region, and most of the heavier portions of this storm and more severe portions of this storm will be mainly on the northern and eastern side of the tropical storm that will be moving through here, hence why most of the tornado warnings that are in effect are on the eastern side of this tropical storm here near the Texas-Louisiana line, and also for St. Augustine, Sabine County, and for parts of Shelby County. Now, just giving a quick reiteration of the future track that we can expect here with this storm moving through the region. Looks to take a right turn towards the north and east outside of our area by the time we hit tomorrow morning here. And as you can see, most of the heavier portions of the storm, as said before, are on the northern and eastern side of the system, basically. And as you can see, the heavier band of storms looks to continue to move north and eastward on the central portions in the eastern side of the Arklatex region, possibly running into DeSoto Parish and into Caddo Bossier and more into southwestern Arkansas as we move throughout the rest of this afternoon. So make sure to have your tornado safe space ready just in case a tornado warning pops up. As you may know now that Austin has been reiterating multiple times throughout this tornado warning coverage, there are 3 areas that we are watching here within one tornado warning that is in Sabine County and Sabine Parish, as well as parts of Shelby County here. And as this system continues to move throughout the afternoon, we can expect downstream tornado warnings and more possible severe weather in the area. The other threat that we can expect is a flooding. Flash flooding is definitely a big possibility here, mainly with our East Texas zones receiving the heaviest of the rainfall, possibly up to 5 to 8 inches as it moves throughout the area. And the heavier rainfall tracks is to be along the east side or west side of the I-20 corridor in East Texas and through Texarkana as well. As we move into late Monday night, according to this model on future track, this looks to be mainly the picture across the area. Still a few strong storms here for our southwestern Arkansas zones. We could possibly see some more tornado warnings be presented for areas around there. And as we head into early tomorrow morning, we can expect this system to be pretty much wrapped up and will be mainly dry throughout the rest of the day here on Tuesday, heading into Wednesday. Much drier weather is expected, but still here in the now. The threats that we can expect through the rest of our Monday into our Monday night here, as said before, the tornado watch is in effect until 10 p.m. We're under a tornado warning for areas to the extreme southern portions of the region, and that lasts until, I believe, 1:30, and the other one has just, I'm not too sure about the time of that, but meteorologist Austin Evans will be updating you on those exact times in just a few minutes or so. Tornadoes look to be at the highest under a moderate risk, as you can see, where we're watching 3 areas currently within 1 tornado warning down to the extreme southern portions of the region. Heavy rain and or flooding looks to be at another high risk of occurring here. High winds does not look to be at as high of a risk as everywhere else or all the other threats here because of but there's still tropical storm force winds expected to move through the area. And that's in my live earlier, if you tuned in on Facebook on the KSLA page, 70 mile per hour sustained winds are expected out of this storm, but I believe it has decreased to around 65 here. But that is all I have for you. As you can see, meteorologist Matt Jones in here in the background. He just came in. He'll be helping us throughout the rest of this afternoon here. But I will send this back to meteorologist Austin Evans with what's going on right now with the latest on these tornado warnings.
Thank you, CJ. So as we've been reiterating, this is a tornado warning for Sabine Parish, Sabine County, and a portion of Shelby County. We also have this tornado warning for portions of San Augustine County, Shelby County, a very small sliver of it, and we do have an update from the National Weather Service. And we have, once again, a new tornado warning, which has now picked up. And we've not been discussing the western reaches of this storm. So let's take a look at this area. Not technically in the Arklatex, but it's on the way to the Arklatex. So we see here not a whole lot is popping out at me that suggests significant rotation. So this is still a tornado warned area. So if you happen to be watching near Cushing, is what I'm going to call that, I want you to get in your tornado safe space right now. We do have a tornado warning for your area. Also for portions of Cherokee County, Nacogdoches, and Rusk counties. So if you're in Rex Claw, I want you in your tornado safe space as well. We are keeping an eye on this storm, and we need to take a look at the direction in which it is moving. So this is an observed tornado as well. So that is tracking westerly at 55 miles per hour. So it is moving that way, this storm. So if we go back to the area of rotation, again, on radar, it is not picking up. It's too far away from the radar site. So, however, this is an observed tornado warning, again, moving west at about 55 miles per hour. And that's jumping out at me right there. That is clearly a debris signature just to the south and east of Cushing and to the west of the US 259 right here. And I believe that is that a Farm Market Road 204? I got to zoom way in on that and figure that out if we can read that. So that is Texas 204 and then US 259. There is a pretty strong tornado debris signature that is following Texas 204. Again, this storm moving in a westerly direction at approximately 55 miles per hour. This storm just to the north and west, about 16 miles of Nacogdoches. We do have a TDS associated with that. So that is an observed tornado that is moving in a westerly direction. Again, if you are near Cushing, Texas, I need you in your tornado safe space right now. There is an observed tornado following Texas 204, pretty much so. I need you in your tornado safe space immediately. Ret Claw, I want you also in your tornado safe space if you happen to be watching from that area. This is the far reaches of the Arklatex. Not necessarily all of you are going to be seeing me. So I just want you to be weather aware if you're over there. If we move back to our tornado warnings here in the Arklatex proper, something I did want to mention that they were talking about a potential TDS for a storm near Zawali. That storm has actually moved into Shelby County, dissipated earlier, though that rotation is rather concerning. I'll get to that in just a moment. There's also an area of rotation near Zawali right now. This is in that original tornado warning that goes until 1:15 this afternoon, and this rotation has picked up in its signature, in its strength. We're not seeing anything popping up on the debris tracker. That's a good thing, but we are going to continue to monitor that situation as well. We're going to be getting all kinds of alerts from all sorts of different sources over the next couple of hours, so just bear with us as we ingest the information. We will give you the first alert to said information as soon as we get it. Let's take a look at the big picture. And actually, most of the picture is happening in the southern half of the region. So we will discuss this first. We have 2 tornado warnings in the southern zones of the Arklatex, and then 1 tornado warning on the border of Nacogdoches County and Rusk County that will continue for some time. Lots and lots of rain associated with Tropical Storm Beryl as he moves into the Arklatex. So anywhere that these tornadoes might touch down, if they do, they're going to be rain wrapped. They're going to be associated with lots of heavy rain where they potentially form. So that is something that is of high concern. So I want you in your tornado safe space if you're in any of these tornado warnings right now or in any of them to come. So we're going to be tracking this over the next several hours. Most likely, again, this warning for Sabine Parish, Sabine County, and portions of Shelby County, Texas. That goes until 1:15. This one for Sabine County, Texas, San Augustine County, and a very small portion of Shelby County. And then this tornado warning, an observed one, issued for portions of Nacogdoches, Rusk County. And then this one just got issued for portions of Natchitoches, DeSoto, Red River, and Sabine. If you are in Manny, Pleasant Hill, Ridgeline, even Coshada, I want you in your tornado safe space right now. These storms, there are likely to be multiple areas of rotation that we're going to be keeping an eye on, and these storms are capable of producing a tornado. That warning goes until 1:30. Let's take a look at the National Weather Service's literature for said warning. 21 miles to the northwest of Anacoco or located near Manny. This is moving north at 45 miles per hour. Radar indicated, so this is not an observed tornado. This is radar indicated, but it is capable of producing a tornado near Manny pretty much right now. So let's take a look at the rotation signatures. See if there's any reason behind this, and there is, and it's on the way to Manny. So this is the rotation that they're keeping an eye on. I want to bring Manny into the frame, get it out from behind the banner. So we do have the red area here that is moving away from the radar site, which I'll remind you is here in Shreveport, just off I-20, and taking a look at the green moving towards. That's how you get cyclonic rotation, which is rotation that moves in a counterclockwise direction. So taking a look at the tornado debris signature, thankfully, we don't have anything popping up very bright yet, though this area right here is of some concern, not a lot of concern, but we will be keeping an eye on that storm. Moving north at 45 miles per hour, this is a new tornado warning, and these storms, this is the outer bands of Tropical Storm Beryl as the storm begins to move in. CJ?
Real quick, there's a new tornado warning coming for north of Mount Enterprise from the National Weather Service.
So from the National Weather Service, we got another tornado warning on the way near Mount Enterprise, and we're going to pop that up. I want to pop up the auto query and see where that ends up popping up, and there it is, just into the system. Point at the right one, please. For portions of Cherokee, Panola, Rusk, and Smith counties, this is a new tornado warning, and from what I can tell, not associated with the one directly to the south of it, which is an observed tornado. I want to take a look at the literature provided by the National Weather Service once again, and this is a radar indicated tornado for, again, southeastern Smith, southwestern Panola, southwestern Rusk County, and north central Cherokee County in northeastern Texas. Now, I know not all of those counties are technically part of our viewing area, but I do know that our reach is potentially into these counties. So if you are in this area near Mount Enterprise, Henderson, if you're in this polygon here, and again, I strongly recommend everyone make sure they know that where they are on a map, because if you're in Henderson, Turnertown, Overton, Troop, which is just outside of our barriers, I want you to end your tornado safe space right now. This tornado warning goes until 1:45. This is a radar indicated tornado warning. Just to the south of that, for Cherokee, Nacogdoches, and Rusk counties, a tornado warning with an observed tornado that we can actually see a debris signature on, or at least we could. We don't need more. However, I do want to just make note of the brightness in these bands here, which tells me that something is blocking the radar beam, most likely lots of ice and liquid associated with the rotation that is right there, just being held up in the air by that strong updraft. So if we start to see debris popping up, which we saw near Cushing just a little bit ago, it'll be a bright area. It'll be kind of like a circle, some sort of mass. It'll look like a mass on the radar site. And actually, this is actually jumping out at me right here, a little brighter than everything else. I want another couple of radar scans before we make any sort of declarations about this, because this particular product, the debris tracker, takes a while to come in. There's a lot of very complicated math that goes on in the background to get those products to your television screens or whatever screens you might be watching on. And we're not forgetting about the tornado warnings in the southern Arklatex, and we do have this new one that includes portions of DeSoto, Natchitoches, Red River, and Sabine parishes that'll go until 1:30. Coshada, I want you in your tornado safe space. Mansfield, Pleasant Hill in your tornado safe space. Mansfield, it's on the way, these storms. And if you are in Shreveport, Bossier City, Hall Summit, Ashland, I want you to be keeping an eye on the weather. Stonewall, Greenwood, Oil City, all those places, be keeping an eye on the weather, because though it's not here yet, it will be over the next several hours. It will be during this afternoon. All is quiet right now in the Shreveport, Bossier City area as we continue to track these tornado warnings. Again, this area of rotation now right over Noble. This is a rather strong signature, at least the away portion of the scan, the red area, the motion away from the radar site here in Shreveport, the green and blue area moving towards it. We do have gate-to-gate shear showing that cyclonic rotation, that counterclockwise rotation. We do not have anything popping up on the debris tracker. That's a good thing. That tells me that that's not likely to be on the ground. If something does touch down, and I know I've said this a lot, if something touches down, it will be wrapped in rain. You will not be able to see it. Don't be trying to take any pictures. Just get to your tornado safe space immediately if you do end up under a tornado warning. And zooming out here, there aren't a lot of areas really jumping out to me except for this particular area right here, just to the north of Florine. This is not really associated with any sort of strong rotation signature, though there is some, I would say, minor rotation maybe popping up right here, though I'm not quite ready to discuss that as rotation. Nothing has really jumped out at me in terms of a debris signature. Getting the latest from the National Weather Service, they are continuing that tornado warning. Well, actually, no, they're issuing a new one for DeSoto Parish here in Louisiana, Panola County, Texas, Shelby County, Texas. This tornado warning goes until 1:45, moving north at 50 miles per hour. Another radar-indicated tornado warning right there, right on the border of Texas and Louisiana. Again, DeSoto Parish in Louisiana, which does include Logansport and Longstreet. get in your tornado safe space right now. Gary City, I want you in your tornado safe space as well. Panola County, Shelby County, once again under a tornado warning until 1:45. Panola County, Gary City, again, get to your tornado safe space now. Carthage, we have storms on the way. I want you keeping a close eye on these storms as they move in a northerly direction. Again, that warning goes until 1:45. This is the state of the Arklatex right now. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, we'll call that 6 tornado warnings active here in the region. And you can see to our south near Fort Polk, just to the south of Sabine County, we got more on the way. So we are not done by any stretch of the imagination. We are going to continue this coverage until these tornado warnings are out. Chief Meteorologist Matt Jones is in the house right now, and we're going to send it over to him in the Weather Center. Matt?
Hey, thank you, Austin and CJ and Evan doing a fantastic job today covering this. And we just got an update also from the National Weather Service saying that these storms are moving at about 50 to 60 mile an hour. So you don't have a lot of time to really take shelter with these tornado warnings today. And again, they're racing off to the north and actually northwest, rotating around that area of circulation. So kind of wanted to broaden the radar picture just a little bit and show you that the center of this still tropical storm is making its way closer into southwest portions of the Arklatex, getting closer to Natchitoches and Lufkin. Excuse me. You can see the center there just moving to the east of I-45 there into portions of East Texas, and that's where the center of the storm is. So even if you're not underneath the tornado warning, there still is some semblance of a leftover eye wall associated with the center of that storm. So if you're watching down around Nacogdoches, down in Nacogdoches County there in East Texas, the actual eye wall itself will likely cross through, and within that eye wall, we could still have 50 to 60 mile an hour winds. So yes, the tornado threat is definitely a big issue out there, but also the center of circulation itself is making its way closer into the Arklatex. And as Austin was just mentioning, it has turned incredibly busy. We started warning you guys, we started giving you guys the first alert on this several days ago, and this morning it really started to look like it could get very active, and unfortunately that has become the case, and we have numerous tornado warnings right now across the Arklatex. So stay with us throughout the day. We'll continue to update you, but again, as Austin mentioned, I think 5 or 6 warnings at this time, so it has turned incredibly busy out there. I want to go back to the actual warnings here, kind of clear off the radar picture, show you where the warnings are. This kind of helps see the picture in a better light. And look how many warnings we have. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, at least 6 warnings, I believe, right now, just in our viewing area alone. And again, these storms are moving pretty quickly, and they're kind of moving in a strange direction. Typically, you would expect these storms to move in from the west. That is typically where severe weather comes from in the Arklatex. But because we are on the outer circulation of Beryl, these storms are actually rotating in from southeast back to the northwest. So if you're watching right now in Shreveport and Bossier along the I-20 corridor, our threat of tornadoes is going to rapidly start to increase here over the next half hour to probably 45 minutes. And this threat is going to go deep into the evening. So it's going to be a very busy day for us. That tornado watch is in effect until about 10 p.m. So again, this tornado threat is going to go deep into tonight, should start to subside after midnight. But look at all these tornado warnings that we currently have right now. And with the tropical system, you get the tornadoes that spin up very, very quickly. So you're not going to get maybe the most advanced warning here. They're going to form very fast. They could also die out very quickly. And typically in this situation, you get the lower end, EF0, EF1s, which can still cause some damage. So definitely want to take this seriously. Let's get back over to the radar picture again. And we'll actually pause this just a second here and kind of show you the current look. I'll throw on the warnings that we have kind of overlaid. You can see Sabine Parish still underneath that warning, and also believe Shelby County is now underneath a tornado warning, and also southwestern portions of DeSoto Parish. Let's go back in and look at the velocity here. And again, it is a little tough to see because we're kind of far away from the radar site. And I do see several areas. Now, you can really actually make these out pretty nicely because we're getting closer to the radar site. I see 2 definite areas of rotation. Let me go ahead and circle these for you. There's one basically just on top of Converse. This is going to be into portions of Sabine Parish, northern portions. Yeah, that is a pretty good one. That's a pretty healthy looking rotation there near Converse. And then also notice this. Just to the north and west of Huxley. So again, and these little areas of circulation are racing off to the northwest at about 50 to 60 miles an hour. But those are 2 definite areas of rotation the National Weather Service is watching closely. And I'm going to keep the circles on there. What I'm also going to do is throw on our debris tracker correlation coefficient. So basically what the radar can do, it can look inside that thunderstorm, kind of differentiate between rain and hail versus debris being maybe lofted up into the storm. So let me keep those areas circled. We'll go to the debris tracker here, and I don't see any. I mean, there certainly could be something, but I don't see anything that's really sticking out here on our debris tracker. I know Austin and CJ are looking at this too, but I don't see anything strong that would, say so there's a big tornado or something on the ground, but certainly there is some rotation there. So let's go back to our velocity. And those are two pretty strong areas of rotation. And Austin, the motion's been, 50 miles an hour? Am I right? 50?
Anywhere between 40 and 60.
40 to 60. So yeah, these things are racing along. With that being said, I'm going to go ahead and do a quick little track on this for you real fast. So let's put this at about, let's say 45 miles an hour. And we'll do a little track on these, because again, this is the most dangerous part of the storm, is where you see that rotation. So if this tracks off to the north and west, here's locations that would be in the path. So Union Springs, that would be at about 1:23. So, about just under 10 minutes from now. Hunter 1:31, Grand Cane at 1:45 p.m. And you can kind of see the track of that makes its way off to the north and northwest. So this is DeSoto Parish here, and that's going to be making its way to the western half of the parish. And then let's track that other area.
Tornado warning that's been issued for Panola County, Rusk County, and Shelby County, Texas.
Okay, thanks, CJ. I appreciate that. Okay, so this is the second area of rotation. So let's track that off to the north and west, and you can see Logansport about 1:27. So about 10 minutes from now, Logan 1:37, Carthage at 1:54. So again, I'm going to actually see if we can do both tracks at the same time. And again, these are the two areas, and it kind of switches on us, but these are the two areas of rotation. These are the locations in the path of that easternmost one. And again, this is the area that we're watching. You see that? It's called a couplet. So we have the red and the greens very close to each other. Blues also same camp as the green colors. So that is the circulation there. There's another little circulation there, and these are both racing off to the northwest at about 40 to 60 miles an hour in general. That's the speed that these have been moving. So let's look off to the south here. And, any one of these storms that is developing today is going to have rotation, because when you're within a tropical system, there's just a lot of spin overall in the atmosphere. So these storms can quickly acquire that spin. And that's why a lot of times when you get a landfalling tropical system, they are prolific tornado producers. And that is why our tornado threat today across the Arklatex is so high, is because we just have a lot of spin in the atmosphere. Now, I do see some other broad areas. Also, we're further away from the radar site, so the radar might not be picking up on this the best. But it looks like there are some other areas of circulation there, all the way down through much of, Sabine Parish. So Manny back through Florine. Looks like a couple areas of circulation there. As we put on the, let's put on the debris tracker here and see if we see anything at all. And again, we're pretty far away from the radar site, so it's not going to pick up the best. Now, this could be something that just could be, some sort of, ground clutter or something, because we're so far away from the radar site. So, it's really tough to say, but any one of these storms today, you need to take seriously, because these tornadoes can spin up very, very quickly. Let's go back to the radar picture. And again, that storm cell moving towards Manny, that's a dangerous one. We have a tornado warning on that. Then these storms, you can kind of see this kind of lining up here. So this whole area, let's kind of highlight where this is. So we got several areas. Let me go back to a different tool here. 1 second. So we got several storms kind of making their way in this general direction, and these are rotating around that circulation. So each one of these cells that you see here is rotating, and these are basically moving in a northerly and then kind of wrapping into a northwesterly direction. So DeSoto Parish here, you are really under the gun right now. Mansfield, and eventually this is going to start to move into southern Caddo and southern Bossier as well. So just please stay weather aware today. And looking at the velocity, again, there are definitely some strong areas of rotation there that I see into Shelby County, and also there into northern portions of Sabine Parish. So let's see, anything else new on the National Weather Service chat? It looks like
that circulation by Converse, which is just north and west of Manny, is looking pretty concerning.
It is, yeah. That's definitely, those two right there are definitely pretty strong circulations. And
we
again,
also have a bright wind shear signature out of that. I've been checking the debris tracker. Nothing is popping up yet, but there is. I don't recommend you doing it, but if you're near Converse, I do recommend this. Get into your tornado safe space immediately, because I bet if you walked outside and looked up, you could probably see the sky spinning, at least where it's not raining heavily. Because, and what I meant by the wind shear signature, this is rather extreme. And I'm not just saying that. We're getting into the purple areas, which means extreme. So there is a ton of rotation here. This is still relatively far away from the radar site, so that could be why we're not seeing anything pop up on the tornado debris tracker. And actually, you know what? I'm gonna take that back completely. So the wind shear product might be a bit behind. We are going to treat this as if it's on the ground, or at least I believe that's what we should do. This is to the east of LA 191 in northern. I believe this is Sabine Parish to the north.
And there's also
and
another.
East of Converse.
I don't mean to interrupt you, Evan or Austin. I'm sorry. I do that all the time. This is going to happen. So we have now noticed that one.
And then this one. This one's even more concerning. This is in. Correct me if I'm wrong. This is in Shelby County. Northern Shelby County, I believe, and I apologize for getting that backwards. Yes, that is Shelby County. Just wanted to zoom out. This is to the south and west, just barely to the south and west of Logansport. I've never seen these colors before. That is an obvious debris signature showing up to the west of FM 139, and that'll be Texas 7. If you're in this area at all, get to your tornado safe space immediately. This is a dangerous situation. There's no way you'd be able to see that coming either, because it is, guarantee you, it's rain wrapped, because look at all the rain that's around it. So if you're near Joaquin, Logansport, US 84, Texas 7, Farm to Market Road 139 in Shelby County, if you're in this general vicinity, go to your safe space immediately.
And you know, Austin, it says the National Weather Service now is saying that there are 3 radar-confirmed tornadoes ongoing at the same time, which does not happen often here. I mean, it happens once, you know, it's rare, but there are 3 radar-confirmed tornadoes, and obviously the 2 that you were just showing, the one just off to the north and west of Converse, and the one also there in Shelby County. And again, that one in Shelby County, Austin, I'm definitely concerned about. That's probably going to move, I'd say, just west of Logansport. But of the 2 that I can see here, that one that you have pulled up is definitely the worst.
And moving west, and we're also starting to get, I don't know which tornado warning that I could go back to and read the literature on because we have so many of them at once. But this is, again, the correlation coefficient, the debris tracker. Radar confirmed. Let's talk about what that means. Pretty much this. Pretty much when we start to see stuff like this, that means the 9 out of 10 chances there's probably something on the ground when we're starting to see a debris signature such as this. This is a very bright one. Most likely, this is a very rural area, so we don't have eyes on it yet. We don't have storm spotters out there. Again, very rural area. So this is what we would call a radar-confirmed tornado, and that's what the National Weather Service is discussing it as. So we got to take this as seriously as one that's been observed with the spotter because, you know, we can't have spotters every single place all at once. So that's the most concerning area. We also have this area in far northern Sabine Parish. Not quite as bright, but that's clearly something being lofted into the air. Something that the National Weather Service mentioned just a little bit ago, these storms are moving fast. Like we said, 40 to 60 miles per hour. They are going to, if it comes to this, they're going to drop a tornado, and it's going to tear up a bunch of stuff and then lift pretty much faster than you might be able to react to it. So these are very fast-moving storms. We remember March of last year. A tornado touched down in the middle of Shreveport during downtown rush hour, and it was down and up pretty much before a warning was able to be issued on it. So that is the situation we're going to be in today, and we have multiple debris signatures on radar right now. And this is the tornado warning situation. Pretty much tornado warnings until 2 o'clock at this time. We got 6 of them here in the Arklatex. This one, and this is that one that includes Sabine Parish, portions of Natchitoches Parish, DeSoto Parish. We have this one, and this is associated with the debris signature that is moving into DeSoto Parish. This one associated with the even brighter debris signature that we're keeping an eye on. We have one moving from San Augustine County into Shelby County. We have these 2 storms to the west of Carthage and to the east of Mount Selman. Busy, busy day here in the Arklatex. So we're going to continue tracking these, and we got lots of rotation signatures to discuss. Now, one thing to preface, as they get closer to that radar site, yes, we want them to be closer, but there also becomes diminishing returns. As these storms move into the Caddo-Bossier area, they're going to start getting too close to the radar site. We're a bit of a ways away from that at this time, but we are going to be needing to deal with that hurdle once those storms get closer. And again, two areas of concern, which I will very quickly circle for your viewing pleasure, right there and right there. Those are tornado debris signatures. This is the lesser of the two in northern Sabine Parish, about to move into DeSoto, and then a very strong signature in far northern Shelby County near Logansport, Texas 7, Farm to Market Road 139, US 84. That general vicinity, you need to get into your tornado safe space immediately. Matt?
Yeah, and let's go back to the National Weather Service because they just updated that warning that you were just talking about in DeSoto Parish. And straight from the National Weather Service, a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located 7 miles northwest of Converse or 12 miles south of Mansfield, moving north at 40 miles an hour. So the National Weather Service is calling this a particularly dangerous situation. So a PDS tornado warning. So go ahead and take shelter if you are in this warning because this is a radar confirmed tornado. As Austin has been clearly showing you on the debris tracker, it is damaging something. So that's why you get that little dot that you see on the debris tracker, is because this is causing damage. So a little reminder for you, I know a lot of folks in this area do not have that basement option. But don't worry, there's plenty of other safe spots. Get into an interior room of your home. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. So an interior room, interior closet, a bathroom is also a good option, but you want to make sure that the room you're taking shelter in does not have any windows. That is very, very important. So let's go back to our debris tracker here. I kind of want to show you the two areas of greatest concern, and the one that the National Weather Service was talking about is this one just off to the northwest of Converse. However, that other one in Shelby County here, that has my concern too, and that looks like a bigger debris signature, so potentially a larger tornado on the ground. And again, that's just off to the south and west of Logansport. So what I want to do again is do a track on these actual tornadoes themselves, because obviously this is the most dangerous part of the storm. So let's actually track that debris just off to the south and west of Logansport as that makes its way basically due north, maybe a slight northwesterly motion. You can see the town of Joaquin at 133. So that's just about 5 minutes or less. Logan 143. Now on the current track here, this should pass just, and I mean just barely west of Logansport, but it is going to be a close call here. So actually, what I'm going to do here is look at the last hour-long loop on this and kind of see how this has been moving. And you can see, and actually with the latest update, it looks like maybe this has lifted, but again, these are the type of situations where these storms can quickly spin up and then also weaken very quickly too. So at least according to the latest update on our radar scan, the new scan that just came in, it looks like that one circulation that is moving out of Shelby County and into Panola County, I believe, that is starting to weaken just a bit. But that one moving into southern DeSoto Parish there, this one just off to the south and west of Mansfield, this is the one that has that PDS tornado warning, so particularly dangerous tornado warning on it, and that is the one where we do have now a confirmed tornado potentially doing some damage. So let me track that one. That's the biggest concern that we currently have, and almost moving more of a due northerly direction. However, as it gets more to the north, it's going to start to curve back off to the northwest. So we'll do the track like this, and that does put Grand Cane in the path of this confirmed tornado at 1:45 p.m. Keachai, that'll be 1:55. Stonewall at 2:03. Staples at 2:11. And again, this is going to be in the western half of DeSoto Parish. This is DeSoto Parish we're looking at. And if you're just joining us, we do have a confirmed tornado right now in the southwestern sections of DeSoto Parish. And we're looking at our debris tracker here. The Doppler radar is able to look inside the storm and actually determine if there's a tornado on the ground, and indeed there is. You can see that little dot right there where, you know, everything else is red. That's just normal rain that's falling. Where you see those colors that kind of stand out at you, those blues, those greens, that's an indication of debris being lofted. So these tornadoes that are on the ground are either damaging, you know, could just be tree debris, it could be unfortunately debris from some structures. It's something we just don't know at this time, but again, there are confirmed tornadoes going on across the Arklatex. Let's widen this just a bit, put on our normal radar. And you can see there's just a mess of storms. And another thing I want to mention for today is don't go outside and try to see these tornadoes, because odds are you're not going to see them because we are shrouded in rain. There's a lot of humidity, there's a lot of haze in the air, so the visibility is not great. So you're not going to really be able to see a lot of these tornadoes coming. And on top of that, they're moving very, very quickly. So that also is going to limit the time that you have to take shelter. And you just don't want to be caught outside in this. So trust us with these warnings today, because a lot of these have been confirmed so far. And again, that area of rotation there into southwestern DeSoto is looking quite concerning, just off to the south and west of Mansfield. And let's just I'm going to do a bit of a longer track for those watching in Shreveport that are concerned. Let me just do a little bit of a longer track on this. Let's go back to the radar and let's do a
and
track.
Also, Matt, there's a new tornado warning issued for Panola County, Texas, St. Augustine County in Texas, and Shelby County, Texas, with a radar indicated rotation.
Okay, thank you, CJ. All right, so just want to do a bit of a longer track because I know a lot of folks are, watching from Shreveport and Bossier and along the I-20 corridor. So if this holds together, and that's a big if because, these don't always last forever. They kind of cycle. They will weaken and strengthen once again. So let's kind of do that track a little bit farther north. So again, if this holds together, it would impact places like Stonewall, 202, at least the far western sections of Shreveport, probably not hitting downtown, or Bossier, going to move more off to the west, but it would be somewhere around 225. Again, the timing can still change, but this gives you the general idea. Marshall, Texas, around 240, and that's the most dangerous storm, I believe, that we have on the radar right now. So let's again look at the velocities and what you want to look for. And again, we got to zoom in pretty close to see what's going on here. But that one circulation that was in Shelby County moving north just to the west of Logansport appears, at least right now, on the wind velocity appears to be weakening, and according to that and our debris tracker, but this one in southwest DeSoto is very concerning. And then also I'm really concerned actually about these other circulations that have not really gotten into the radar site yet. I mean, they're still a ways away from the radar, but we definitely have some strong circulations going on there in Sabine Parish, one just north of Manny and one off to the just east of Converse. So let me widen out just a bit here, and you can kind of make out these two circulations. Let me actually go ahead and circle those. So there are some other circulations in Sabine Parish, one here, one here. So notice how these are kind of just lining up along that bigger line of storms, and this is all rotating in from the south and east around the center of Beryl, which is still, I believe with the latest update, is still a tropical storm. All right, so looking at our debris tracker again, I don't really see, now there could be something happening here in Sabine Parish, but again, we're kind of far away from the radar site. But the one thing that really stands out, don't like to see this at all, is this area right here. So this is debris. This is a tornado on the ground doing damage here in DeSoto Parish and crossing right over Louisiana 481 and moving just to the east here of Louisiana 191. So let's just zoom in a little closer. See if we have anyone in the path of this. There's Highway 84, so if you're along that area. And Logansport, I think this is going to actually stay just off to your east. Let me just do another track on this thing, because again, this is a pretty dangerous looking storm. So let's move that off to the north and west. And again, notice the timing does shift a little bit because these storms don't always move the same speed. But Longstreet 155, Keachai, that'll be about 2 p.m., so about a half an hour from now. Stonewall 208, Staples at 2:16. And see if we have any updates from the National Weather Service.
I just checked, we're clean so far.
Okay.
But that DeSoto rotation is highly, highly concerning.
Yeah, very concerning there. So again, if you're watching us from southwestern sections of DeSoto Parish, go ahead and find your tornado shelter. And again, as I mentioned before, interior room, you just want to get as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Go ahead, get your pets ready to go too. We often, in situations like this, unfortunately, people can forget the pets. So go ahead, get your pets ready to go, get the kids ready. And this sounds kind of weird, but it might not be a bad idea to put on some sneakers, maybe a helmet too, because if you do happen to get damage, it's good to have those sneakers on in case you got to walk through broken glass or debris. A helmet is a good option too. You just really need to take this seriously today because again, as I was driving in just a little while ago, the visibility is bad. I mean, it's very humid. You almost have like a fog or haze that has settled in. So it's not one of these situations where you can go outside and see this thing coming because you're probably not going to. Let me just show you what I mean. So let me circle this area right here. This is the area of rotation, right? So now let me put on the normal radar reflectivity and notice how here's the area of circulation right here. But the reason you're not going to really see it is because this area is surrounded on all sides by rain. It's embedded within rain. So it's what we call a rain wrap tornado. You're not going to see this, so don't try to go outside and take pictures. Again, that is not what you want to do today. Let's go back to our velocity. And that, in my opinion, is the most concerning thing we have. However, I really don't like what's happening down here in Sabine Parish either, because as these are getting closer to the radar site, you can see that starting to kind of beef up a little bit. So part of the reason why we might not be able to see so far, because the radar beam, the radar site is located in Shreveport, and as you get further away from it, that radar beam shoots higher and higher up into the atmosphere. So when you get farther away from that site, a lot of times it can overshoot what's going on right at the surface. So you don't get the cleanest picture the farther away you get. But again, all these storms today you got to take seriously, because we are seeing numerous areas of rotation. And what I want to do now is kind of widen this just a bit. And let's look at a 3-hour radar loop, just kind of see how this is all playing out. It really gives you a good idea. And again, the center of Beryl right now is right there, just off to the southwest of Lufkin. So as I was talking about, and when I first came on air, there's an eye wall. There's still a leftover eye wall down here. Now that alone, as that makes its way closer to Nacogdoches, could produce some damaging winds in itself, not even necessarily tornado related, but that could just be purely tropical storm related as that eye wall makes its way in towards Nacogdoches. But what we are really concerned with are what we call feeder bands. You see these outer bands on the the outer edges of the tropical storm, and these are called feeder bands, and these individual storm cells on the outer edges, those are the ones that typically acquire the most rotation in a situation like this. So this whole leading line here that's moving into Mansfield, and that will be approaching Shreveport and Bossier, that is the area we are really concerned with that has the potential for confirmed tornadoes within it, but we're not even close to being done. You see more bands developing here off to the south. And again, this is just going to be a really long afternoon. Let's kind of widen that even more. And you can see these bands that I talked about that have the potential for tornadoes extend really far to the south here, like all the way down towards the Gulf Coast. So this is something that we're going to be in for a while, and it's something that our team is going to be tracking for you pretty much the entire day. So any updates on chat? We looked at it for a bit.
No updates on chat, but I am keeping an eye on this area of rotation in Sabine Parish. Just want to show this real quick because this is ramped up in its strength. So this is now south of Pleasant Hill, and this is under a tornado warning following pretty much LA 175, and we'll be on the way to Pleasant Hill. And I wanted to show, I think this red area right here is kind of a graphical issue, but we got the red area here, which is typical, moving away, and then that should be light blue unless there's something being red that is just breaking the scale, which I do suppose is possible. What is not showing up yet, not anything super major in terms of the debris signature. However, we are starting to get pretty bright right here. We got this kind of, it looks like it's blocking the beam, and the way that I'm interpreting that typically is ice, water, what have you, in the air, real high up, just getting in the way, preventing it from seeing that. But this area here, which does correspond to the area of rotation, is rather concerning. I want another radar scan with the debris tracker to really process that. What we can see is very strong levels of shear coming right over the intersection of LA 120 and 175. Again, this is south of Pleasant Hill. If you're in Pleasant Hill, you need to get into your tornado safe space right now where we are tracking this tornado warned storm. And again, nothing jumping out at me yet. This is not what I would call a debris ball yet. However, strong rotation with that storm that could change in the next little bit. And actually, real quickly, this is still an area of concern in DeSoto Parish. And I want it to be known now. They're warning these tornadoes pretty far in advance. So I wouldn't be surprised within, say, the next 30 minutes if the first couple of warnings for southern Bossier and Caddo parishes begin to be issued. They're warning these well ahead of time to give people the utmost chances of getting to their safe space. So you might be getting tornado warnings in just a little bit Caddo, and Bossier Parish. This is that area in DeSoto Parish. There's obviously debris in the air. There have been reports out of Nacogdoches County of residential damages. That's all we know so far. I would be shocked if we didn't start getting damage reports out of DeSoto Parish over the next, say, 30 minutes. But there's still a lot of rain going on, and we know pretty much that this is a confirmed tornado.
And also, Austin, new from the National Weather Service chat here, Tyler and Longview in the surrounding areas, there's a band of tornadic supercells with embedded circulations that are moving west into the area as of right now. Quick spin-ups are likely, and also the tornado warning for Panola County, St. Augustine County, and Shelby County has been canceled.
Yeah, thank you, CJ, and that's good. So we kind of have an area here on the map where things have calmed down a little bit. I don't want you to focus too much on that. We still want you to stay weather aware. We do know that there are those tornadic storms on the way to the Longview, Tyler area. So if you are in this area and you're getting us, just bear with us and go to your tornado safe space, or at least be keeping an eye out. And if you have our app, great. But we do have there are stations there's a sister station in Tyler that you can also tune into if you're not already, to get information in the greater Tyler, Longview area, and also Bullard, Jacksonville, Athens, Mineola, what have you, in Texas. And moving now back into Louisiana, where we do have these tornado warnings. These are confirmed by radar. And again, this is looking more and more like a debris signature to me. We're getting there, at least. It's not quite there yet. This is that rotation, that very strong rotation. This is gate-to-gate shear that we're seeing with that, and we can correspond that with the wind shear product. There is rotation right here, and it's moving northerly between 40 and 60 miles per hour. When we say quick spin-ups, we mean it. Some of these tornadoes, if they touch down, can be over in a matter of minutes, and in those minutes they can tear up a whole bunch of stuff and cause all sorts of harm if you are not prepared. So please be making sure that you're prepared. I've already texted my partner at home to get the cat carriers down. Get your carriers, your crates, your leashes, get them all down. Protect your pets as well. For the kids and for you, put on a helmet if you have them. Football helmet, basketball, people like hockey here. Put on those helmets. It'll be a help to your head safety, and get into the most interior room of your house, away from external walls and windows, and ride these storms out. And like Matt said, put on some shoes. They will make things a lot easier for you if the worst happens to happen. So the latest from the debris tracker, showing that a bit of brightness near Pleasant Hill. It's kind of begun to weaken, at least the brightness on the debris tracker. The rotation is still there, and it is still very strong, but nothing is, from what I can tell, being lofted into the air as of now. We will continue to monitor that. We do have the latest from the radar. This is the latest scan. This is the debris signature from the storm in DeSoto Parish, moving northerly. It is now over Longstreet pretty much. This is a rather large area of debris potentially in the air. Taking a look at the potential for rotation, and things have kind of gotten lost, but it is there. The red moving away, the green moving towards. The rotation is in this general area, moving northerly, and that corresponds pretty well to the tornado debris signature, which again, this storm is moving north. Matt has an update. Matt?
Yeah, and you've been on top of it, showing these areas of rotation. Just want to show you, and again, there are two main areas now. Actually, well, there's probably three or four, but the one here that you were just showing a second ago, I believe, just south of Pleasant Hill, is definitely getting pretty concerning as it's getting closer to the radar site. Now, the National Weather Service has just upgraded, has continued the PDS tornado warning, the one that had the considerable tag on it, and that is going to be for DeSoto, Natchitoches, Red River, and Sabine. And I believe that the one that they're talking about right now, it says a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado located 11 miles northeast of Converse. So I believe that the one they're referring to is this one here, which, you know, to me doesn't look actually as strong as the one off to the south and east. So both these are very dangerous, but just based on the velocity that I'm seeing, I would say that that storm just off to the south of Pleasant Hill is the more dangerous of the two. But the one that I circled there, I believe that is the one that the National Weather Service is saying it's a particularly dangerous situation with a damaging tornado, radar confirmed tornado. So again, we got really two areas here that we are really concerned with, more than that, but I'm just kind of zooming into one specific spot. So this is going to be northeastern portions of Sabine Parish and south central DeSoto Parish in Louisiana. So I'll kind of circle both areas of rotation. And again, that one just off to the south of Pleasant Hill, that is the most dangerous one, although the one off to the northwest of that I also have circled just south of our banner at the top of your screen, that's the one that the National Weather Service is saying there's a confirmed tornado with that. Now let's put on our debris tracker again. And again, it's tough. You're not always getting the best picture here because we're kind of a little bit farther away from the radar site, but I do see a few little areas here. There could be some, let me actually pull up something here, maybe a little something there that would actually correspond with where we're seeing that strongest rotation with that one. And then as Austin was mentioning, there definitely is something there. So you really got to have a trained eye to see this stuff. It is tough sometimes, certainly not the broad area of debris that we saw with that earlier cell that was moving off to the west of Converse that made its way into DeSoto Parish. But again, there are a few areas of rotation that we're tracking. And then the original one, that is kind of strung out a little bit. And, you know, as Austin was saying, it could be because we're getting closer to the radar site. It could just be fallout from any debris. A lot of times you'll get debris that's lofted up and then sort of carried downwind. That could certainly be a possibility there. It looks a little messy now as we look at the debris tracker there. That's just the storm cell just off to the north and east of Logansport. Let me put on our velocity again. And there definitely is still a strong, fairly strong circulation there just off to the south and west of Grand Cane and south and east, of Longstreet. But there are some, I mean, look at this. As I widen this, there are several areas of circulation. So what I'm going to do here, just to kind of show you what's going on, there's one area there, one area of circulation just off to the south and east of Carthage. There's another one just off to the west of Mansfield.
Hey, Matt, just to interrupt real
Yeah,
quick,
go ahead.
You have a new tornado warning for Caddo Parish, DeSoto Parish, and Panola County, Texas.
Gotcha.
Yeah, so that, the one that has been issued for Caddo Parish, and like I said, we would start getting these warnings for the Caddo and Bossier area over the next little bit. This is that warning, and that is associated with that storm that was popping up that debris signature in DeSoto Parish. Another one that I want to mention that we're not, that hasn't been very deeply discussed. There is something going on over Carthage right now. And I'm saying something because this is a radar indicated storm, technically speaking, and the rotation signature is pretty much non-existent. However, this is the debris tracker, and that is that is debris in the air as far as my training tells me. So something going on in the Carthage area. I want you in your tornado safe space right now, and just to touch on the tornado warning for Caddo Parish. It's for southern Caddo Parish. It also includes Panola County. This goes until 2:30. So like I said earlier, we were going to start seeing these warnings extend farther and farther north. So if you are in this southern Caddo Parish area, and I know there's not a whole lot of community names here, we need you in your tornado safe space right now. This warning is associated with a storm that has put a tornado on the ground. It has tore up stuff. We don't have specific reports in as to what, but it was lofting debris into the air. And when we start seeing those real bright signatures, that means large pieces of debris, wood, roofing, metal, what have you, being lofted up into the air. That's why we get those bright colors on the debris signature. And when things start to calm down in terms of the rotation and the tornado on the ground, we start to see that debris get spread out by the wind and potentially cause hazards elsewhere, even outside of the tornado. We all heard the story about the jar that gets thrown, 25, 50 miles, doesn't break. This is that situation with that debris being lofted, potentially thrown many miles. And that is the area of rotation that we're continuing to keep an eye on right now in DeSoto Parish, but on its way into at least a portion of Caddo Parish. Greenwood, I want you in your tornado safe space just as a precaution. If you live on US 79 south of Greenwood, do that as well. LA 169, 789, US 171 that goes through Stonewall. I want you in your tornado safe space as well. This storm, again, radar indicated for now, has produced a tornado in the past. Matt?
Yeah, and so Austin, yeah, you're right. Almost every single storm that is formed today is now acquiring some rotation, so it's almost tough to keep up with what's going on. But according to the National Weather Service, they are now confirming 2 tornado debris signatures associated with that cell that I have pulled up here just to the south, actually just north of Mount Pleasant. This might have moved right over Pleasant Hill, Pleasant Hill, moving into the southeastern sections of DeSoto Parish right now. So the National Weather Service does say that they have seen 2 tornado debris signatures appearing on the tornado warning covering Pleasant Hill and south of Mansfield. So that's for this storm cell right here. That's that very strong area of rotation. Also talking about that circulation southwest of Grand Cane and DeSoto Parish tightening up again. So again, every single storm that we have right now, at least most of them on this outer feeder band associated with Tropical Storm Beryl, is quickly starting to acquire rotation. This is what we've been concerned with all day today, is that there's so much rotation in the atmosphere today that every storm cell you need to take seriously, and even storms that are not tornado warned, just take everything seriously and just be extremely weather aware today. Kind of zooming into DeSoto Parish, there are 3 distinct areas of circulation. We got one just off to the south and east of Long Street here. That's in the northwestern sections of DeSoto Parish, an area of rotation just south of Mansfield there, and that strong area of circulation moving into southeastern sections of DeSoto Parish just north of Pleasant Hill. Each one of these could be a confirmed tornado or could have a tornado on the ground doing damage right now. Let's track a few of these for you. I want to track the one here that's closest into the Shreveport-Bossier metros, and this is really going to be impacting areas west of Shreveport, but let's zoom in just a little bit closer because, again, this area of circulation is starting to tighten up. So let's track that off to the northwest. And so if you're watching from Keachai, that'll be about 1:58, so that's about 7 minutes from now. Preston 2:05, Lake Hayes at 2:21. So again, this is the area this is the reason I believe that we now have that tornado warning for portions of Caddo Parish. It's for this particular storm cell. It's the circulation that's closest to Caddo Parish right now. We also have this area near Pleasant Hill. Want to track that one because that's a very dangerous storm as well. That's making its way also in the same general direction. So the town of Goss, that'll be 2:09. We're talking Sloan at 2:17, Howard at 2:25, and this is going to be moving along pretty much just along and maybe just west of I-49 here as it moves through DeSoto Parish. And then there's a third circulation that I want to track, so let's kind of clear this out. And that middle circulation is also, concerning. Every circulation that we have is definitely concerning. So let's actually track that one off to the north and west. And that one could be passing pretty close to Mansfield here within the next, I'd say, 5-10 minutes or so. Sloan 2:05, Kingston 2:12, and Stonewall 2:23. And then as we kind of go back over to that storm that Austin was talking about out by Carthage, definitely some circulation showing up with that one as well. A couple areas of circulation. Let's go to our debris tracker there.
There's also a new tornado warning for Natchitoches Parish. Definitely something to look into.
Okay, thank you, CJ. And Austin almost looks like that little circulation or whatever debris was being lofted up in Carthage kind of dissipated, at least according to this. But
yeah.
That's the way these circulations are today. Is they form very quickly and then they can weaken very quickly. But there's definitely something going on there just off to the south and west of Keachai, and then, yes, right there. So you can see that just off to the south and west of Mansfield. That is a new area of debris, I believe, that has kind of just popped up there. So that's just going to be east of Louisiana 513, south of Louisiana 175, moving off to the northwest. And that's an area, let's look at our velocity again, and it matches up perfectly. So when you see the velocity right there matching up with our debris tracker, that increases our confidence that there is definitely something going on there and likely something on the ground. So let's track that again. And this could be making its way right into Mansfield if it holds together. So Mansfield, I want you in your safe spot, 2:02. take this with a grain of salt. It might not be exact timing here, but somewhere around 2 p.m. if you're in Mansfield, take shelter, get to that interior room away from windows, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And again, that's the debris that we're seeing, the debris signature there just south and east of Mansfield. And let's send it over to Austin, get some new information.
Yeah, so the debris signature near Mansfield or on its way to Mansfield, you were discussing. Also, just to the north of Pleasant Hill now, this is new as of a few minutes ago, a tornado debris signature popping up that is rather bright, again, to the north of Mansfield. This warning extends deep into DeSoto Parish. If you are anywhere in this vicinity, head to your tornado safe space immediately. And just like Matt said, when we layer over the rotation signature, the velocity couplet, you can see that plain as day. There is rotation there. There is most likely a tornado on the ground in this area because the debris signature is indicating that large pieces of stuff, wood, metal, glass being lofted into the air, which is getting picked up on our radar. And we can also couple over wind shear just to add to the evidence that this is something that is very, very concerning and very dangerous in nature. This is most likely a tornado on the ground, and like we've been saying, these storms are moving at highway speeds, 40 to 60 miles per hour. They're also dropping tornadoes and lifting them pretty much at the same rate of speed. So these are going to happen very quickly if they happen in your area. That's why we're starting to see warnings being put so far out in advance. Caddo Parish already under a tornado warning right now because these storms are happening fast, they're moving fast, and they end up happening very quickly over that area. And on top of that, we know this is rotating. We know this is likely a tornado. We can actually see a hook echo in this mess. But on top of that, we have to discuss the mess. This is a rain wrap situation. There's no doubt in my mind. So you can't go outside and try to take pictures of it. Yes, we appreciate the pictures, and they're always great. But don't do it. Don't do it. It's not worth it. I don't want to see pictures of this. I want everyone in their tornado safe spaces. You can take a picture of your tornado safe space, send it in. We'll take that. We'll use that. But we need you in your safe area. And again, this is the picture. This is the picture. This is the situation. That storm and the warning associated with it, that is this large polygon here. And that you can see the direction that's pointed. It's on its way to Caddo and Bossier Parish. It might not hold up by the time it reaches Caddo and Bossier Parish, but I wouldn't be surprised to see a warning for probably Stonewall, Ringgold, maybe even Shreveport in the next, I'd say 15 to 30 minutes. Because these storms are on the way. They are packing a very strong punch, and we are not done in the slightest. We have the strongest of the actual tropical storm still to move in. So on top of the stuff that will be rotating, it's a significant rain threat, and there's a reason why our rainfall potential map earlier was putting 5 and even 7 inches on portions of East Texas over the next 36 hours. So we are going to continue tracking these storms, and it's these outer bands. It is these areas here that are creating the problems. Where it is the brightest red and where you can see those polygons in the background, this is the area of the storm that is producing the tornado activity in the Arklatex. Just a reminder, pretty much the entire region, barring a couple counties, under a tornado watch until 10 o'clock this evening, and that was pretty much issued at 10 o'clock this morning. Very, very long warning. We expect the activity, the thunderstorm activity, the potentially tornadic activity to continue deep into the day, potentially into the night. And Matt, I saw you pulled up a debris signature, and I think this is it.
Yeah, that is.
Just to the north and east of Washington Street in this junction here where LA 512, 513, and 346 all meet. That's a debris ball. There's no doubt in my mind about that, and especially when we couple it with the rotation signature, the red moving away, the blue moving towards. This is some strong rotation. It's tearing stuff up, and I'm surprised we haven't gotten any damage reports. Matt?
Yeah, I'm glad you pointed that out, because that was the area that I was most concerned with. And this is the first storm that, at least that I've seen today. I mean, I came in a little bit later. This is the first storm that actually almost has that classic hook appearance to it. And you can see that right there. That is likely a debris ball happening on the radar. So you kind of see that little area just off to the south of where you see that little Louisiana 175 icon. That likely is a debris ball. So let's just zoom in a little bit closer to that. And what I'm talking about here is this area right here. So as Austin was mentioning, just off to the east and northeast of Washington Street. And again, this is into central and eastern portions of DeSoto Parish. So this is our debris ball. So the radar actually picking up that debris. That's what's showing up on the normal radar. When you put on the debris tracker, yeah, that is what we do not like to see, folks. That is a confirmed tornado, and likely maybe a fairly significant tornado too, doing some damage. So notice how everything around this is red. That's just rain. But the Doppler radar, think of it as like an X-ray or an MRI. It can look inside that storm. It can differentiate between the hail and the rain versus debris being picked up. When you see that strange color there, it just doesn't match anything else. That circle right there, that is a tornado on the ground doing some sort of damage. Hopefully it's just tree debris and nothing, no homes or businesses, but definitely that is a very serious situation. So I'm going to go ahead and track that area right there, and that's moving off to the northwest, north to northwest. Hopefully this will pass east of Mansfield. That's our hope right now. But locations in the path of that would be the town of Goss. That would be about 214, Carmel at about 217, Sloan at 221. That is a really dangerous storm. So yeah, go ahead, Austin.
Just want to bring attention to this storm. It's not warned on anything. Well, it is warned actually, and so I will take that back. So this area here, there's an area near Edgefield, Coshada, that is rotating that we are keeping a close eye on as well. And I'm pointing this out because the National Weather Service has done so in our communications with them. This is pointed towards the Shreveport-Bossier City area, and this is rotating. It's not indicating to me that anything is on the ground, and the rotation isn't that strong yet. Because it's going to be moving into a very ripe environment, and the direction that this particular area is pointed, and again, these storms are kind of moving in a northwesterly direction between 40 and 60 miles per hour, pretty much highway speeds. This is likely to affect, according to the National Weather Service, the Shreveport-Bossier City area. So be on the lookout, Caddo-Bossier Parish, that you're going to start seeing more warnings popping up in the next little bit, especially if the storm in DeSoto Parish, which is now just to the south of Keachai, continues to hold up, which, I mean, it is. And that is what we are seeing right now on the debris tracker and DeSoto Parish. This is moving north, this debris ball and the tornado associated with it. This is moving northerly, again, between 40 and 60 miles per hour. Real quickly, this is the warning situation, which we might have just gotten another one in. Actually, a flash flood warning issued for this area here. We'll just consider that to go all day because we still have a lot of rain left. We've actually pulled back on the number of tornado warnings. However, the severity of same is still very, very high. We're watching this band of storms here, all of which have the potential to create tornadoes, a few of which have pretty much confirmed had tornadoes on the ground. Matt?
Yeah, thanks, Austin. Appreciate that. There's another area of circulation. Actually, this has just kind of increased in intensity. Another debris ball, so to speak, that we're tracking. It's a bit of a smaller one versus the other one down in southeastern DeSoto. But this one here, just off to the south and west of Keachai, that has kind of pulsed up with the latest scans. You can see there's something going on there right along Louisiana 5. So this is just south of Keachai, and this is going to be in northwestern sections of DeSoto. So this is an area that we've been also closely watching. So again, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to track. I'm only tracking right now the areas of circulation, or the debris. That is obviously the most dangerous part, the part of the storm that you really want to take shelter from. But if we track that little area of circulation as it makes its way to the north and west, looks like the town of Coulter at 202 and Keachai this is going to be really close to you, so I want you in your safe spot there as well. Again, interior room, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. It's going to move very close to Keachai, crossing into southern sections here of Caddo Parish, and that's going to be here shortly. And then, of course, don't want to forget about this other one. That is one of the more impressive debris signatures I've seen today. I mean, we've had quite a few, but this one in the southeastern sections of DeSoto. So let me kind of widen. There's 2 areas in DeSoto that we are watching right now. Actually, there were 3. The one near Mansfield luckily looks like it is weakened, but there's this one near Keachai right there. There's another little debris ball, larger one in southeastern sections of DeSoto. So let's zoom into that one again. And it looks like definitely still kind of weird stuff going on with the debris tracker. This area popped up. That could actually be some downstream debris. So a lot of times when you get maybe a stronger tornado, it can bring that debris up into the atmosphere, up into the storm cloud, and then the upper level winds can kind of push that away. That would make sense. We have a upper level southeasterly flow, and so maybe something here with some debris being lofted off to the northwest towards Mansfield. But I want to track this again because it's a very dangerous storm moving off to the north and northwest.
And hey, Matt, there's the circulation that you were talking about near Keachai is increasing intensity and continues to move off to the north and west and southwestern Caddo Parish. And also there's a new tornado warning that's just been issued for Gregg, Harrison, Rusk, Smith, and Upshur counties in East Texas.
Gotcha. Thank you, CJ. Okay, so here's the latest track with that circulation there in southeastern DeSoto. Carmel at 216, Sloan 220, Kingston 227. I want to switch gears just for a quick second and show you a live picture from our KSLA tower cam because we haven't done this in a while. And this is why we tell you that you really don't want to try to see these tornadoes today as they form. That's a live view looking out over downtown. You can see the winds are picking up a bit. The rain is coming in now, and the visibility is not great. There's a lot of humidity when you get these tropical air masses in the Arklatex. You just don't have the visibility. I mean, our visibility is probably around 5 miles. So you're really not going to see very far as these approach. So obviously you can see the stormy weather is moving into Shreveport right now, but just kind of want to show you that visual picture of what it looks like outside. And this is the reason why we tell you not to try and go outside and see these today, because number one, they're forming very quickly. They're also moving very rapidly. So you're not going to have a lot of advance warning here, and you're just not going to see them as they approach. But as Austin was talking about earlier, we have several what we call feeder bands. Again, that's the center. That is the center of Tropical Storm Beryl right now, and I believe it is still a tropical storm making its way towards Nacogdoches, some high winds associated with that. And then you see multiple banding setting up. There's this lead band, this one right here, that's pushing into Shreveport. That's the one that has had all the tornado warnings, or at least most of them associated. Got to keep an eye on this second band setting up here off to our south and west. That's going to rotate in through, and that as well could have tornado warnings. And don't want to forget about our friends down in towards Natchitoches, because we have had some tornado warnings with these cells down here. So
there's a new one that's been issued for Natchitoches Parish, Wynn Parish, and Grant Parish.
Okay, thank you. And I believe that might be for this easternmost cell, but you can kind of see as we get further away from the radar site, not the cleanest picture. However, kind of have that shape to it, right? You got that kidney bean shape, a little bit of a hook there and there. So both of these storms that are near Natchitoches, again, this is in far southeastern sections of the Arklatex, both of these potentially could have some circulation, and we're pretty far away from the radar site, and you can certainly see that there is some fairly significant rotation associated with that storm. That's well off to the south of Natchitoches, far southern sections of our viewing area, right along Louisiana 118, 117, and then that's the storm that CJ I think just mentioned that's just about ready to move out of our viewing area, just off to the south and east of Montgomery.
Yes, and there's also a considerable tag has been added to the tornado debris signature near Keachai, just to the west of Keachai now, moving into southwestern Caddo Parish.
Gotcha. So this is the latest update with that CJ was just talking about, and they have now added a considerable tag to that tornado warning, which means that the threat is really increasing. But that's the one moving into southern Caddo, and that definitely has increased as you look at the debris signature. Yeah, that is not good. So there's something on the ground here moving into southern portions of Caddo, and again, that's going to make its way to the north. Is it north movement, northwest still?
Moving northwest.
Okay, so let's track that. And that'll make its way. Again, this is going to start to move into Caddo. Actually, it already is in southern Caddo. And let's just track that all the way up towards I-20 here. Now, the good news, I mean, none of it's good news today. We don't want anyone to get hit by this, but it does look like this, at least this circulation, whatever's on the ground here is going to pass west of Shreveport. But Bethany, 224, Greenwood there, closer to I-20, that'll be about 228, and that's for that circulation that's moving into southern sections of Caddo Parish right now. And again, there are several areas. It's really been tough to keep up today. There's just so much going on. Almost every single storm is rotating, but let's zoom in a little bit more. So you can see several areas of circulation. So let's just go ahead and kind of highlight some of these. There's one here just to the south and east of Mansfield. There's another area of circulation just off to the south, or actually just off to the west, excuse me, at Keachai. So these are the two main ones that I at least visually can see right now in DeSoto Parish. That one, that's going to be concerning because that could get pretty close to I-49, likely going to cross just off to the west of I-49 there. And then that circulation that's moving to southern Caddo, that's the one that CJ was just mentioning. The National Weather Service has put a considerable tag on because that also is a debris signature. So a lot of these have been confirmed tornadoes today, and again, a very volatile atmosphere that we have right now. Yeah, Austin.
Yeah, Matt, so we want to just briefly talk about a storm that I'm keeping an eye on over here while Matt has been touching on the storms in DeSoto Parish and in now southwestern Caddo Parish. Keeping an eye on this storm just now to the north of Coshada in Red River Parish. Now, the direction of these storms is mainly in a northerly and a northwesterly direction, which is why I'm pointing this out, because we know the direction that this storm is going. It is rotating. Want to take a look here at the reflectivity signature, and you'll notice the typical formations that come out of a rotating storm. It's not particularly strong, but this storm is starting to create what we call a hook echo in Red River Parish. If we take a look at the debris signature, nothing jumping out at me as obvious yet. However, these storms have continued to produce tornadoes, a lot of which have been confirmed on the ground. So this brighter green couple of dots I'm looking sideways at, keeping an eye on, that's near LA 515, 783, US 71 in Red River Parish. This is to the south and west, or mainly the south of Hall Summit, to the north of Edgefield, and to the west of US 371. This is an area of rotation. It is an area of concern. It is under a tornado warning, technically speaking, until 2:30, though this is not the storm this warning was made for. When we do see, if we do see a warning on this storm, again, which is to the north of Coshada, it will likely be in a polygon that will stretch in a direction like that rather than due north. We're waiting on that. The National Weather Service keeping an eye on that as well. Multiple other tornado warnings, several of which are creating debris signatures. We kind of have two debris signatures here associated with the storm near Mansfield. One of them is a little more obvious than the other. The other, though, is rather large. Again, that one's near Mansfield in DeSoto Parish. In southwestern Caddo Parish, this is the storm that was near Keachai that we were discussing. The area of concern has passed over and is now just to the west of Louisiana 169. That is a very dangerous situation. That is likely a rain-wrapped tornado in that area. We got another thing in from the National Weather Service. And now for Bossier, Caddo, Red River, and Bienville parishes, a tornado warning has been issued. And remember what I said about the shape that it would likely take. And if we can get the arrow to point at the correct one. All right, we're ignoring the arrow and just ignore the box. This is the new tornado warning for portions of Caddo, Bossier, and Bienville parishes, along with Red River Parish. That goes until 3 o'clock this afternoon. So this is radar-indicated rotation. This is the rotation I was discussing now to the due west of Hall Summit. Now, the rotation is not quite as pronounced. However, we are starting to pick up more on the debris tracker than we were just a few minutes ago. This is just to the west of US 71, between US 71 and LA 1, which goes through Caddo Parish, way up into northern Caddo Parish near North Market Street, near Houghton and Blanchard. We know that that road travels that far up. This is the wind shear situation in this area. Again, a new tornado warning issued now for portions of Red River, Bossier, Bienville parishes until 3 o'clock this afternoon. If you are in this polygon here, I want you in your tornado safe space right now. LA 527, LA 1 up into Caddo Parish on the way to Shreveport. This storm is on the way to the Shreveport Bossier City area. Might break up before it reaches us, but it's on the way and is likely going to create something that can cause some damage. Nothing has been reported yet in terms of anything on the ground. However, we sometimes cannot wait for the reports and that the radar is telling us something is on the ground. That is not the case right now. That is the case with multiple other storms right now here in the Arklatex. Very busy day here in the region. We have a tornado watch until 10 o'clock, and I'm going to send it back over to Matt with the latest.
Yeah, thank you so much, Austin. And I kind of have a wider view showing these storms, and each one of these storms now kind of acquiring those supercell characteristics. You can see a little bit of a hook there. I'll zoom into each one of these in a second. There's a little bit of a hook going on north of Carthage. This is the one that's producing that confirmed tornado in southwestern sections of Caddo, far southern Caddo Parish now. Then you can see that other little hook that's developed here south of Mansfield. That had a confirmed tornado, might still. And then there's that cell that Austin has been talking about here just off to the northwest of Coshada. This is the one that is making its way kind of riding up right along Highway 71, and that'll be moving into South Bossier here shortly. So if you're watching in the Shreveport Bossier metro areas, go ahead and take shelter now. And I want to zoom into a few of these spots. First of all, let's talk about this storm north of Carthage getting ready to move closer to the I-20 corridor. So you can see Marshall there at the top of your screen. This is a storm that I'm talking about right here. So let's see if the velocity kind of matches up visually with what I'm seeing on the radar. And indeed it does. So you can see right there, there's definitely a little bit of a circulation here just off to the west of Highway 59. Any sort of debris with that? Hard to tell. Again, sometimes we don't get the best picture of the debris, but nonetheless, we're going to treat every single storm today very seriously just based on the history, and that almost every storm that has had a tornado warning, almost every one, has produced some sort of confirmed tornado. We've seen those debris signatures all over the place today. So let's go ahead and track this one again. This is going to be moving closer to Marshall, probably maybe just west of Marshall, and that'll be about 2:37 p.m. Nesbitt at 2:42, and Harleton, hopefully I'm pronouncing that correct, at 2:52 p.m. And then let's go back to the normal radar picture here, and we'll go back to the west. I want to kind of touch on every single storm that I can, or as many as I can. This one off to the south and west of Stonewall, this is the one that's moving into southern Caddo. Let's see if this still has any sort of a tornado with it. And it does. I think we do have a tornado here likely on the ground, and this is going to be right along Louisiana 169. So again, we're talking about far southwestern sections of Caddo Parish, and you can see that little area right there. That is the circulation that we're talking about. As we throw on our debris tracker, it does match up perfectly. So what that tells me is that, yes, we do have a tornado right now on the ground doing some sort of damage there into the southwestern sections of Caddo. So let's go ahead and track that little area there. And again, that's making its way off to the northwest. I'm going to bring this all the way up towards I-20. Bethany 228, Greenwood 233. And if you're seeing your town on any of these tracks we're doing today, go ahead and take shelter immediately, even if you have a half an hour advance notice, because again, these storms are moving very, very rapidly. Now let's go back to the normal radar. Again, we'll take you farther to the east, and let's actually take you south a little bit and talk about what's going on here near Mansfield. And this definitely is concerning. So that's just north of the Louisiana 483 icon. This is south and east of Mansfield. So let's throw on our debris tracker there. And there are a couple areas of debris, one near Mansfield and then one possibly south of Highway 84. And Austin, I'll get to you in just a sec here. And then,
no, I was looking more.
Oh, you were looking at my map. I see. Okay, so and again, all kinds of areas of circulation, debris showing up. So really, this is kind of gives you a good idea. You can see there's something right there. You see that hook echo kind of wrapping around there, something to the north and west of Mansfield. And this area that is moving through Red River Parish right now, just off to the north and west of Coshada. That's the area that the National Weather Service has warned on. And this is the storm that maybe could impact, I would say, Bossier here very shortly, South Bossier. You can see it sort of has that hook echo on it. Let's look at our velocity there. And yeah, that circulation looks like it might be tightening just a little bit. So Hall Summit, and then just to the west of Hall Summit, right along Louisiana 514 and right along Highway 71. There's something starting to develop there. If it isn't already on the ground, I'm keeping
that one's radar indicated.
Radar indicated.
Rotation, but considering it's pointed right at the Shreveport-Bossier metro area, we're taking that one very seriously.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost tough keeping up with what's going on right now. We have so many warnings. So again, this is the one for Red River Parish. This is the one that is also been extended into Shreveport and Bossier. So if your phone's going off for a tornado warning, this is the storm that's likely the culprit. As you look at our debris tracker, I think we might have something on the ground here just off to the west of Hall Summit. Again, it's tough to say, but we got to treat every single storm today very, very seriously. So let me go ahead and kind of circle that area. So that's where we could potentially have something. Let's see if that does line up with our velocity. And yeah, it does. So certainly there could be something on the ground here. Again, still, I believe, officially radar indicated on that one, but would not be surprised at all. Oh, actually, you know what?
That just refreshed, and that's a debris.
That is now on the ground. So, okay, we have a confirmed tornado now in northern sections of Red River Parish. This is now becoming a serious situation because this is going to move into southern sections of Bossier and maybe crossing over into Caddo eventually, but really right along Highway 71. So that's a really strong circulation. So let me just, you don't have to be a meteorologist to know what's going on.
The way that that's pointed is following pretty much the Caddo and Bossier Parish line.
Okay.
From what I can tell.
Okay, let me.
And I want to know what US 71 becomes.
Let me widen this out just a bit, and let me do a track on this thing because that is really dangerous. That is a strong. There might be a strong tornado going on right there. That's one of the strongest, or one of the stronger debris signatures I've seen today. So let's track that off to the north and west. Let's bring it pretty far north here. So actually, you know what I'm going to do? Hold up. I'm going to widen this a bit and actually show you Shreveport on there because I know a lot of folks are concerned. So let's just do kind of a longer term track on this thing in case it does hold together. Hold on one second here. So let's track that thing. And if it holds together, that's a big if because these kind of tend to quickly, tighten up, and then they also tend to weaken fairly quickly. But if this held together, this confirmed tornado that we have moving into far southern sections of Bossier Parish right now, if it holds together, I want you to keep an eye on the town names here. So Knott Point at 231, Paran, that'll be 238, Eastwood 252. There's Shreveport, so 2:57 p.m. So, you got about 40 minutes roughly, probably a little bit less because you want to take shelter before this actually gets there. If it does hold together, it would start to move into the Shreveport, maybe the actual highly populated areas by about 3 p.m. Yeah, Austin?
Yeah, Matt, just something I want to point out and stress. US 71 is Barksdale Boulevard. So that is Parkway High School, obviously the Barksdale Air Force Base. There's that Walmart marketplace right near the Shady Grove neighborhood, the Shady Grove, Bel Air neighborhoods. So this is what this storm pretty much is following. And I wanted to mention that is Barksdale Boulevard once it enters deeper into Bossier Parish in a very highly populated area that is. So US 71 is Barksdale Boulevard, and I've just confirmed that via Google Maps. So this is a dangerous situation on its way into the South Bossier area over the next few minutes. Just wanted to mention that is Barksdale Boulevard. Arthur Ray Teague is in that general vicinity, as well as Clyde Fent, because it does look like this tornado that is pretty much all but on the ground at this point, going to be following the river, US 71, Barksdale Boulevard, Arthur Ray Teague Parkway, Clyde Fent Parkway, that general vicinity. And if you're in that general vicinity, take shelter now. You have a good lead up. If you are, up in this area in Caddo Bossier Parish, you have a good lead up right now. Take care of yourself now. So you are ahead of the curve when the storm does move in. There's no guarantee it'll hold together, but these storms have been holding together, especially the one that moved into southern Caddo Parish just a few minutes ago. They've been holding together. This is a dangerous situation, so we're going to continue to track this one. I'm going to especially continue to track this one because of the area that it's moving into. Again, if you're in South Bossier, the Shady Grove neighborhood, Bel Air, anywhere along Barksdale Boulevard, pretty much up to, I'd say, Airline Drive, where Barksdale and Airline meet. I need you in your tornado safe space immediately. Some of you aren't even in the warning yet, but it's on the way. If this holds up, we're going to be discussing that in the very, very near future. Matt?
Yeah, thank you so much, Austin. Unfortunately, this is turning into a pretty serious situation, and it's something that we had been worried about all along. When I woke up this morning looking at some of the latest data, some of the forecast models, we were very concerned about what today could hold for the Arklatex. All right, let's get back to my radar if we can. I'll show you another area of concern, and this
also,
is down.
Matt, right before you finish, I wanted to point the attention to the system or the tornado debris signature that was in southwestern Caddo Parish. It looks to make a track towards the I-20 corridor to the north and northwest between Scottsville and Wascom in Texas. So definitely an area of concern to watch for those on the near the I-20 corridor between Wascom and Scottsville here.
Gotcha. Thank you so much, CJ. And then also want to quickly, I know we're really focusing on Shreveport and Bossier, but there's a fairly strong circulation showing up off to the south of Natchitoches, south and southwest of Natchitoches. If you guys can hear me, can you switch to my camera here, my radar site? There is a strong circulation. Thank you so much. There's a strong circulation showing up off to the south of Natchitoches. Now, we really haven't been focusing a lot, but of course our viewing area is fairly large. So I want to do a quick little track on this, because again, this is far away from the radar site, but this circulation does look fairly strong to me. So let's go ahead and do a track on that one as it makes its way almost due north, kind of north-northwest. Campty, that'll be about 253, Harris at 301, and maybe Coshada, if that holds together, right around 307. So again, that's what's currently happening down in Natchitoches Parish right now. But then, of course, the concern that we have in Shreveport and Bossier is this circulation. This is really strong right now. This is just crossing out of Red River Parish right here, and this is southern sections of Bossier. This is right along Highway 71, which does turn into Barksdale Boulevard as it gets closer into Bossier. So again, probably a heavily traveled area. Hopefully not a lot of folks out right now because it's kind of in between rush hours. Hopefully that is the case. But again, that's a pretty strong circulation there. And let's kind of zoom in a little bit closer to see what areas might be in the path of this. So we're talking about Loggy Bayou Road, Highway 515, Parish Road 328, and this is crossing into southern sections of Bossier Parish right now. As we look at the debris signature on that is not good. That's not what we want to see here. So there's a tornado here doing some sort of damage. And the way we know that is because you see that bright shade of blue kind of in the midst of all the red. The red is the hail and the rain being produced by the storm, and that area of blue there, that is the debris being lofted up by the tornado, which is confirmed now moving into southern sections of Bossier. So let me do another track on this. And again, movement northwest, I think it's still about 40 to 50. So let's track that off to the northwest. And so town of High Island, that'll be about 230, a Pool at 233, Knot Point 237, and Coran at 244. So, and actually looks like the radar just updated, and that's what happens. So, okay, so this is kind of interesting here. So you can see within the last scan, there was a last scan, you can see that, and the new one came through, although I don't know if that's really, just take that with a grain of salt. Maybe that's just a little, could just be some sort of issue with the radar, but it definitely looks like there still is something on the ground here moving into southern portions of Bossier. So again, let's track this a little bit farther to the north. Let me put on our normal radar that you used to see, and you can kind of make out there is some sort of a hook. So you can see that circulation showing up with that particular storm. And let's track that again as it gets closer into Shreveport. So we'll do a bit of a track on that.
And also, Matt, just to mention, over in East Texas, there is another particularly dangerous situation signature for an area near just north of Tatum and just south of Hallsville, and also just south of the I-20 corridor. Once you finish mentioning the TDS signature near Shreveport, or just to the south and west of Shreveport.
Okay, thank you, CJ. I appreciate that. All right, so here's the track. This is the storm that's moving into southern portions of Bossier right now. So if it holds together, places like Eastwood, 254, Shreveport at about 3 p.m. So that's about a half an hour from now. Get to your safe spot. Again, we've been talking about it over and over again today. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Benton, if it holds together that far to the north, Benton could be about 311. But as CJ was mentioning, let's go back a little bit farther to the west here. And I believe that's the storm that just moved out of Caddo. There it is. So that's definitely not looking good there. That's one of the stronger, at least radar presentations that I've seen today, you can really see that wrapping up. So that's where the circulation would be, making its way off to the northwest. So Wascom and right along I-20. Now this is actually crossing out of Louisiana and into portions of East Texas. So that's a pretty dangerous looking storm. Let's go back to our velocity. Wow, yeah, that is a pretty strong circulation right there. So you can really see that tight couplet right there. And let's see if we have anything on the ground, and unfortunately we do. So this has just been a very prolific tornado producer so far for the Arklatex, but there it is right there. You see that little donut hole? That is the tornado on the ground. So, and the way I know it is on the ground is because when we zoom in really close, that's just crossing right over Highway 79. And again, this is in East Texas now, just to the west of the Caddo Parish line there. So that is where the area of the debris tracker is. Let me actually circle that for you. So that is our Doppler radar showing where there's something on the ground lofting some sort of debris. When we put on our velocity, it is a perfect match. And so that is where the tornado is, crossing right over Highway 79, and that is going to cross right over I-20. So let's track that and see how this is moving. So again, this is moving off to the northwest. And so Bethany, that'll be about it's pretty much right now. Wascom 239, Scottsville 250, and Karnak right around 3 p.m. And this is pretty concerning actually, because this is going to cross right over I-20 here. So this is going to cross right over I-20, off to the west of Shreveport. This is actually moving out of Louisiana and into portions of East Texas. And again, this should pass to the east of Marshall, hopefully to stay just east of Marshall. But again, that's a very dangerous storm there. And then also that storm to our east that's moving into southern Bossier Parish. Go ahead, Austin.
Yeah, I was made aware of this via the National Weather Service chat. We do have an obvious tornado just to the north of Tatum, Texas. This is Panola County, amongst other counties. This is that warning associated with that. This is moving northerly and just to now the east of Easton, to the north of Tatum, passing over West Farm to Market Road. What number is that? 2625. Just about to pass over. This is another tornado debris signature, another tornado on the ground. I'm not keeping a tally, but I think we're at like 6 or 8 at this point. Yep. Not necessarily all at once, but this is what Tropical Storm Beryl has created. What we're not getting out of this one is a very defined velocity couplet because of the distance from the radar and the way that the storm's motion is. Kind of everything's moving away from the radar in technical terms because of how the storm is moving in a northerly and northwesterly direction. Every direction is pretty much away from the radar when the storm's moving like that, and it's rotating in a counterclockwise direction cyclonically. This is another one to add to the list. We can look at the wind shear, and in and around it there are areas of wind shear. I wonder if this product is a little bit behind because it would usually show it right over the area. I think this product is a little bit behind as well, but we have a tornado debris signature again to the east of Easton, Texas, about to move over Farm to Market Road 2625. This is south of I-20, but it's on the way to the I-20 corridor in the Panola County area. Again, this is to the north of Tatum by quite a bit, and I want to zoom out and get a couple of other places. Hallsville,
and hey,
you are in the way. CJ.
We have some damage reports that came in from Shelby, Texas. Possible tornado damage, several buildings damaged in Timpson, including a city hall which had its roof removed recently due to this possible tornado damage. Several trees down, and 2 cars were thrown at the intersection of Highway 59 and 84.
I can't make justifications just based on that report, but based on what we saw earlier out of Shelby County, that sounds like tornado damage to me. We're going to wait for official words. It's going to be a very busy few days for the National Weather Service here locally. Again, this is a live tornado coverage for the Arklatex. We are tracking multiple dangerous situations here in the region. I'm First Alert Meteorologist Austin Evans here with Chief Meteorologist Matt Jones and Meteorologist CJ Cartledge. Just resetting just for a little bit if you are just now joining our coverage. It's been a very busy day so far, and we are continuing to track multiple debris signatures that are popping up, multiple confirmed tornadoes associated with Tropical Storm Beryl. This is the one. This is in southern Bossier Parish, kind of following US 71, which becomes Barksdale Boulevard once you hit the shopping centers and the suburbs and whatnot there, all the neighborhoods, Bel Air, Shady Grove, and what have you. And of course, we got the Barksdale Air Force Base, which is also very close. We have that debris signature. We've had one in southern Caddo Parish. We have one just now to the east of Easton, Texas. And we have now got damage reports out of Shelby County. I'm surprised it took that long, but we know that we've also been tracking tornado activity there as well. So we're going to continue to wait for those reports. I'm sure we'll get pictures of it in a matter of hours from either our own people or from the viewers. We still have a lot of ways to go, though, with these storms as Tropical Storm Beryl continues to move into the Arklatex. Need everyone to stay weather aware right now. Not even just today, but just right now. Make sure you have that KSLA First Alert weather app. Open your phone, go to your settings app, go to notifications. At least on iPhone, scroll all the way down. Turn on emergency alerts. You'll see a box that has emergency alerts, Amber alerts. Turn on especially emergency alerts for this moment, and make sure your phone noise is on, your volume is switched on, so you can be alerted because there is a pretty halfway decent chance that you're going to need to be alerted. We have a storm pretty much pointed at Shreveport-Bossier, the metro area. That is the storm that's in South Bossier right now. Matt?
Yeah, thank you so much, Austin. I want to kind of recap and show you a wider view of what's going on because we have so much happening right now across the Arklatex. In fact, I just counted 7 active tornado warnings currently in the Arklatex, and we also have flash flood warnings. The flood threat's going to be a big concern as well, but of course right now the immediate threat that we are tracking is that tornado potential. So I want to go to each individual storm, kind of track things out for you. Now I want to actually start farther off to the south and east. Let's focus in on Natchitoches because that's an area I've been watching very closely down in Natchitoches Parish because we do have some really strong rotation showing up with these little cells here, and they are just near Natchitoches. Now notice we are kind of far away from the radar site, but you can certainly see there's a fairly strong circulation here that's getting very close to Natchitoches, and this is going to be crossing really close to I-49 here. So again, treat every single tornado warning today very seriously because most of these have been confirmed tornadoes, and we've seen a lot of those debris signatures on our Doppler radar, which tells us as meteorologists that there's something on the ground doing damage. So here is that circulation just off to the south and west of Natchitoches. Let's look at our debris tracker here.
New warning for Natchitoches.
Okay, so that's probably the one I'm showing here. And again, we're kind of far away from the radar site, but there might be something happening or at least getting going there along I-49. So let's go back to our velocity and let's track that. And let's go back to, let's see here, we'll go back to this velocity. There's a couple different velocity products that we have that shows up a little bit better. So I want to track that off to the north and west. And so that's going to kind of cross right along I-49, and this is going to get close to Coshada as well. So Harris, that'll be about 301 here. Coshada, 306, halfway at 314. Now that's the first cell I want to discuss, but there's a lot more going on than this. So let's kind of take this storm by storm. So let's go back to our radar picture. And again, this cell that you see north and east of Natchitoches likely has a tornado as well. That is off to our east. That has moved out of our viewing area. And then you see that storm south of Natchitoches too. That could start to rotate. That's just south of Natchez. And then we'll take you off to the north and west. This is the storm right here that has prompted that tornado warning for Shreveport and Bossier. This does have a confirmed tornado with it, getting closer to Shreveport, closer into Bossier right now. So let's look at our velocity on that. And indeed, there's still a strong circulation moving into the south side of Bossier Parish right now. Let's take a look at our debris signature. And there's likely something on the ground right now doing damage. You can see that right there, right along Louisiana 154, making its way off to the northwest at about 40 miles an hour. So that is moving very, very quickly right now, and that's going to continue to make its way off to the north and west. We take you to Shreveport, not seeing a whole lot going on there. We'll take you to the Doppler radar, and I don't see a whole lot happening, at least in the Shreveport-Bossier metro area right now. And then you can see off to the west, just to the west of Greenwood. We do have a very strong cell right here as well. So again, this does have a tornado warning on it as well. Let's take a look at our debris signature on that, and you can see that there's certainly something on the ground here south of I-20 that's making its way off to the north and northwest at a pretty good rate of speed. So we'll track that off to the northwest. And again, it does look like Jonesville 246, Scottsville at 254, Karnak 302, and the town of Uncertain, that'll be 306. And again, that's in East Texas, moving off to the northwest at about 40 miles an hour. And then, of course, there's this other storm cell here south of I-20, south of Hallsville. And again, that does also have a confirmed tornado. So almost every storm that we have seen on the radar today has something. Seen some sort of confirmation of a tornado through our debris tracker here. So we'll zoom out and kind of track that off to the north and west. And again, not a whole lot of population, at least according to our Doppler radar, but the town of Harleton, that'll be right around 3 p.m. as that makes its way off to the north and northwest. So the town of Harleton, about 3 p.m., could be impacted by that. Go ahead, Austin.
Yeah, Matt, I'm looking for Bethany on the map, and I'm having trouble finding it, but we're getting messages from emergency management there. Lots of damage in the Bethany area, trees on some houses, etc. And again, I'm trying to find it on the map. I'm pretty sure it's in Panola County, but I wanted to make you aware of that. CJ?
It's just to the south and east of Wascom, and I believe that's in Louisiana.
Bethany?
Yes.
And this is unfortunately one of those things that can happen. Can you give me a parish?
It's right on the Texas-Louisiana border.
Okay, so we're talking
just south of Wascom, south of I-20.
All right.
It's literally like maybe a few miles near Greenwood, south and east of Greenwood.
Yeah.
So on Highway 79, on that intersection between Highway 79 on the line between Texas and Louisiana, just south and west of Greenwood.
Thank you, CJ, and apologies for everyone there, because you know there's a lot of these places we don't end up talking about all that often unless we're in these situations. So there is apparently a lot of damage in and around the Bethany area, so just continue to maintain your safe space in that area as we continue to track these storms, and that is under a tornado warning until 3 o'clock unless otherwise extended. I'm keeping a close eye on this storm in South Bossier Parish right now, again pretty much following US 71, which I remind you becomes Barksdale Boulevard. It's way up here when it does, but it's a very highly populated area, all kinds of places of business and residence. And right now, this isn't jumping out to me well, maybe this is, and this is where we're starting to get some problems with even the debris tracker. We have something that appears to be a debris signature here near LA 157, but we also have this larger area that follows US 71, which becomes Barksdale Boulevard, pretty much following also Arthur Ray Teague, Clyde Fant, the river, any of those landmarks you can use to kind of justify yourself on the map if you don't exactly know where you are. If you're near the Red River, this storm is of concern to you. If you're near Barksdale Boulevard, Arthur Ray Teague, or Clyde Fant, this storm is also of concern to you. Again, rain wrapped is the two key words today. So that is the situation, and you will not be able to see this until it's pretty much right on top of you, assuming anything is on the ground right now. So this is a storm that I'm keeping a very close eye on as it continues to move through Bossier Parish. But if we move in, and it's actually shaved off some of the warning in the far southern portions of Bossier Parish. That's now not under the warning, but they've continued this one, and they're going to continue that one until 3 o'clock. And then zooming out, we have all these other warnings that we've been discussing. Matt?
Yeah, thank you so much, Austin. I was actually checking out a couple different radar sources that I have here, but I do believe we still have this confirmed tornado on the ground doing damage, moving into the southeastern sections of Bossier right now. So South Bossier, if you are in South Bossier, please take shelter immediately. Get into the interior room, get as many walls between you and the outside as possible. So please take shelter if you're in South Bossier. And this is going to travel kind of along and just east of the Red River here, and eventually we'll be crossing over I-20. So this is going to probably pass just to the west of Houghton. What I want to point out to you, though, is that there is some sort of debris ball showing up on the radar picture. So you see that right there? That is the radar picture likely showing something that's being damaged or some sort of debris up in the air. So that's the debris ball. Let's look at the debris tracker, and it does match up perfectly. So you see, and it's getting tough to see. Sometimes when you get closer to that radar site, it gets a little tough to kind of make out what's going on just because we're getting a little bit too close to the radar source. But there is definitely something on the ground right here. And the way I know that is because you see some of the blue pixels here, some of the discoloration, most of it's red. Again, you got to have kind of a trained eye to see it, but there is definitely something on the ground. So let me kind of circle that area right there, and then we'll pull up the velocity again. It kind of matches up perfectly. So there's likely something on the ground there. And when you look at the radar signature, and actually that just updated, and I don't like that, Austin. Do you see that radar signature right there? So that is a debris ball. So you can see that hook kind of wraps around. Notice how the rain kind of gets wrapped around like that. And so it's circulating like that. That would be the tornado right now crossing right over 527. And again, that's going to be just south and east of the Shreveport-Bossier metros, and this is actually in central portions of Bossier Parish right now. So again, that is not something you like to see on the radar. There's probably a tornado, unfortunately, doing some damage here, moving right along Louisiana. Let's just get a little bit closer here. So if you know any of these roads, please take shelter. We're talking Thomas Jones Road, Goat Hill Road there, Pine Hill Road, and that's Louisiana 157. There's Country Forest Drive. So any of these locations here, and I'm going to go ahead and track this for you. And again, it's almost moving due north or slightly to the northwest. So as we track the most dangerous part of that storm, if there was a tornado, it would be right there. And it looks like there actually is a tornado in progress right now. So Oakland will be 249, Red Chute around 259. So this will be impacting the eastern sections of the Shreveport-Bossier metros. And as you travel east along I-20, this is going to probably pass just to the west of Houghton, but it is going to cross right over Interstate 20. So certainly do not like the way that this looks on the radar. And let's actually look at the velocity once again, and you can really see that tight circulation. Notice how this right here, that's the velocity couplet. That's how we know there's a tornado. Notice how that kind of matches up perfectly with our debris tracker, almost overlaid right on top of each other. So there's a tornado in progress right now doing some damage there. And again, this is crossing through central and southern portions of Bossier Parish right now.
And now, Matt, the National Weather Service has issued a particularly dangerous situation for the TDS in Bossier Parish.
Okay, so yeah, that's the storm we're talking about right here. Thank you so much, CJ. So definitely a very serious situation. If you're watching in downtown Shreveport, this will likely cross just to the east, but if you're in Bossier, I want you to go ahead and take your shelter, especially South Bossier. And we're talking, let me just get into the radar picture again a little closer.
While you're doing that, I'll read off these locations.
Yeah,
these
thank
are
you.
likely to be impacted: Ferguson, Princeton, Ivan, Linton, Fillmore, BODCAU, Bellevue, Red Chute, and Barksdale Air Force Base. We can also add Bel Air and Shady Grove. This is the debris signature, and I am starting to hate the color gray because that is what's popping up. And this is, like CJ mentioned, like the National Weather Service has mentioned, a particularly dangerous situation. This is entering a lot of these tornadoes have been happening in rural areas. This one's entering a very highly populated area. Barksdale Boulevard, US 71, Arthur Ray Teague Parkway, though it is to the east of those areas, it's still following pretty much parallel. So it's going to go into the Bel Air neighborhood, Bellevue, Shady Grove, those areas. You need to get into your tornado safe space right now if you're in any of those areas, especially if you're in the Shady Grove area, Bel Air. You got a little bit of lead time. Get there now. Just wait for this to pass over. You can take us with you into your tornado safe space via your mobile device if you still have power, internet. Maybe take an iPad in there, but don't rely on that. Try to have something that has a cellular signal that you can continue to watch our coverage on, or at least get notified of anything. That is a particularly dangerous situation in Bossier Parish right now. If you are in and around the Barksdale Air Force Base, you're likely hearing sirens go off because we just got word of that from the National Weather Service. I know I can hear the base from my house, so I need you, all of you in that general vicinity, to get to your tornado safe spaces at once. This is a dangerous situation. This is a tornado on the ground, and now it's entering a pretty highly populated area of Barksdale Boulevard, the Air Force Base, Bellevue, Bel Air, Shady Grove, what have you. So we're going to continue monitoring this. Matt, I'm going to send it back to you because we got tornado warnings all over the place, and we can't focus on just one, though this one does have a debris ball.
Yeah, and speaking of that debris ball, I am very concerned about the folks right now in Bossier near the Barksdale Air Force Base, because that is just not a good radar signature. So you can see right there, there's a tornado doing some significant damage likely right now, moving towards Barksdale and going to cross right over Sligo Road. And that is a classic radar signature. That debris ball right there is what we do not like to see, unfortunately. And unfortunately, this is likely doing some pretty significant damage. So that is the debris ball moving off to the northwest. And basically what you want to look at is this right here. That is the tornado. So what I'm going to do is track this off to the northwest, kind of give you a general idea of what to expect. And again, timing here might not be perfect, and there are obviously more areas that are just showing up here, but a red chute, that'll be about 3 p.m. So this is going to cross right along I-20, and I would say that's just about 15 minutes from now. This is moving off to the northwest at about 40 miles an hour. But let's zoom in a little bit closer, talk about some roads that could be, areas that could be in the way, in the path of this. Sligo Road, Colt Lane, we're talking Base Road here, Maxwell Road, Shadowwood Road, getting into some of these neighborhoods here, Ashley Lane. So again, just trying to give you a general idea of where this thing is, but very dangerous situation. If you're just tuning in now, we do have a confirmed tornado moving into central portions of Bossier Parish, very close to Barksdale Air Force Base right now. So let's actually go back to our debris tracker and show you what's going on. Yeah, I do not like seeing this at all. Pretty large area of debris. So what I'm going to do is actually circle that. So this right here is the tornado. It looks like it could be a fairly large one too, and that's all debris. So whether that be pieces of trees, could be debris from homes, businesses. Basically, as I mentioned earlier, the radar is like an X-ray. It can look inside the thunderstorm, and it can differentiate between rain and hail versus pieces of wood, debris, and things like that. And the red, that's all the rain and the hail in the storm. Where you see that discoloration, where you see some of the things that look like they don't match, that is where we're getting other sorts of debris in the storm. And that's unfortunately the tornado doing the damage. So let me keep that circled. Actually, let me zoom out just a bit, and we're going to circle that area of where that tornado is right here. And what I want to do is do a track on that again, so it's making its way off to the northwest. So it's going to probably pass just to the west of Houghton, but potentially impacting Red Chute at 302. But a lot of other areas in the path of that, so let's zoom in a little closer. And again, there's that debris area, so that's where the tornado is, crossing right over Sligo Road. And let's see here. Bluff Bridge Road, Eastgate Road. So if you hear me calling out your street name here, just go ahead, please. That's on the base. Okay, thank you, Bisky. Yeah, thank you, Bisky. So that's on base, and there's Barksdale Air Force Base right there. So that is on base. I'm sure they are well aware. There's meteorologists on base that also know what to look for as well. But unfortunately, not a good situation here, as we have a confirmed tornado moving right through Barksdale Air Force Base and crossing closer to I-20. Let's look at our reflectivity again on that, and that is just really unfortunate. So there's definitely a tornado doing some damage there, and you can really see that debris ball. So what I mean by debris ball is this right here, that is not necessarily rain. What I circled there, that is the debris being picked up by the tornado moving right over base, and that's going to cross right over I-20. So that is not a good situation there. We do have other things going on in the architects. I promise I'll get back to this in just a second. There's just a lot going on. There's this other storm cell south and east of Stonewall. I just want to quickly look at that to see if we have any circulation, maybe a broader circulation there, just off to the southwest of Stonewall. Doesn't look like we have anything. Go ahead, CJ.
Not so much. It's not tornado warned.
Yeah, that's not tornado warned at this time. So let's go back to our radar picture. And then there's, again, a lot of storms going on. So don't want to forget about anybody. This storm here to the north and west of Greenwood. This is moving through East Texas, just east of Marshall. That also has a circulation just east of Scottsville. And it looks like they're not so much showing up on the debris tracker, but definitely a circulation there. And then also this one near Hallsville did have a confirmed tornado earlier. Not sure if it is still confirmed. but it looks like that storm has weakened just a touch. And then there are these storms down, and I'll get back to that one in Bossier Parish shortly, but there's a lot of viewing area that we cover. So here's the one down around Natchitoches, actually a couple cells here just west of Campty, just west of Natchitoches. And looks like there could be some sort of circulations here.
Might be some sort of circulation just west of Natchitoches.
Yeah, I'm showing that right here. So there could be something on the ground, maybe a tornado here just west of Natchitoches, crossing right over Louisiana 1. This is actually going to be traveling just to the east of I-49. Because let's kind of reset ourselves here, widen the view, and let's zoom back into that really concerning storm that's moving through Barksdale Air Force Base. So,
well, moving closer to Barksdale.
I think it's right over base. Is it over base?
Base is farther south than I thought.
Yeah, it's
well,
just
it is really big.
It's crossing through the Barksdale Air Force Base right now. And again, you can see that that's the debris ball right there. So it's crossed over Sligo Road and still has that debris ball. So we're really closely watching that. And we look at our debris signature, and there's certainly something doing some damage here, and that's a tornado, obviously, doing damage that's crossed over Sligo Road. And let's see any locations that are in the immediate path. Well, there's I-20. Saratoga Drive, looks like, yeah, so basically getting closer and closer to I-20. So that's the area right there, and that will be getting pretty close to Red Chute. What I want to do is look at a radar loop over the last hour to kind of show you how this thing has been moving. And so you can see, there it is right there. So that crossed right through, likely right through Barksdale Air Force Base, and now you can see how the motion of that is pretty much due northwest. So let's do another track on that. And again, so Red Chute 302, Linton at 315, and this is going to move, it's going to stay along and east of the Red River and likely move into North Bossier, maybe getting closer to Benton. We'll have to keep an eye on that as well. But again, definitely not something we like to see on the radar because a lot of these storms that we've seen today, unfortunately, have had confirmed tornadoes with them. So let me just zoom in a little bit more, and we'll do a 3-hour loop on this. And you can see what's going on. I kind of want to give you the general idea of what's happening here. We have Tropical Storm Beryl. That is the center of the tropical storm, by the way, approaching Nacogdoches. And that's actually the leftover eye wall from the once what was a hurricane this morning. So even within that eye wall there near Nacogdoches, there could be some damaging winds, maybe up to 50, 60 miles an hour. But the big concern that we've had all along in the Arklatex is with these what we call feeder bands. So you see kind of the outer bands wrapping around that circulation. This is the one that's producing the tornadoes near Shreveport and Bossier. That's the first initial band. There's another rain band behind it, and this too could produce tornadoes as it moves in. So each one of these rain bands, as it rotates through, does have that potential to produce tornadoes, and that's why, unfortunately, this tornado watch goes all the way until 10 p.m. We are nowhere close to being done with this threat, and I wish I had better news for us, but again, and just getting the emergency alert on my phone for the tornado warning.
There's tornado warning.
Okay. Yeah, for the downtown Shreveport area is included too.
Gotcha. So again, that's for that storm. That's just east of downtown, moving through right through Bossier as we speak. So you probably just got that emergency alert on your phone. I know we did here at the station, located right near I-20. But again, this is the tornado warned storm right here, and you can see how that's kind of moving in a northwesterly direction. And again, all this is rotating around Tropical Storm Beryl. That is moving right towards Red Chute as we speak. So let me go to the current radar picture. And again, that is the area of biggest concern near Sligo Road. This is going to pass just barely to the west of Houghton and crossing right over I-20. So here is a look at the velocity again. And again, you can see that rotation right there. Maybe has loosened up slightly compared to the last, few minutes. Because right here.
There's also a new tornado warning for Nacogdoches, Panola, and Russ down to the extreme south and west.
Thank you. Appreciate that, CJ. But you can certainly see, at 2:43, that circulation was stronger than it is now. So that is loosened up. Don't want to get too excited about that. Do you see that too, Austin? You seen?
Not to interrupt y'all again, but
Yeah.
There's another one for Cass, Harrison, and Marion over in East Texas.
That warning that we just got for the Shreveport area is not the one that's in Bossier right now.
Okay. Is that for the one in DeSoto? It might be
There's
north
a
DeSoto.
there's
Yeah,
a
it's moving
mess
from
in
DeSoto.
northern DeSoto that's getting harder to see.
Right.
We have rotation, and I'm fairly sure it's kind of trying to follow I-49.
Yep.
And I'm sorry I'm not discussing this on the wall. I've got to look really closely here. That's this new warning that points due north. The entire Shreveport metropolitan area is under a tornado warning. That includes Bossier Parish. This is the warning that made our phones go off with its origins in Bossier, in DeSoto Parish, pretty much heading due north into Shreveport. Take shelter immediately. If you are along, and it follows it, if you're along I-49, this chunk of I-20 that goes into the Shreveport downtown area or just to the south, take shelter now. There is a tornado warned storm on the way to downtown. This is, like I said, the warning that made our devices go off here in the studio. And if we look at this warning, radar indicated, and this was located near Stonewall and moving north at 35 miles per hour. These storms are starting to slow down. That doesn't mean that these spin-ups can be any slower. They are still likely going to drop very quickly and potentially lift very quickly or stay on the ground for a while, which has unfortunately been the case in a lot of these. So there's a tornado warned storm near Stonewall, and I'm betting that this is probably it. Again, moving northerly at 35 miles per hour. This is on the way to the Shreveport downtown area, and I want to jump on a camera. If we can get, CJ, if you could help.
I actually have this. I have our Shreveport cam up right now.
Well, I want to point it south.
Okay, yeah, it's pointed south right now. I just
Perfect.
fixed it.
Matt's got that pulled up. If you want to take his shot there, he's got it right behind him in that monitor. Again, we're watching a storm on its way to the Shreveport downtown area. On top of that, we have a storm moving through the Barksdale Air Force Base right now, or at least very close to it, and that includes all the neighborhoods surrounding it as well. Shady Grove, Bel Air, Bellevue, what have you, that Walmart marketplace. There's a Kroger there. All kinds of places of business and places of residence in the path of a tornado right now. Let's send it to we're looking at Matt. Matt's we're still on me, so we're continuing to track this storm. If we need to continue, we will continue this coverage, and we're going to continue it through any newscasts that we have. We're going to pull this up. I want to look at the tornado debris signature.
Hey, Austin.
And the one in Bossier Parish has weakened, but Matt?
Yeah, Austin, we're going to actually send you and CJ to a shelter right now, to a safe shelter, and I'm just going to take over here just for a few minutes.
Okay.
I'll be here. If I need to join you guys, I will here in just a moment, but we're just going to go ahead and take shelter here at the station as we speak. So see you guys here in just a few. And again, this is because, get all your stuff there. This is because we do have a tornado moving closer into Shreveport and really moving right where our news station is currently. So again, if you're just joining us, we do have a tornado warning right now for Shreveport and Bossier. And again, this is getting closer and closer to the Shreveport metro area as we speak. And we just had our weather crew and basically our whole news crew take shelter, and that is what you want to be doing. Awesome news director Jane, who's taking good care of us today, and I'm going to keep a close eye on the radar here. If I need to take shelter, I will go ahead and do that myself. Right now, though, I think we're going to be okay.
Would this be helpful? Get the radar on here.
Sorry, folks. Yeah, I'll come join you here in a few. I'm still okay right now, but I'll let you know if I need to jump in. This is about 10 minutes from the station. So again, I'm keeping an eye on things. If I need to join you guys in that shelter, I will go ahead and do so. So thank you guys so much. I appreciate you looking out for us. But again, if I need to join you guys in that shelter, I will be there in just a moment. But again, want to stay with you guys as we have this tornado warning for portions of Shreveport right now, making its way off to the north and northwest at about 20 to 30 gusts, or moving up to about 40 miles an hour. So just checking the radar. I think we're okay for now right at the station, but I'm glad everyone is taking shelter. That is the thing you want to do. We like to lead by example, and we just sent our whole crew into the tornado safe space. You need to do the same thing. If you are in Shreveport, if you're in Bossier now, go ahead and get into an interior bathroom, maybe an interior room, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And checking out the National Weather Service chat. It looks like the tornado debris signature is about to cross I-20 west of Houghton. So there are two areas of concern right now moving through the Shreveport-Bossier metros. And I want to zoom in a little bit closer. There's this one circulation here. You can see that just off to the south and east of Red Chute. That could be a tornado there. There's another one to the west of Red Chute near Shed Road, and that's going to be crossing, getting closer to North Bossier. But again, as we're getting closer to the radar site, it's getting a little bit tough to see exactly what is going on here. And it says the Shreveport-Bossier metro areas need to be in the safe place now. The TDS signature is west of Houghton, crossing I-20, and TDS just means tornado debris signature. So that is what we're watching, and it looks like that's going to cross west of Houghton, crossing I-20. So let's go back to the normal radar picture here. Let me see, pulling this up, kind of doing this on the fly. I took over Austin's show here, so let me just pull up a few things. Let's talk about the velocity. Let's see here. So again, as I look at the Doppler velocity, we're getting very close to the radar site. And when you get closer to the radar site, it gets a little bit tough to kind of make out what's going on. But if you're just joining us right now, you just got that alert on your phone, just go ahead and take shelter because most of the storms today have been producing confirmed tornadoes, and this is a pretty serious situation. So no reason to panic. I don't want you to panic here, but just do what we tell you all the time. Get into an interior room, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Don't forget the pets. Might be a good idea to put on some sneakers, put on a helmet, because you don't want to be walking in some broken glass or anything like that if there is some debris around. But again, we do have that tornado warning right now for Shreveport and Bossier, and it's for two areas of circulation, at least that I can see. There could be a couple more, one just to the east of Red Chute, and there's another one just off to our south, very close to the news station here, and that is why we have sent some folks over to take shelter, which is fantastic. I'm here. If I need to go, if I go to take shelter, then that means that this tornado is getting extremely close to our station. So let me go ahead and go back to our, let me go look at our sky cam here. I just want to see like what's actually happening around our station. So bear with me for just a second. Again, I took over Austin's show, so I'm just going to try to find our sky cam on here for just a moment. And I am seeing our power flickering just a bit. So let me just go ahead and see what's going on here. And again, that's a live view. So that's a live view right now from our station. It looks like the rain has actually let up a bit, and I don't really see a lot of wind happening, at least right now. But we're going to keep a very close eye on this camera. It's always good to have these cameras at our disposal. That really allows us to see what is happening, what's really going on. Let's get back to the radar picture, though. And what I want to do now is go back to our... Let's go back to our velocity and kind of show you what's going on. Let's come in really close to Shreveport because that's really the big concern right now. There are two areas that I see of some strong rotation, one just east of Red Chute. You can see that here, crossing right to the north of I-20, just off to the north and west of Houghton. And there's another area of rotation, and this is moving, really going to get pretty close to the airport, actually. That's Kingston Road right there. There's I-49. Now, this looks like it's actually just to the west of I-49. There's Southern Loop, and there's Linwood Avenue. So, again, kind of giving you an idea of where this thing is. We'll zoom in a little bit closer, and it looks like this is going to be crossing right over Hollywood Avenue, and then, again, right along I-20, really close to the airport, actually. Let's go back to our debris tracker, see if we see anything at all, and I don't really see anything that looks like it's standing out to me at this point. Keeping an eye on, I have the National Weather Service chat, so we're in direct contact with the National Weather Service, checking out the chat room right now. It looks like these spotters are reporting rotation crossing Barron Road in South Caddo, not on the ground. And it looks like they're going to continue that tornado warning for Bossier, but at least from what I'm seeing on the radar, it looks like that circulation that prompted the warning for the downtown Shreveport area, that looks like it's weakening, but let me just double check. So again, it's tough to see sometimes because we got a lot of rain out there, so you're not going to want to go outside and try to watch this thing because you're just not going to see it because we are shrouded in rain. It's kind of hazy out there today. You just don't have the best visibility. So I don't want you to head outside and try to snap a photo for us because that's just too dangerous. Just get into your safe spot. That is the #1 priority. Our team wants to keep you guys safe, so just take our advice today and go into that safe spot because, again, these storms have been producing tornadoes very, very quickly. So let's go back to our reflectivity. And then once our team, once I think that our station here, KSLA, is in the clear, I'm going to go ahead and give everyone the heads up that they can get out of their safe spot. But I want them in there for just another couple of minutes. but it does look like the worst of this is passed just off to our west. So kind of looks like we might have dodged a bullet in downtown, how the storm kind of split apart. There's one here near the airport, one off to the north and west of Red Chute. And before I give our team the all clear, I just want to look again and see if I see any sort of rotation, anything that would indicate that this thing is on the ground. Let's take a look at our velocity. And it does look like there could be some sort of a circulation just off to the south and east of the airport. Now, where you see that radar site, that's the National Weather Service very close to the airport there. And again, there might be some sort of a circulation, but the closer that you get to the radar site, the tougher it is to make out where that circulation is, because once it moves on top of the radar site, you kind of have this donut hole, a little blank space where it doesn't quite get it as good. So let's take a look at our debris signature. If I don't see anything really sticking out there, but let's look over the last hour, because this kind of helps me track and see where things are moving. And I don't see anything that's overly concerning right now, but again, just want to triple check, because we got a lot of our employees right now taking some shelter. So let's just double check on this. And again, I think that we are in the clear. We are in the clear. Everyone here is in the clear. So yeah, we're good. Thank you guys so much. And what our team did is what you want to do at home. You want to take shelter in your safe spot. That is what you want to do during these tornado warnings. So again, that threat looks like it has just passed off to the west of our news station here. So it's something we're going to keep a very close eye on. But again, it looks like that threat has passed just off to the west of our news station. So again, we got that camera pointed off to the west. You can see a bit of a lowering there in the clouds, and that's something we'll be keeping a really close eye on as well. So let me see here. Let's go back to our radar, check out the Doppler velocities. And again, still a pretty dangerous situation. I just released our team, basically told them that they could get out of shelter, but if you are underneath these tornado warnings, still want you in your safe spot, and that is definitely the spot to be. So again, looking at the current radar in Shreveport and in Bossier, we have two big cells that are pushing through. One kind of almost splitting around Shreveport. There's one off to the south and west here. There's one here near Red Chute. Now this easternmost one, that is the one that I'm most concerned with right now. That's the one that definitely does have a bit of a stronger circulation. So that's the one we got to watch pretty closely. And again, that's the one that prompted the tornado warning in Bossier. And then that's also the one off to the south and west of Shreveport. That's the reason why I put our whole team into the safe spot. So again, watching these two areas of potential circulation pushing through much of Shreveport and Bossier right now. And this has just, been an incredibly active day. We've had tornado warnings pretty much nonstop. You want your spot back? We'll trade back? Oh, no, I gotta go fill it. Okay. Okay, so kind of resetting ourselves. We have all kinds of tornado warnings going on. So what I want to do now is actually clear off the radar picture. And look at this. This is just incredible how many tornado warnings I've only lived here a couple years, but I've certainly never seen anything like this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, almost 10, about 9 tornado warnings currently active across the Arklatex. And so, excuse me, it is very tough trying to keep up with everything that's going on. But if you get that alert, if you get that tornado warning alert on your phone, just like everyone here at the station did, go ahead and take shelter. That is definitely what you want to do. So again, at least counted on here about 9 tornado warnings that we currently have. Let me look at the National Weather Service. It looks like spotters are reporting a funnel cloud just west of I-49 and south of Louisiana 526.
And there's a new tornado warning for Bienville, Natchitoches, and Wynn Parish.
Okay, thank you, CJ. Appreciate that. Mm-hmm. So let me actually look at our live camera here, because there might be something. That is awfully ominous there. Now we're looking here off to is that southwest? You move that camera, right?
That is facing south and southwest.
South and southwest, because there's I-49 right there. So that's kind of southwest, and that's looking at that one tornado warned cell. And you can certainly see a bit of a lowering, maybe some sort of wall cloud. I don't visually see anything that looks like it's on the ground, but certainly take these warnings seriously because we have had quite a few confirmed tornadoes today. Okay, so let's go back to the radar and show you kind of a wider picture of what's going on, and we just have all kinds of tornado warnings. So let's kind of go to each individual tornado warning that we have. It looks like this one might have been canceled here down south of Natchitoches, but I want to go to each one of these because, our viewing area is fairly large. We don't want to forget any folks. Let's look at this storm just south of Lucky. This is in Bienville Parish. And so let's zoom in. Let's zoom actually south of Lucky, where you can see right near Saline, definitely some sort of a circulation there. And yeah, you can see that velocity right there, just to the east of Saline and going to make its way towards Lucky, and that's in Bienville Parish, so that's what we're watching there. And then let's see if there's any sort of debris associated with that. And very well could be. There could be something there, but again, we're pretty far away from the radar site. We're looking here into Bienville Parish. Let's see here. Go back to our reflectivity. And let's go back. Actually, let's go back to the normal radar first. I want to throw on the warnings again. So again, that's the warning that we have there. We have just a mess of warnings here into Red River Parish. So this is going to be just to the east of Coshada. And there's Campty, kind of my little podium there's blocking it, but I'll show you where that is. So we got a couple pairs of supercells here. Again, these are all supercell thunderstorms, all rotating thunderstorms on these outer bands of Tropical Storm Beryl. Moving through the Arklatex. So we have that one tornado warned storm in Lucky. So if you're watching in Lucky and Bienville Parish, take shelter now. We got a couple pairs of cells moving through portions of Red River Parish just east of Coshada. So let me throw on their velocity there. And again, we're kind of far away from the radar sites. It's a little tough sometimes to really make things out, but you can see some of those circulations. There's that one here. That's going to be moving closer into Bienville Parish. That's going to be approaching the town of Lucky, and then we got a couple other circulations there just to the east of Coshada. Let's take a look at our debris tracker. If we see any sort of debris, and I don't see anything right now that really stands out at me. So that's some good news, at least right now. Let's go back to our radar and look at the current warnings, and we are just covered up by warnings. Okay, let's zoom back into Shreveport and Bossier. All right, so there's just a lot going on, unfortunately, right around the Shreveport boat. I do not like the way this one looks. This is the same cell, and I believe this is the same one that moved through a Barksdale Air Force Base, and that is now crossing. Is that the same?
Yes, that's the same one.
And so that's just to the north of Red Chute and north of I-20, and that's making its way off to the north and northwest. And once again, as I showed you earlier, we still got some sort of a debris ball showing up. So if there's a tornado, and it looks like there is, this is where it would be, just north of Red Chute. This crossed right over I-20. So let's go back to our velocity. Pretty strong circulation. You can see that couplet right there. So that's where the Doppler radar is showing that circulation, and we look at the debris tracker, and there's certainly something going on, and likely still have a tornado on the ground in progress doing some sort of damage right there.
It now has a PDS tag, a particularly
This
dangerous
one?
situation. Yes.
All right, thank you, CJ. So PDS, basically a particularly dangerous situation. Those are put on tornado warnings when obviously there's a confirmed tornado or something pretty serious. So definitely want to take this warning seriously, and this is the storm that's moved just north of I-20. Look at our velocity again on that. We'll track that off to the northwest, almost moving due north, but kind of northwest. So if you're in Plain Dealing, if you're in Benton and you're watching right now, please take shelter immediately. This is going to get very, very close to Benton, maybe just east, but it's going to be a close call. So let's track that. Okay, so Linton at 322, Hughes at 336, Plain Dealing at 349. So you still got a little bit of lead time here, a little bit of time to kind of take shelter. Go ahead and just take that safe spot. Go to your safe spot. Town of Ida, that'll be 408. And again, that's with the circulation that's moving through central portions and northern portions now of Bossier Parish. This has now crossed over I-20. There's I-20. There's Red Chute, and this is the same cell that I'm afraid did produce some sort of damage near Barksdale Air Force Base about a half an hour ago, and still looking pretty strong right now. Okay, so let's look off to the south and west. There's another storm we're keeping a close eye on here, and that's the one, and this looks like, and I don't want to say it's weakened, we're really on top of the radar site here, so that can make things really difficult to see. And as you see, there's kind of a donut hole, kind of a area that when the storm's right on top of the radar dome, it's not going to see anything because it scans horizontally. So when the storm's on top, that's why you kind of see that hole right there. So when you get really close to the radar, you really don't get the best picture, but got to keep an eye on that area that's moving into the west side of Shreveport and up towards Blanchard. So let's look at our velocity here. And there's something there, but again, we're really close to the radar site. It's really tough to see right now. So, but again, I believe that still does have that tornado warning on it. Let's remove the radar, and yeah. And also looks like flash flood warnings now for Shreveport and Bossier, so there's all kinds of stuff going on. Okay, so there's another tornado warning that is off to our west. This is north of I-20. A pair of tornado warnings, one off to the north and east of Marshall near Jefferson, another one near Longview. It's kind of starting to move out of our viewing area there. But let's go back to the radar picture here. And these storms are not quite as clear cut on the radar. So these are really embedded within rain. And these ones here, the tornadoes that we see in this area near north of Marshall, likely going to be pretty quick spin-ups. But let's take a look at our velocity. And yeah, there definitely is that circulation. You can see that crossing right over, moving into Marion County. That's going to be in East Texas. So that's going to cross just to the east of Jefferson, Texas. And crossing right along Texas 49. There's Farm Road 805, and that'll be crossing over that location. So definitely some sort of a circulation there. And don't see a lot on our debris signature there right now, but again, definitely seeing some sort of a circulation. And then also there's that tornado warning just moving out of our viewing area. But I think the one we really need to pay attention to is this one here, because you can see just to the south and east of Benton, this is going to cross right over Louisiana 162 right there. So that is a really strong circulation. Unfortunately, there's probably something happening there. You guys seen any updates from chat room? I haven't been looking for a while.
It's not many updates. It's still a PDS, particularly dangerous situation for Bossier and Caddo. And as you mentioned before, there's still circulations near Jefferson and Uncertain, the town of Uncertain.
Okay.
But nothing much really else going on except for Lucky. There's also a circulation near Lucky that we should be closely monitoring.
Appreciate that.
The particularly dangerous situation for Bossier and Caddo Parish. I want to make a point that this warning goes until 4 o'clock, which is a very long time for a tornado warning. They have warned this out far in advance, and it continues to be of threat. We are getting, we know that damage has happened in South Bossier, and we're continuing to track that same storm. That is continuing to cause problems and will for at least the next 40 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, it's been, when was the first tornado warning? I believe it was shortly around
It
noon.
was
Around
right
12,
around 12:20.
12:20.
So this has been going on now for,
3 hours.
I feel like we've been on a lot longer, honestly. This has been going on for about 3 hours now. We've already had so many tornado warnings and unfortunately lots of confirmed tornadoes, and we were getting lots of damage reports, and that is really unfortunate. We never like to see that. National Weather Service talking about a very tight rotation, and this is the one here just north of Red Chute and moving just east of Benton. This is the one I was just talking about here. Looks like there could be something getting closer to Blanchard as well. Kind of two cells that we're keeping an eye on. Both of them kind of splitting the downtown Shreveport area. There's one cell here, there's one here. Definitely keeping a close eye on all of this. But I think the strongest one is definitely the one just to the east of Benton, and that is definitely some circulation. So let's look at our velocity. And yeah, right there. So you see, there's that circulation. And green's going towards the radar, red's away from the radar. Of course, the radar site is in Shreveport, so that's where you have that circulation crossing right over, Louisiana 162. Luckily, this is going to cross just east of Benton, but if you live east of Benton, definitely want to take shelter immediately. Taking a look at our debris tracker, might still be something there. Let me pull up a radar on my phone as well. I like to have a couple different radar sources with me. Certainly does
seem to be showing a clear sign on the debris tracker, but there's a lot of a wide area of damage being lofted into the air due to this debris signature.
Yeah, so and thank you, CJ. And looking at my radar right now, there likely is still something on the ground, and that's the thing with today's tornado warnings. Treat every one of these like it's a confirmed tornado on the ground, because honestly, most of these warnings that have been issued today have had a confirmation of a tornado, and we've seen the debris balls, we've seen the debris signatures on the radar, which unfortunately indicates that we've probably had quite a bit of damage, unfortunately, across the Arklatex. Of course, the National Weather Service is going to send out a lot of survey teams over the next couple of days, and they're going to, try to survey all this damage that is happening. So, all right, so let's go zoom out again. Let's put on the normal radar. I haven't done a track on this thing in a while, so let's do a track on this as it makes its way to the northwest. Kind of more north-northwest, so more of a northerly direction, but also kind of a slight westerly component. And again, you can see town of Hughes at 333. Plain Dealing, that'll be 345. This is cruising right up into northern portions of Bossier Parish here shortly. So if you're any of the towns that you see on this map, go ahead and please take shelter, because again, these storms are nothing to mess with today. Had a lot of confirmations of tornadoes. We've seen the confirmations on our radar picture as well. So again, it has been incredibly active across the region. And just kind of checking the National Weather Service chat room, checking our news station emails. It looks like there's been some damage in DeSoto Parish north of Converse. So some damage there, which would make sense. That is where, we had some of those circulations, some of the debris signatures earlier today. So that would make sense. Unfortunately, I am afraid that we're going to get a lot more damage reports coming up. So again, here's the most dangerous storm that I see right now. This is the one moving through central and northern portions of Bossier. This is going to be moving towards Plain Dealing, and this will make its way to the north and northwest. So again, Plain Dealing, 344, Ida 404, crossing into southwestern Arkansas, Doddridge at 413. This is the tornadic storm that does have a confirmed tornado on it right now. And again, that is the one that's moving through now northern sections of Bossier Parish. And this is the same storm that did probably cause some damage around Barksdale Air Force Base earlier. So it looks like they're continuing the tornado warning for Bossier and Caddo. I believe that's the warning off to the west. So let's take a look at that. Let's see here. Let me kind of clear this out, and then let's go back to that one off to the south and west. And this is one to definitely keep an eye on. This is getting closer to Blanchard, and so that's the one kind of making its way off to the north and northwest, getting closer into Blanchard. So if you're in Blanchard, I want you in your safe spot as well. Again, maybe not quite as strong of a circulation as the one that you see to the east, but both of these cells are still pretty dangerous. So let's look at our velocity here, and you can see two areas of circulation. I'm actually going to circle both. Now, the one that you see south and west of Shreveport, it's a little tough to see because that is getting very close to the radar site here. When you're right on top of the radar, if you're close to the radar site, it can be kind of tough to see. But there's definitely something going on south and west of Shreveport. There's another circulation just to the east of Benton. That's the one, though, the one east of Benton. That is the one that definitely is a lot stronger. So let me go to our debris tracker again, see if we see any sort of debris. And it is tough. It is tough to see sometimes. You really got to have a trained eye for this. Now, there could be something. I think, in fact, there is something going on east of Benton. But let me look at my other radar here and just double check on that. And, it's tough to say. But I do think I would err on the side of caution just how today's been. So if you're east of Benton right now, go ahead and get into your safe space immediately, because there likely is a tornado in progress here just east of Benton, just based on the debris tracker and the velocity that we're seeing, and it's still fairly strong circulation. And again, that's going to make its way up towards Plain Dealing, so kind of moving in that northerly direction. Don't want to forget about other parts of the Arklatex. There's so much else going on right now, so let's go back to our radar and throw on our warnings. And there are other tornado warnings that we haven't discussed much lately, but there's this one. This might have moved right over Lucky. So we were talking about this when I first jumped on here just a little bit ago. There likely could have been something that moved through Lucky. This is in Bienville Parish, and you can really kind of make out that hook. Notice how the rain wraps around that storm, and so that's where you have that circulation there right along Louisiana 4 and just off to the north and west of Lucky. Let's look at the velocity on that. Definitely is some sort of a circulation there, and as we look at our debris tracker, so I think we might have had something go through Lucky. Let me look at our loop over the last hour. And you can see, it does look like there might have been a weak tornado or something. You can see kind of how that crossed just west, basically right over Lucky. And this is the area that I'm talking about. So little pixel right there, crossing right over Louisiana 4. There's likely something going on there. This is just to the northeast of Lucky now, and that would match up with our velocity. So that's something that definitely is concerning. And it doesn't look all that impressive. I mean, it's kind of a little skinny little storm here, not a lot of beef to it, but it does have that circulation in that southeastern portion. That's that hook that we talk about. So let me actually do a bit of a track off to the north and northwest, because that's kind of where this storm is moving. So let's see here. So again, if you see your town here, go ahead and take shelter. I'm going to step off camera here, just take a sip of water real fast. But again, if you see your town there, that is the area that this tornado warning is.
I got some pictures, some viewer-submitted pictures from our website if we want to take the touch screen over here. I know it's a bit of a change from what we've been doing, but I did want to showcase these while we had the time, and they're working on that. So like Matt said, if you see your town on that list there, do be getting to your tornado safe space. Unfortunately, this has been a rather destructive day here in the Arklatex, and it looks like it's going to continue at least for some time longer. We've been keeping an eye on our cameras as well, and we can now take the touchscreen here and take a look at some pictures that were submitted by some viewers. So we have this picture here submitted by Janice. This is tornado damage, Highway 175 north of Pleasant Hill. This is where we began seeing that tornado debris signature in DeSoto Parish. This is tree blown over South Shreveport at approximately 2:45. This was sent in minutes ago. So that is a large tree that's taken a hit there, and then we refreshed the page because that was the top photo. So we don't have any new photos as of that tree being submitted, but we do have some more that we can discuss just briefly. Here is some damage in Timpson, Texas. Not 100% sure if this is tornado related, but we can kind of assume that it most likely is, at least right now. Again, this is in Timpson, Texas. Some damage, some metal kind of strewn all over the place. We can get into this video, which we're actually starting to lock up. But if you want to continue sending us pictures, I know we have even more in our email that we've been getting in that will be likely be shown on newscasts later this evening. I'm going to work out these electrical bugs here and I'll send it back over to Matt, who is at the green wall. Matt?
Yeah, thank you so much, Austin. I believe we're going to send it over to CJ here in just a second. I'm sorry for the juggling back for the people in control room, but we'll stick with me for a moment and then probably go over to CJ here in just a second as well. But want to kind of give you a wider picture of the what's going on here. Just want to really give you, we haven't done this in a while. I kind of like to reset ourselves once in a while and show you the broader picture of what is going on. And you can really see how widespread this storm system is. So that is the center of Beryl, actually tracking right through the western sections of the Arklatex. So back here in East Texas, you're going to be getting a pretty serious flash flood threat as well. We also, I believe, have some flash flood warnings now for Shreveport and in Bossier. But you can see how that circulation continues to wrap in. And what has been the issue today has been what we call feeder bands. And so when a tropical storm or hurricane makes landfall, if you're on the east side of that circulation, that is the area typically where you have the tornadoes. And unfortunately, that is where we find ourselves today in the Arklatex. You can see how these bands of thunderstorms are wrapping around that center of circulation. This is the band that has been a prolific tornado producer as it moved through Shreveport and in Bossier, now moving into northern portions of Caddo and also Bossier parishes, getting ready to move also into southwest Arkansas. But one thing we got to keep an eye on, I wish we were done with this. Unfortunately, we still got a long way to go. This is going to be a long rest of the day and a long evening. Look at this second line developing. This too could have tornadoes with it, and that's going to move over the same areas that just got hit. So, typically we get these moving through and then we could say we're in the clear for the night or for the rest of the day. That is not the case. So we had this first round push through with the tornado warnings, and then we also have this second round. You can see that pretty nasty line there, getting into Sabine Parish now, moving into southwestern DeSoto. We got to keep a close eye on that. So we can send it over to CJ here. I think whenever I think he's going to show kind of a future track model and what to expect. So you guys can go over to CJ whenever you can.
Yeah, so in terms of future track and where this storm is heading, we're dealing with multiple tornado warnings as of right now, and multiple tornadoes have been reported on the ground, and others have been radar confirmed here. But in terms of where the storm is heading, it looks to continue make its way towards the northern portions of the region here, and continue to move off to the north and east. As you can see, by the time we hit around 6 p.m., we'll be in the heavier rain bands. More tornado warnings are possible throughout the rest of this afternoon, as you have seen throughout this very extensive, long tornado coverage we've been on since around 12:20 p.m. and we can expect to still possibly be on by the time we hit around 6 p.m. And once this storm continues to move down up to the north and east outside the region, we can expect to be mainly calm and dry by the time we hit early on Tuesday morning. The button's not really working here for me, so we're just gonna take a quick look at what's going on outside or near Shreveport as of right now. I know there was some discrepancies between the velocity and what we were seeing outside here, but we're still dealing with the rain showers as of right now, and with the velocity that I was seeing here with the near Shreveport, it seemed like a funnel cloud or some clouds were starting to rotate near Shreveport here, but that system has since moved off to the north and west outside of our region here. As you can see, still dealing with this tornado signature here just north and east of Benton, and it's continuing to move off to the north and west here outside of the region. It's approaching Louisiana Highway 60 or Louisiana Highway 160 here. So if you're near Louisiana Highway 160, make sure to be in your tornado safe space. This system or this TDS or tornado debris signature has had a history of producing a tornado on the ground, most likely here, and once it crossed over the I-20 corridor, it weakened a little bit and reappeared once again here on our radar. So make sure to have your tornado safe space there for sure. And taking a look at other areas, there's also multiple areas around the Arklatex here that we're still dealing with. One near Natchitoches, as you can see, and possibly over just to the north and east or north and west of Lucky and near Bienville. So that is definitely something to look very closely at here throughout the next few hours or so, or the next few minutes or so, and we'll be watching that very closely. So I'm going to hand this right back over to Matt and see if he has any more updates for us.
Yeah, thank you so much, CJ. And so again, whole team here covering this, and it's just been a very, very active day, and unfortunately, we are not done by a long shot. So again, here's that wide picture of the radar. You can see the center of Beryl moving closer to, say, Nacogdoches now, approaching Longview. This area, that's going to be a flash flood threat, but this line of storms getting pretty concerning here as it approaches Shreveport and Bossier. Going to be some probably flash flooding with that and the potential for additional tornadoes. And we have these individual storm cells to the east. Then the ones that are kind of by themselves are typically the ones that are going to produce the tornadoes, be at least a higher potential of that. So let's just zoom into a few locations. There's a lot going on, so we're going to kind of take this storm by storm. So I'm going to start off to the east and kind of work my way west. So there are two tornado warnings here. This is the one this is very close to Bienville here. So this is just off to the south and west of Bienville. Kind of see that wrapping around there, and that's where there would be a potential tornado. Yeah, Austin?
Real quick, you don't have to put me on camera. Just a heads up from the Sabine Parish Sheriff's Office. Highway 174 east of Pleasant Hill is closed. There is a reported natural gas leak on Louisiana Highway 174 at Bruce Road. This is east of Pleasant Hill. We know this area was hit by a tornado. We've seen the damage already. I was showing it over there on the touchscreen. So this highway 174 closed to traffic until further notice. Again, there is a natural gas leak reported by the Sabine Parish Sheriff's Office on Louisiana Highway 174 at Bruce Road east of Pleasant Hill. So that is a situation that I was made aware of from the Sabine Parish Sheriff's Office. Matt?
All right, thank you, Austin. Appreciate that. Unfortunately, we are seeing a confirmed tornado now just to the west of Bienville. This is in Bienville Parish. You can see right there, there's that debris signature. We have seen so many of these today. I've honestly lost track of how many debris signatures we've seen and how many confirmed tornadoes we will likely have. So this is just really turning into a really dangerous day across the Arklatex, a really prolific tornado maker. Beryl is a prolific tornado maker as it produces numerous tornadoes across the Arklatex. So there's downtown Bienville. This is a tornado currently in progress right now, and this is moving just off to the west of Bienville. This is going to cross right over Louisiana 507. So that's the area of greatest concern right there. And again, that kind of matches up. So you see that area of blue right there. That is where our Doppler radar is indicating that there's some debris being lofted up in the atmosphere. But when you look at the velocity on that, that matches up perfectly. So when you see that perfect match, that is an indication that that is where we are definitely seeing potentially something on the ground. I want to go ahead and track that for you because, again, that's a very dangerous storm and likely producing a tornado. So as that makes its way off to the north-northwest, these are the locations in the path of that. So we're talking about, again, northern portions of Bienville Parish and then crossing over towards Minden. This is I-20, by the way. So here's locations on the path: Mount Lebanon, 353, Gibbsland, that'll be at 358, Nine Forks 408, and Minden at 415. So again, this might cross probably just east of Minden, but it's going to be a close call there. And again, this looks like it is a confirmed tornado because just based on what I'm seeing on the Doppler radar. And again, you can see that that is a debris showing up on the radar. So the tornado would be right there, going to cross right over. Again, let's get that highway there that's going to cross over, and that's Louisiana 507. And then that will cross eventually into northern portions of Bienville Parish and crossing right over I-20 if it does hold together. As we look back at the normal reflectivity, again, that definitely is where the tornado would be, just to the west of Bienville. There's another tornado warned storm that I want to talk about right near Hall Summit. And again, this is just kind of getting my bearings here. This is going to be, let's see here. This is Red River Parish. So we're looking into the northeastern sections of Red River Parish right near Hall Summit. So let's go ahead and look at the velocity on that. And let's look at our debris tracker. And tough to say on that one, but there might be something there near Hall Summit. As we go back to the normal radar picture, and we'll put on our warnings again. And then also want to go back to, yeah, go ahead, CJ.
Okay, so if I can get the camera over here, there was a new tornado warning issue for DeSoto, Sabine, and Shelby counties and parishes that was just issued maybe just 2 minutes ago. And as you can see here with the hook that is right there, just south and west of Tenaha, that is where we are watching very closely. That is a tornado debris signature. It's not very well depicted here with the velocity here, but if we look at the tornado debris, and as you can see, moving into Tenaha, we can expect some debris being lofted up over there. So if you're in Tenaha or Gary City, I hope I'm pronouncing that right. If I'm not, bear with me, I apologize. Make sure to get in your tornado safe space. As of right now, we're currently watching this very, very closely here. Back to you, Matt.
Yeah, thank you so much, CJ, and appreciate the whole team today doing a fantastic job, because it really does take a team to cover an event like this, because you know, there's so many tornado warnings happening across the Arklatex, and it is tough to keep track of everything. So that's that tornado warning that CJ was mentioning. Want to go back to, so again, I covered the two that's off to our east. We have the confirmed tornado, the debris signature just west of Bienville. That's a dangerous storm. That'll be approaching Minden. That'll be crossing over I-20, Claiborne Parish and Webster parishes next in line to see that. We also have another tornado warning for this pair of cells that is moving out of Red River Parish and getting closer to Ringgold. So this is going to move out of Red River and into the western sections of Bienville Parish near Ringgold. And then again, we have that original cell that prompted the warning, and that's the one that is now north of Benton, getting closer to Plain Dealing. So we're now moving, so I'm basically starting us to the east, kind of working our way west. This is the tornado warning that's in effect for northern portions of Bossier Parish, getting closer to Plain Dealing. Looking at the velocity there, that is still pretty strong. You can see right there. So the green color on our velocity is the wind blowing towards the radar site, which is down in Shreveport, the red blowing away. So that is where we're getting that circulation just south of Plain Dealing. And that's going to be right along Louisiana 3. So that's going to be getting closer to Plain Dealing. Let's take a look at our debris tracker. I think there could still be something there just to the east of Louisiana 3, and this is near Old Plain Dealing Road, and that would make sense because that kind of matches up with where we're seeing that velocity. So that's an area of concern. Getting down into Shreveport, I think we are okay right now in the downtown area. North Bossier looking good. So this area temporarily, we are looking a little bit better, but just seeing some pretty heavy rain falling across the region now in that area. And then we take you off farther to the west. Let me pull on this warning again. Actually, I'm going to clear the radar because I want to see where these warnings are. 1 second. Let's see here. So I believe this is the warning that CJ was just touching on. So let's go back to our, let's go back to the radar picture here and show you. And I believe this is what, just to the south and west of Logansport. Yeah, this is the warning near Tenaha that CJ was just talking about. So let's go back to our velocity and show you what's going on. And again, a little tough to see, at least on this vantage point, but you can definitely see there's some sort of a circulation, and there was a debris signature on this, and there definitely is something going on here right over Tenaha. And again, that's going to cross over 59, moving towards Gary City, and this is now in East Texas. So again, working our way to the west across the Arklatex. That likely is some sort of a tornado, although the debris signature not really matching up that well with the velocity couplet. Doesn't mean there's not a tornado, though. And again, just with the history of these storms today, you want to take every single one of them very, very seriously. So let's go back to our radar picture. And this line of storms moving into Sabine Parish here, we got to keep a really close eye on that as well, because that could have some tornadoes associated with it as well. Right now it does not, but let's take a look at our velocity. And definitely the potential for some damaging wind associated with this line as it moves into Sabine Parish. But right now, not currently tornado warned. So let me go back to our warnings. Just trying to keep track of everything that's happening. And don't want to forget about what's happening up here. It looks like we have a pair of tornado warnings still north of Marshall. So let's focus in on those, moving into Marion County and East Texas. So I'm going to go back to the radar. And these are ones that are going to be impossible to see because this is just heavy rain all around this. So you're not going to see any sort of a circulation. But as we look inside the rain, now the Doppler radar can look inside and see through the rain to see if there's any sort of a circulation. And there definitely is. So you can see right near Jefferson, a bit of a circulation that is showing up there into Marion County, Texas. And as we put on our velocity, or excuse me, our debris tracker, I don't really see any debris, but not saying that there isn't something on the ground. Looks like it might just be a Doppler indicated tornado at this point. And then we have another tornado warning back to the north and west, but I don't see a whole lot showing up there with that. So again, there's just, every storm that's forming today definitely has that potential to produce a tornado. Let's kind of zoom out this picture just a bit, and I want to really talk about what's going on in Nacogdoches. We haven't talked about you very much. This is not a tornado warning. However, this is the old remnant eye wall from what was the hurricane earlier, Beryl. So this is the old remnant eye wall, so there could certainly be some damaging winds associated with that. Let's just check that out. And yeah, definitely radar showing some pretty strong winds. So maybe towards Nacogdoches, some strong winds associated with the leftover eye wall with Beryl, and that is going to cross farther to the north. And let's go back to our radar picture here. And again, all of these spiral bands that are just kind of rotating around Beryl are what have been producing the tornadoes so far across the region. And I believe if we can send it over to Austin at the touchscreen, that would be fantastic whenever you guys get a chance.
We are receiving videos and pictures of the storms and damage across the Arklatex. I believe this is the tornado that affected the areas near Sligo in Bossier Parish, and you can see it in the background, hopefully. That's a tornado on the ground plain as day. Buddy, pan up. We need to tilt up. But that is a tornado in the background there, and we can actually continue to look at other videos. This is near Barksdale Air Force Base. Nice pictures of some clouds there. You could actually see there's some tanned, but you can also see kind of storm motion that goes into that, though it's a stationary picture. Playing this video here, this is Powhatan, Louisiana Highway 1. Powhatan, I've been corrected from Trent. Just nice videos of the storm structure. That's the area of rotation rather quickly, rather obviously. Elm Grove, Highway 154, Elm Grove, Louisiana. A bit of damage there, and we actually have more pictures out of that. You're seeing this for the first time as well as I am, so we got plenty of damage there. Tree blown over in South Shreveport, so that is where we last left off last time. We're going to continue to get in information and pictures. If you go to my Facebook, I tried to pull it up on this thing and it wouldn't work. If you go to my Facebook page, I have a picture of that gas leak. There's a picture of it. I'd call it more of a geyser shooting out of some equipment there that is that's east of Pleasant Hill near Bruce Road that we were discussing earlier. It's on my Facebook, and I've also shared other pictures and videos of damage that you can find. Facebook.com/AustinEvansWX. A lot of you are already there. Matt?
Yeah, thank you so much, Austin. Of course, we hate to see those pictures of damage. We never want to see damage in the Arklatex, but we do appreciate you guys sending those in. It kind of helps us tell the weather story. So Looking at the National Weather Service chat, they are talking about another band of tornadic storms is lining up along the Texas-Louisiana state line, and that'll be working north towards Mansfield and move into Shreveport and Bossier within the next hour. So that's this next line, and I mentioned this, we are not out of the woods, unfortunately. So we had that initial line. This is the first one, and again, this has caused all kinds of problems across the area. This next line is going to be a prolific tornado producer, I'm afraid, too, and this is going to be moving into Shreveport and Bossier. So we are not out of the woods. Places that were just hit could get more tornadoes as we head through the day. Unfortunately, just not a really good situation. It looks like we do have a tornado warning for Bienville, Claiborne, and Webster Parish. I believe that's that same cell that I was showing you earlier in Bienville Parish. We also have a tornado warning for Bossier, Red River, and Webster. So let me go back to that area here. It's for this cluster of cells that you see, and these are really concerning, and the reason why is because these are outside of the big area of rain. So when you get these cells, these storms that are kind of by themselves, they can take advantage of the environment, and they tend to be the more prolific tornado producers. And so those are the ones we really got to keep an eye on. And it looks like there's a tornado debris signature south of Plain Dealing heading into Antrim. Hopefully I'm pronouncing that town correctly. All right, so let's take a look at that. That's the one in Bossier. Well, first of all, let's reset ourselves. We're going to start here in Bienville Parish because we got all these storms that are tornado warned near Ringgold and just to the south and west of Arcadia. This one here is very concerning to me. It has that hook on it, and there could be a tornado there happening just off to the south and east of Heflin. This is going to move into Webster Parish. This is going to cross right along I-20. And if you're watching us in Minden, I would go ahead and start planning out your plan for your tornado shelter. Maybe try to start gathering some things because you might want to be taking shelter here in Minden because we got a series of tornadic supercells that are heading in your direction. Let's go to this one first, though. This is the one just to the south of Arcadia and Gibbsland, and this is going to cross over I-20. So let's go to our velocity here. You can see that there is definitely a little bit of a pretty tight little circulation going on right there. And when we put on our debris tracker, not really showing up that clearly, but there could be something happening here just to the east of Louisiana 154, getting closer to Mount Lebanon and Gibbsland, and this is going to cross over I-20. So regardless, even if it's just Doppler indicated, we want to treat these seriously because, again, almost every storm today has produced tornadoes. So let's actually track that. And we'll push that off to the northwest. So it could be, maybe just east of Minden. It's going to be very close to Minden, but these are locations on the path. Nine Forks, Langston, Homer at 432, and the town of Invincible, that'll be at 441. This is eastern sections of Webster Parish and the western portions of Claiborne Parish right there. So that's that tornado warned storm. And let's actually go send it over to Biscay. I believe we have some weather video to check out.
That's right, Matt. Thanks. We are going to give Matt and CJ and Austin a moment to just kind of track everything and keep you first aware and first alert. So let's go ahead and take a look at this viewer video out of Channelview, Texas, which is located in Harris County, just east of Houston. We'll take a look at that in just a minute. But right now we are taking a look at some photos and viewer video from Megan Dunham. So this is actually from earlier today. So a tornado warning alert in effect for many parts of the Arklatex, including Shreveport. So this is footage from viewer Megan Dunham spotting strong winds, which signaled that tornado warning over Shreveport, Bossier. Of course, we've been keeping you first aware and first alert all day long as the storms continue to move throughout our area. And now taking a look at these photos taken by viewer April Fielder out of Timpson, Texas. Now, severe winds tossing around a lot of debris, leading to damage for local businesses and vehicles, and of course heavy rain causing trees to fall in neighborhoods. You can see some damage there. A fence up against a car. Now, if you have any storm videos or pictures, you are welcome and encouraged to send them in when you are safe. You can send them to KSLA.com. We have a tab on our homepage where you can submit any footage to keep your community first aware and first alert. And at this time, more than 21,000 without power in Bossier Parish. So scooting in a little bit closer just so I can take a closer look at that number. Yep, just over 20,000 people, almost 21,000 without Bossier, 11 without power, 11,000 specifically in Bossier Parish. And right now, taking a look at some more viewer video of the storms that we're having move through our area. This is out of Channelview, Texas, located in Harris County, just east of Houston. This was sent in by Katie Olmstead. Now, in this video, you can see see the dark gray cloudy backgrounds. You can see those strong winds moving the trees and bringing in damage to the area. So right now let's check back in with Chief Meteorologist Matt Jones, see how everything is looking over there. Matt?
Yeah, thank you so much, Bisky. Appreciate that. We now have a tornado debris signature showing up with that tornado warning storm. This is in northern sections of Bossier Parish. There's plain dealing. Let me actually move this so you can see it a little better. My podium is blocking. There we go. All right, so this is the area of circulation. Really strong couplet right there, going to cross right over. Let me see what road this is just to double check. This is going to be crossing right over Louisiana 2 right there, and again, that's going to be passing just to the west of plain dealing, but the National Weather Service is keeping a really close eye on this. There is a tornado debris signature south of plain dealing heading into Antrim. Hopefully I'm pronouncing that town correctly. Let's take a look at our debris tracker. You can really see that. Yep, that does line up pretty closely. Not the biggest debris ball we've seen today, but we need to treat everything seriously. And even the weak tornadoes, even the EF0s, EF1s can still produce winds, up to 90 miles an hour. That is still enough to cause some major damage. There's old plain dealing road. There's plain dealing, and this is where that tornado is getting ready to cross over Louisiana too. This is in far northwestern sections of Bossier Parish. So I want to track this for you. Let's go back to our normal radar picture. And again, this is going to be crossing into southwestern Arkansas. So let's throw on our tracks. I want to kind of give people some advance notice here as that makes its way off to the north, again crossing into southwestern Arkansas, which up to this point has not been really impacted all that much by tornadoes or anything like that. Town of Missionary 407, Canal, that'll be 414, Black Diamond 424, and Fuke, that'll be at 438. And this is again crossing into southwestern Arkansas here. So you do have a little bit of time to prepare, but again, this is a radar confirmed tornado, and we do have the debris showing up on the radar picture. Yeah, CJ, go ahead.
We also have another tornado debris signature near Huxley, and basically moving northward and northwestward towards Huxley, and is just south and west of Converse. This is the area that we are watching here, and as you can see with the signature here is with some air is moving inward. As long as we see more air moving inward, we can see the possible development of another tornado on the ground here. Let's take a quick look on the wind velocity, and it's displaying a very clear couplet here with the lighter blue mixed with or just right next to that reddish color, and also looking at the tornado debris signature. As you can see, it's very clear here near the Texas and Louisiana line on the Louisiana side and just west of Louisiana 191. So if you are near Louisiana 191 or in Huxley in Texas near the Texas-Louisiana border, I do want you in your tornado safe space. This system will be continuing, or this storm will be continuing to move up to the north and west, just past Huxley or just right into Huxley here, but it looks to be moving along this Texas-Louisiana line. Now I'm going to send this right back over to Matt.
Thank you, CJ. Just got a report from the National Weather Service. I was just talking about this storm in northern Bossier, and it now looks like we have a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado located near plain dealing. So that's what I was just talking about. Confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado near plain dealing, 19 miles west of Spring Hill, moving northwest at 30. So it looks like these storms have slowed down a little bit. And so with that being said, let me just adjust our track here. Let me just adjust the speed on this just slightly. But again, so dangerous tornado warning right now just off to the west of plain dealing, a confirmed large and dangerous tornado right now per the National Weather Service. So let's take a look at our velocity, and you can really see that tightening up. So again, right there, that is what we call a couplet. So where you get the inbound winds and outbound winds very close to one another, very, very tight, that is where we're seeing that tornado. That's going to cross over Louisiana too. Let's look at the tornado debris signature, and there it is. So it matches up perfectly with that velocity couplet. So that is the tornado right now. It's going to cross over Louisiana too, and again, making its way. Eventually, this will move into southwest Arkansas, which to this point has not really been impacted all that much. So let's go back to the radar picture, and we'll kind of track that thing as it makes its way into southwestern Arkansas. Let's do another, there we go. So again, Missionary, that'll be impacting you around 410, Canal 417, Dodge Ridge at 423, the town of Black Diamond at 427 as that makes its way into the southwestern sections of Arkansas. And those other areas that CJ was just mentioning, we have this next line. This is really concerning to me. This whole line that is pushing in from the south and west. This is going to start to move into Shreveport and Bossier. This is going to be our next big round, unfortunately, I think, of tornado-producing storms. And it's one of these feeder bands that, again, is rotating around that area of circulation, which is Beryl. So again, let's just remove the radar, show you the tornado warnings that we have. I believe this one is a new one that now does include the southwestern sections of DeSoto Parish and Huxley as well. We have more tornado warnings near Center, near Carthage, and then of course all the areas that you see in green. Those are flash flood warnings. So we have the tornado threat, but the flood threat is also a significant concern here. We don't want to downplay that at all, because flash flooding can be very dangerous. People try to drive through it all the time. That is a very serious concern as we head throughout the day. Let's take a look at that velocity. I want to talk about that storm near Huxley, and this is crossing into southwestern DeSoto. So again, these are areas that have already been hit at one point earlier today. So let's look at the velocity, and not showing up the best, at least there, but there is certainly some circulation within that line of storms. Let's take a look at our debris tracker. And there might be some sort of debris there just to the east of Huxley. Let's take a look at that. There was a little area of debris there just a moment ago. And these are the very transient, so meaning that these tornadoes along this line could form very quickly, so you might not have much notice, but they could also dissipate very fast. And that's how things kind of go with these tropical systems. But we're just dealing with so much going on right now. Let me go back to our radar picture and kind of give you the wider picture of what's going on. And again, all this here, that is just a heavy rain. There are some embedded tornado warnings in there as well. There's that next big band that's going to push through Shreveport and Bossier, and that could have tornadoes with it. And then we have these individual storm cells out ahead of that main area. And all of these could produce tornadoes. And there's that one that is in North Bossier. That is the most concerning one at this point. Let me just check out the National Weather Service. Okay, let's see. All right, so they're actually talking about some behind-the-scenes type stuff. The shear they're talking about is just off the chart. So they're talking about the wind shear in the atmosphere, how it's increasing as the center of Beryl gets closer. And so that just means that there's tons of spin in the atmosphere, and that's just only increasing even more. So what that means is that as we head into the late afternoon and into the evening hours, that tornado threat might actually increase even more, unfortunately. So let's go back to our imminent threats that we have. And this storm here, the one that's just moving that passed west of Bienville and now about ready to cross over I-20, definitely is very concerning. There's Minden, I-20, and this is going to cross kind of right along the Claiborne-Webster Parish line right there, and that's going to cross over Interstate 20 pretty soon. So let's take a look and see if we have any sort of a circulation, kind of a broader circulation, at least it looks right now. But there might be something there, but our debris tracker is suggesting that maybe something is crossing over Interstate 20, and that'll be just off to the north and to the west of Mount Lebanon there. Go back to our radar. So that's that cell. And then we have this one that's moving just to the west of Ringgold, and this does have, yeah, that is a pretty good circulation, pretty strong circulation, I should say, just to the north and west of Ringgold. Let's see if there's any debris with that. Maybe something there. Let's see, is that kind of pushed through Ringgold? There could be something there, but it's just really tough to say, but definitely some sort of a circulation there as well. And then let's kind of take this storm by storm here. So that's the storm off to the west of Ringgold. Then we also have this dangerous one. This is the one that's just to the north and now just north and west of Plain Dealing, and this is going to cross over into southwestern Arkansas. And this has a really, really strong circulation, maybe not quite as strong as it was a few minutes ago, but the National Weather Service was saying that there was a large tornado on the ground with this storm. Looks like the debris has kind of loosened up a bit. Maybe this thing is weakening. It looks like it is, at least according to the radar picture. So that could be good news for folks in southwest Arkansas, but definitely want to take that very, very seriously. And then let's go here to East Texas. And I'm going to remove the radar picture just so I can see the other tornado warnings that we have. That one near Bear Creek, I believe that's an old one about to expire. Look at all these warnings, just so much going on. Let's take a look at Carthage. So we have a tornado warning still for Carthage. And let's see what Doppler radar is showing there. And that, I believe, is right over Carthage. So let's take a look at the velocity. Not really seeing any strong rotation showing up there, but again, you know, with these storms today, these tornadoes have been forming very quickly and could spin up with very little notice. Let's take a look at our debris tracker. Logan Sport, I don't think that is a debris signature, but let me just double check. Oh, maybe it very well could be. So let's see, Logan Sport right there, something going on there. We'll go to velocity and radar picture, and I believe there could be something approaching Logan Sport, and that's just the tough thing, guys. Any storm today, honestly, any storm that is on our radar could produce a tornado. That is just, we have so much wind shear, we have so much spin in our atmosphere that all these storms, you know, have the potential to produce a tornado. So take them all very seriously. As we look at our velocity, or excuse me, our debris tracker here, and we'll go back to velocity, and there's just a lot going on. So here's a look at the radar picture again. And put the loop on this. You can see we had this initial line. This is the one that produced the tornadoes in the Shreveport-Bossier areas. This has been a prolific tornado producer, this first line that pushed through. But now look at that. That is a pretty intense line of storms that is starting to move in. And that's the main feeder band. That is the main band of storms associated with Beryl. And you can see how that's kind of lining up now from DeSoto up through portions of all the way down through Sabine Parish, and now beginning to push in. So this here is pretty concerning. As this pushes into Shreveport and Bossier, our tornado threat is really going to be ramping up, and the wind shear, the spin in the atmosphere is just increasing even more because the center of Beryl is right here, and the closer that you get to that center of circulation, the more prolific these storms could be in as far as producing tornadoes. So there's that next band pushing in, and again, so much going on across the Arklatex. So all right, so let's go back to a current radar picture, and let me clear off all the mess on here. Let's clear off the radar and go to our warnings once again. There's just so much going on. So at this point, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, about 8 active warnings now in the Arklatex, and there might be even another one here just to our south. Yeah, go ahead, CJ. Oh, you're good? Okay. All right. So here's a look at all the warnings that we have. All the red boxes, those are the tornado warnings, but don't want to discount the flash flood threat because all the green that you see, all the green boxes around Shreveport, Mansfield, back through Center, Mount Enterprise, really all of East Texas, those are all flash flood warnings, and that's going to be a huge concern as we head through the next little bit. So kind of doing a little bit of something different here. Let's go back to our radar picture again, but let's go to the 3-hour rainfall amounts. Let's see if we can pull this up here. It's not wanting to work. Oh, there we go. So again, that's just the rainfall over the last 3 hours. If you look at the legend there, that's about 2 to 4 inches of rain that has already fallen across much of East Texas. So that is going to be a flash flood threat for sure, and that area of heaviest rain is going to make its way eventually into northwest Louisiana, but most likely going to stay in East Texas with that threat moving into southwest Arkansas and into Oklahoma, eventually even up into much of Arkansas, going to be dealing with a flood threat as well. Any updates here? They're continuing the tornado watch. Okay, this is just some stuff from the National Weather Service continuing that tornado watch, which, by the way, tornado watch is still in effect until 10 p.m. for a good portion of our area, so it's only 4 o'clock right now. Got a long ways to go. This is going to be a long rest of the day and a long evening potentially across much of the Arklatex. So let's go back to our radar picture here. Actually go back to the warnings first, show you all the warnings that we have in the Arklatex, which is a whole lot going on. All those boxes that you see, and again, that one that I've highlighted, that's probably my biggest concern right now. That's the one that had the confirmed tornado just a few minutes ago. So that's my biggest concern, but really all of these tornado warnings you need to take very seriously across the Arklatex. All right, so here's a look at that radar picture again. You can see these individual cells. These are the ones that we got to watch pretty closely. There's one just off to the east of Minden. There's one just to the west of... I got you. So we got a storm just to the east of Minden. We got one to the south and east of Houghton. And then we got another tornado-warned storm here in northern Bossier. So let's go to each one of these again. This one is concerning. This is the one that's crossing over I-20, and that's going to be moving just to the east of Minden. So let's take a look at kind of a broader circulation as it looks right now. And not really seeing, maybe a little bit of a debris signature kind of crossing right over Highway 80 there, right around Louisiana 532. There could be something kind of popping up there. So we're going to keep an eye on that. That would be in the location where you would expect it. That is where we have that velocity couplet. So let's actually track that.
There also seems to be, I believe that's the one you're talking about. Yes, that's the one you're talking about. I was going to mention that one too.
Okay. Yeah, so that's the one right along I-20, just to the east of Minden, and that potentially does. Did it have confirmed, CJ? Did they say confirmed on that, or was it just a Doppler?
It's just a Doppler indicated,
Okay.
radar indicated tornado,
Gotcha.
just east of Gippsland.
Okay, so that's moving off to the north and northwest. So again, these are the locations in the path of this storm. Again, we're looking here at Webster and Claiborne parishes. So Langston 417, Haynesville at 451, Cullen at 459. Now there's Minden right there. It's going to likely cross maybe past just in between Minden and Homer, so kind of straddling the Claiborne and Webster parish line right there. And that's the tornado warning storm that we have in that region. Let's kind of clear that off and look at our other tornado warning storm, and I believe it's this one just to the north and west of Ringgold. Let me make sure that is the one. Again, a little tough keeping track of all this. There's so many tornado warnings, and some of them are expiring. There's some new ones that were just issued, so I'm just trying to take this storm by storm this afternoon and try to give you the first alert to like every little storm that is popping up in the Arklatex, because there's a lot going on. So this one off to the north and west of Ringgold, I believe that does have the tornado warning. It did have a stronger circulation earlier, kind of more of a broad circulation now. And as we look at the debris tracker on that, not really seeing anything super alarming to me right now, but definitely, again, take that seriously as well. So to go back to our radar picture, I'll track that one for you as well.
It appears with that that circulation near Ringgold, with the latest few scans, it had tightened really quick and then it loosened right back. As you can see here, I'm going to show you guys. This is the latest scan, which shows a lot of concern associated with this this TDS here, with the light blue showing right next to the red, but also with that very next scan afterwards, maybe 1 or 2 minutes later, it had very much loosened up here and become a little bit less concerning. It's still concerning that it had produced a tornado debris signature here, but associated with much of these other storms like this one that is moving just to the north and moving to the west of Athens here, has a little bit more concerning than this system or the TDS that I just showed you all here. As also with these this TDS that was near, or the tornado warning storm that is moving closer into the Shreveport and Bossier area. This one doesn't really have much of a signature here. Maybe a little bit of some circulations here with the red and the mix with all this green, but nothing much that's really alarming here. We'll be watching that very, very closely as well. So back to Matt.
Thank you so much, CJ. Appreciate that. Austin's still on standby here. He's looking over all kinds of stuff in the background. We are just very, very busy out there today. But again, this is the storm that CJ was just talking about, how kind of, tightened up for a bit, loosened up a bit. That's how the storms are going to be today. So when we get these tropical tornado warnings, these tropically, when a tropical storm produces a tornado warning, and they can be very brief, they don't last long, they can be intense, but they also dissipate pretty quickly. So these are just really tough to track as they kind of pulse up and then die away. But again, this is the one that CJ was just talking about. This is moving. This might impact Houghton, likely cruising just east of there, but very, very close. So if you're in Houghton, go to your safe space. You got about 10 minutes until this moves in. Cotton Valley around 4:52. And again, that storm is also going to cross over I-20. And we'll actually go a little farther west. Again, I'm trying to take these one cell at a time because there's quite a bit going on. So let's go back to our warnings here. And I believe we still do have that tornado warning there. That's moving into Arkansas. So this is Miller County, Arkansas right here, Little River County as well. And that's actually going to be crossing, actually getting close to I-49, Miller County right there. So that's going to get very close to I-49, and that has just crossed over the Louisiana state line and into southwestern Arkansas. So let's look at the velocity on that. Still has a pretty strong circulation just off to the south and west of Bradley right there. And again, that is in southwest Arkansas. So let's look at the debris tracker on that. Don't really see anything showing up on the debris tracker, which is a good thing, but doesn't necessarily mean that we don't have a tornado, but it's just not enough. The tornado hasn't damaged anything. There's no debris in the air just yet. But again, that's a pretty strong velocity couplet. That is for that storm that moved just to the west of Plain Dealing, that the National Weather Service earlier had said there was a large confirmed tornado with that storm. It looks like maybe it has weakened a little bit, although that is still a fairly strong circulation coming in there into southwestern Arkansas.
And actually associated with that storm, there was a damage report that came in of a house that was destroyed on Hollier Lane in Benton due to the system, or due to the storm that Matt just mentioned.
Okay. Not what we like to hear. I appreciate that, CJ. So yeah, this is the same storm that did move. I believe this is the same one that moved through Bossier earlier, even through Barksdale, now continuing to have a tornado with it as it moves into southwestern Arkansas. And unfortunately, just heard that report from CJ, a report of a house destroyed in Benton. So not a good situation there. All right, so let's go back to there's Shreveport. Now, what we're dealing with in Shreveport and Bossier currently is just some moderate to heavy rain falling, but we have more really bad storms off to our south and west. These we got to watch really closely because this is getting closer to the center of that circulation where the wind shear is intensifying, which basically means that when we talk about wind shear, we have winds coming at different directions at different levels in the atmosphere. So down where you and I are, winds are coming in from really the southeast. You go up aloft a little bit more of a southerly direction, so that's changing winds with height. And as those storms grow, they acquire that rotation, and that's what we refer to as wind shear. But that is starting to increase, and that means that our tornado threat could be increasing. And we have this really nasty line that's getting ready to push into Shreveport and Bossier, moving through DeSoto Parish. Let's take a look at the velocity on that. And again, don't see any, I'm keeping a really close eye on it because again, these have been popping up quickly. I don't see anything just to my eye that, looks that alarming at the moment. But let's take a look at our debris tracker. Yeah, it's tough to say. I mean, there might be something going on east of Carthage and getting closer to the Louisiana state line right there. But it doesn't really look like that would be the right part of the storm. So not sure if we have something there, maybe just some strong winds. But again, this whole line does have the potential to produce tornadoes, and this is moving right through the central portions of Sabine Parish, near Manny, near Pleasant Hill. And again, this is going to continue to make its way pretty much due north, kind of rotating around that storm, around Beryl. So let's look at our velocity here, see if we see anything at all. And there's, there are some little areas of circulation. There's one there, there's one there, one there, one there. I mean, they're everywhere. We have these little areas of circulation all within these thunderstorms. And as we look at our debris tracker, don't really see anything popping up there at the moment. Looking at the National Weather Service chat, it looks like, let's try to see if they have anything. Nothing updating there. So
they have a new tornado warning for Gregg, Rusk, Smith, Upshur, and Wood counties over in East Texas.
Gotcha. Okay.
These systems, or the storms, will be moving out of the area pretty soon here. This warning I'm going to show you guys is right here, just north of Henderson, but with areas that are included in this are Hawkins, Winona, Kilgore, just Lakeport is just outside of this area here, and it includes Highway 259 or Texas Highway 259 and the portions of I-20, as you can see, as well as Liberty City. So let's just take a quick look at what's going on over there. Just a big blob and just a big mess associated with these storms that are currently in the area. Let's take a quick look at velocity. There's some pretty high winds over there, as this is pretty much near the center of where the storm actually is. As you can see here, just north of the central portions, a center of circulation here associated with Beryl, and as it continues to move up to the north and east, still bringing more severe weather into our region. Let's see if there's any debris being lofted up in the air. Not much, but a little bit of some concern here near Lakeport, or just outside of this tornado-warned area. And this system looks to continue to move into that area here, more near Kilgore and Liberty City. So if you're near any of those cities and you hear me now, make sure to get in your tornado-safe space. There's a tornado warning in your area. With the new scans that have just come in, debris is being lofted up into the air. Now, this may be higher in the air, though, since this is a little bit farther away from the radar site near Shreveport, and I'm just give you a perspective of how far away that is. As you can see, the radar is near this I-20 sign here, and this is the area that we are looking for with the newly issued tornado warning that has just popped up here. And taking a look at these wind velocities once again, not much of a clear depiction of what may be going on here associated with this storm, but Here's what we're looking at right now. A lot of heavy rainfall is falling from the system here near just south of Kilgore. Definitely want to get in your tornado safe space here, which is in an interior room with no windows at all. Try to put as many walls between you and the outside as possible because this system has a history of producing multiple tornadoes on the ground, and will continue to move outside of our forecast area here. Austin, you ready over there?
Yep.
All right, I'm going to send it right back over to Austin.
Y'all, it's been a long day. So we have 6 active tornado warnings. Well, nope, 7 now. Did go down to 6 very briefly. So this is what we're looking at. Of course, we do have some of those storms having created tornadoes, a lot of them actually, over the course of the afternoon. We have been pretty much on air since the noon hour. Let's take a look. Honestly, I'm just going to go straight into the debris signature and look around here. Here's an area on US 79 to the north and west of Carthage. So that is an area of concern. That is under a flash flood warning right now. So that's most likely not any sort of tornado. We do have areas of circulation that we're keeping an eye on. This one here in just to the south and west of Homer, Louisiana, some fairly strong rotation. The blue heading towards the radar site and at a very fast rate of speed. The red moving away, creating the cyclonic rotation. And if we put the tornado debris signature over it, we have this area and the area that the debris is blocking from the radar view. So that is just one of the, again, 7 tornado warnings that we have ongoing right now amongst flash flood warnings, which are also of importance. So here's another one. This has now entered southwestern Arkansas. I believe this is our first tornado warned storm to enter southwestern Arkansas this afternoon. Again, a very tight rotational couplet, the blue heading towards, the red heading away. And now that we're north of the radar site, the colors have swapped sides, but they still mean the same thing. And we can see on the tornado debris tracker that maybe there's some debris being lofted up into the air, but right now that is mainly just a rotational signature rather than a signature that is telling us that a tornado is on the ground. So that is another one that we're going to continue to monitor in East Texas near Hughes Springs. We have another area of mild rotation. This is also an area under tornado warning. And this, again, could be debris being lofted into the air because when we layer over the rotational signature, we can see that they are over top of each other. And we do have a new tornado warning for Bowie County, Cass County, and Morris County that I'm going to pull up now that just came in to the newsroom, and I believe that is that storm that I was just talking about, actually, so that's rather convenient. This may not be something on the ground. However, it may be something more serious than just a rotational signature due to what we are seeing and the kind of blocking of the beam, again, with this, again, near Hughes Springs, Texas. Zooming back out with the warnings, we discussed the one near Homer. Let's take a look at these rotational areas. This is northern Sabine Parish again. We have the rotational signature, red moving away, blue moving towards. You can see the rotation. And if this has a tornado debris signature, which we can weakly say it does, but not a guaranteed situation that's on the ground. Again, we have, I'm going to be very interested to see the final count of storms that ended up with tornadoes touching the ground because I've lost count at this point. We have this rotational signature following pretty much the Caddo and Bossier Parish lines. This one not quite as strong, but still present. And we see the tornado debris signature. We're seeing some grays popping up around the rotation. However, there's a lot of mess to the east. So I want another radar scan or two before we really look closely at that one. And then zooming out, and actually another indicator that this might be something we need to be of concern is the shape that reflectivity is taking. It's starting to try to hook. So this is a storm that we're going to be keeping a very close eye on as well over the next little bit. And here is the rotational signature. And in fact, there's a long column of air that's moving in a different direction compared to all the air around it. So extending from up here down into northern DeSoto Parish is the away signature. Then it wraps into and rotates at a rather strong and rapid rate of speed, which you can see on the wind shear tracker. This is an area of rotation, not necessarily meaning it's on the ground, but it is an area of concern that we're keeping an eye on. We just got into the Weather Center here, a new tornado warning associated with the storm near Homer, Louisiana. This rotational area right here, which is producing a debris signature, so this is likely a tornado on the ground. And in fact, we can very quickly go to the National Weather Service chat. And it's been a few minutes since I've been on this computer, so if we expand this warning, I'm going to do some reading here. Southwestern Columbia County, northern Webster Parish, which is where we are at right now. Claiborne Parish, northwestern Claiborne Parish, and northeastern Bossier Parish, all under this warning until 5 o'clock. This is radar indicated rotation, and we actually have a really good picture in the chat. Matt, if you can go look at a NWS chat in the easiest way you can find, there's a good picture here that I'd like a location on, and maybe we can work on getting the permission to show that.
Yeah, that's Lafayette County, right?
It is from the Lafayette County EM,
yep.
And it's located. It's located in Lafayette County in southwestern Arkansas. I thought they were given a specific location. Maybe they will in the next few minutes.
Asking
Y'all
for
will keep
it.
an eye on it. But
Yep.
we're now tracking a tornado-warned storm that's on its way into southwestern Arkansas, but right now is still in Claiborne Parish to the south and east of Homer, Louisiana, on its way to Cotton Valley, on its way to Spring Hill. So if you're in those two areas, get to your tornado safe space immediately. Haynesville, you're not necessarily in the clear right now. We just got an updated radar scan, so we can zoom in to where the rotation is, compare it to what is on the debris tracker, which is not a whole lot, at least nothing jumping out to me where the rotational signature is. So that is hopefully a good sign that would show. And if you see me looking at my watch, that is text messages from the National Weather Service. I'm not friends with any of them, but I have signed up for their service to receive text messages. This is a confirmed tornado that they're talking about in southwestern Miller County, northeastern Cass County, and southeastern Bowie County. The Miller County in Arkansas, the other two counties in northeastern Texas. So let's go to northeastern Texas and take a look at what we are seeing. Again, this is a warned storm for Miller County, Bowie County, and Cass County. And here is that rotation, which is about as bright as day. Rotating here, we got the red moving away, the green and blue moving towards to form the rotation in your mind. And we have seen that this storm has been capable of producing a tornado. And in fact, this is warning is for an observed tornado and an emergency situation. Particularly dangerous situation. There is not a very strong debris signature yet, But if this tornado continues on the ground, I expect that to pop up in a matter of moments as it continues to loft debris into the air. So
one thing about that, Austin, we've been seeing this, trying to find this tornado debris signature here associated with that particularly dangerous situation, which now is for Cass County, and that tornado debris signature that is moving through Cass County. But with the latest radar scans, we haven't been seeing much on the debris tracker here in terms of the tornado debris signature, but it is a particularly dangerous situation for that tornado debris signature right there.
Yeah, thank you, CJ. And this is a dangerous situation, this tornado warning. And now that we can see it, we've zoomed it out a little bit. Falk, you're in the path. Texarkana, the entire Texarkana area is under this tornado warning, and I need you to get to your safe space right now. You got plenty of lead time. Domino, Texas, also under this tornado warning, and I'm going to go ahead and say Hooks too. Hooks, Texas, I want you getting in your tornado safe space. If you're in between Hooks and Texarkana on I-30, you need to get into your tornado safe space. If you're on I-49 between Falk and Texarkana, same thing. You are under tornado warning right now, and we do have, you know, I'm starting to think that there is a debris signature here. It's just not one of those that look more as obvious as maybe we would like them to look. The weather is never perfect, and we do have something rotating that is potentially lofting debris in a northerly direction. We know these storms are moving in a northerly direction, and we are now under tornado warning again here at the station that we are going to keep an eye on as well. I'm just going to check that really quickly since that is a new warning for the Shreveport metropolitan area. Here it is. This is the warning that was just issued, and it does include both Shreveport and Bossier City. Again, pretty much the entirety of Barksdale Boulevard, Barksdale Air Force Base, Shady Grove, Bel Air, Bellevue, all of those places now under a warning, which does now include the Shreveport downtown area. And then to our south, another warning just popped up, another tornado warning, this time for DeSoto Parish, and they are warning ahead of, I believe, this area of rotation right here. They're warning ahead of that, and a lot of things just happened very quickly. This is a debris signature in southern DeSoto Parish, just along LA 512, just to the east of US 171. That's moving in a northerly direction. We just had like 3 tornado warnings go off, so I do want to briefly read up on what we are seeing, starting with the Shreveport one in Shreveport Bossier, a tornado warning for southeastern Caddo and southwestern Bossier parishes until 5:15 is a radar indicated tornado, but we know now that radar indicated can turn into confirmed very, very quickly. And then we see another tornado warning that's been issued for DeSoto Parish. This is a confirmed tornado, and that is what's behind me right here. This is that debris signature. That is just as obvious as one could be. And to add to that, a debris signature in southern DeSoto Parish. Look at all the rain that's wrapped around it. You're not going to be able to see it at all. So do not be going outside and taking pictures. Do be getting to your tornado safe space if you are in DeSoto Parish, Mansfield, Grand Cane, Keachai, Stonewall. I want you in your tornado safe space. Moving now to the Shreveport and Bossier City area, I want to find that warning, find that storm, and here it is. Most likely the storm that they have warned ahead of. And again, this is for the entirety of Barksdale Boulevard, Barksdale Air Force Base, amongst other areas, including Shreveport downtown. relaying some information to my family to take shelter now. We are going to continue to monitor this particular storm very closely as it now has a debris signature. This is just following the Red River, the Caddo-Bossier Parish line, however you want to describe it. This is what we're looking at, and that is a tornado debris signature. Again, this is a storm that's on its way to the Shreveport downtown area right now. It is minutes away. It would not take you that long to drive to where it is. So it is moving in a northwesterly fashion on its way to the Shreveport downtown area. If you are in South Bossier right now, I need you to be in your tornado safe space immediately, along with places in and around the Shreveport downtown area. We're also aware of damage in Mansfield. This is the National Weather Service, and they are urging people that are trying to look at damage to go to their safe spaces. We do have another picture. This is from Miller County, a picture of a tornado that's plain as day that passed into southwestern Arkansas. So on top of the tornado warning in the Shreveport metropolitan area, we do have a confirmed tornado in Miller County, both confirmed via a picture, and we are seeing at least something on the tornado debris signature, and we are also seeing a debris signature, at least in some way, showing up with the storm, which is on its way into southwestern Arkansas over the next little bit. It's still in Claiborne Parish, but it's about to pass over into Webster Parish. You can see that storm right here. That is the storm that I'm talking about, and that is the tornado signature, the debris signature that I'm talking about. I believe one of our products is behind the other, which happens every now and again. So we're going to keep an eye on that storm on top of the storm that is now in South Bossier, and this looks very reminiscent of the storm that passed through this area earlier. Matt?
Yeah, thank you so much, Austin. If you guys could go back to the other camera shot, thank you so much. Just want to kind of do a recap of what's happening right now in the Arklatex. We have numerous tornado warnings that are going on right now. In fact, we count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 tornado warnings that are currently happening, and we do have that new warning that has just been issued for the downtown Shreveport area. You can see that warning does extend up into Shreveport and through much of Bossier, which has already been hard hit earlier today. So that's the current warning that we have for Shreveport. We have another warning off to the east, and then also much of Bossier Parish covered up in these warnings right now. So let's go back to our current radar picture. You can see this is the warning here that probably prompted, we all at the station got those alerts on our phone, and this is for the storm right here that is making its way in from the south and east. And the most dangerous part of this storm, the one that's moving into downtown Shreveport, is going to be right here. So this is just now crossing out of Bossier and into portions of Caddo Parish, kind of right along the river there. And that's going to be crossing right over 71, so right over Barksdale Boulevard. That's pretty much where it is right now. And again, that's going to cross over the river and move into downtown Shreveport shortly. As we look at the velocity right now, we can see that there is definitely some rotation here. It's getting closer to our news station now. I don't see the need for us to take shelter at the moment. This is a pretty broad area of rotation, but if that changes, of course, I'll let you all know and tell everyone here to take shelter immediately, just like we did earlier. But again, here's where that area of circulation is, crossing right over the Red River, and this is going to be moving into the southwestern sections of Shreveport here, or southeastern sections of Shreveport. As we look at the debris tracker on it, I don't see anything that says to me that there's a tornado on the ground, but again, this is Doppler indicated. So what that means is the Doppler radar is looking up in the clouds, and it does see that rotation. It has not made it down to the surface yet. If that does change, we'll let you know right away, but I don't see anything at this moment, at least with that Shreveport storm, that would indicate to me like we have anything imminent. Of course, we'll keep a very, very close eye on that. Want to talk about that storm, though, in southwestern Arkansas. Very dangerous situation here in Miller County, and this is moving actually off to the northwest, so kind of crossing right over Interstate 49, moving into Miller County in southwestern Arkansas. And again, we did get a picture from the National Weather Service of a fairly large cone tornado, so that unfortunately probably did cause some damage and still a very dangerous storm. You see the circulation right there. As we look at our debris tracker, it does look like maybe it has weakened slightly. I don't see quite as much of a a couplet of a debris signature on here as I did earlier, but still very dangerous. And that's going to be making its way closer up into Texarkana. So we got to keep a really close eye on that. That's where the storm is. And one thing I want to mention to you today is that you're not going to see this. So don't try to go outside and take a picture of this, because these storms are kind of embedded within rainfall. So you can see how that's the tornado warning, right? But look at all the rain around it. So if you're trying to go outside and see this, you're not going to see anything because there's not good visibility. So just take our word for it and please take shelter, because you're not going to see these coming up on you today, and they're moving very fast. Want to also talk about this storm here just to the north and west of Homer. So this is into northern sections of Webster Parish, and this too does have a tornado warning and a pretty strong circulation there. So when you're looking at the Doppler velocity, the green colors are winds blowing towards the radar, and again, that radar site is down in Shreveport. The red color is wind blowing away from the radar, and that's where you get your circulation. So you can see that circulation there just to the north and west of Homer, right along Louisiana 2, and that is right along the Claiborne-Webster Parish line right there. But again, pretty strong circulation, and when we look at the debris tracker, don't really see a lot of debris. Certainly, though, seeing that rotation within that thunderstorm. So that's the circulation there. And again, we take you back into Shreveport, and there's just a mess going on in Shreveport and Bossier. All kinds of storms moving into the area right now. So the tornado warning that we have for Shreveport is for this storm moving right in. And again, this storm is going to cross right over KSLA Studios. It's going to cross right over downtown Shreveport, right along I-20. We have more storms down in Mansfield. And as we take off the radar picture and show you the warnings that we have, look at this. Look how many tornado warnings that we currently have. So we got the warning here near Mansfield, the new one that probably just caused your phone to go off if you're in downtown Shreveport. We have 2 more warnings here into Bossier, also northern Webster, and that one warning that now does include Texarkana. And then we also have that one warning out there in northeast Texas near Mount Pleasant. So, but let's zoom into Shreveport again. Let's move into Shreveport, Bossier, highly populated area. And of course, we're getting to that evening commute, so that adds another element to the urgency here, because a lot of folks are now heading home, and hopefully they are watching us right now and not going to be traveling. You do not want to be traveling in this type of a situation. Let's take a look at the radar again and zoom in really close to Shreveport, and I don't see anything that is really alarming to me as far as our station taking shelter, but I just want to double check on that. And yeah, just kind of sort of a broader rotation there. So again, we still have that tornado warning for Shreveport. Right now, I don't see anything imminent that would indicate that we have something on the ground producing damage. But nonetheless, take this seriously. Go to your safe spot. We tell you often, go to an interior room, so put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And the more walls that you have between you and the outside, the better. I know a lot of folks in this area don't have that basement option, which is fine, because you can still get to that interior room and still offer some protection. Interior closets, bathrooms, you want to try to find a room that does not have any windows. So kind of resetting ourselves, if you're just now joining us, we are giving you the first alert to numerous tornado warnings going on right now across the Arklatex, and we do have this tornado warning that does include downtown Shreveport. So we'll zoom in really, really close here, kind of give you an idea of what's areas that are being impacted. East Kings Highway, I-49, looks like Arthur Ray Teague, just the very highly populated areas, a lot of busy traveled areas this time of day. But that is the tornado warned storm. And as we look at the velocity, again, it's more of a broad circulation. As if you've been watching us today, when you see those really tight couplets, when you see the bright colors right next to each other, that would indicate a really strong circulation. Instead, what we have here is sort of this broader area of potential circulation. So at this point, nothing that I'm overly concerned with here, but certainly something we're going to keep watching very carefully. As far as we look at the debris tracker, don't see any debris at all right now. Did you say we have a video? We have? Okay. So here's a look at the radar again, and you can see that that is moving into Shreveport and Bossier. So let's go ahead and track that thing as it makes its way in from the south and east. So kind of moving in that direction. So Shreveport, obviously this is on top of us already, so you need to be in your safe spot. Benton, about 4:58 is when this particular storm is going to move in. Oil City, Vivian, so we're getting into central and northern sections there of Caddo Parish, and this is going to kind of cross right over I-49 as it makes its way off to the north and northwest. So again, that's the area. This is the storm that prompted that tornado warning in Shreveport, but we also have other tornado warnings that we need to talk about. And let me kind of widen the view for you and kind of show you a wider scale of the situation that we find ourselves in. And this is the reason why it has been so active and so dangerous today across the Arklatex because we have the remnants of Beryl. Now, there was a hurricane early this morning as it made landfall along the Texas Gulf Coast. That is the center of Beryl right there. You can see it's making its way north and moving through East Texas and probably getting some strong winds associated with the leftovers of the center of that storm making its way off to the north. But what we've been dealing with are these feeder bands. You can see how these bands of storms kind of wrap in around the center of circulation, and each one of these storm bands has had tornadoes with it today. We had that initial band move through earlier. This next one is moving into Shreveport and Bossier right now. Now, the good news that I have for us is that once this band of storms pushes through, we should see our severe threats starting to subside. So I think this is the last real threat of tornadoes for the Arklatex, is this line pushing in. But again, it still has to move through a large portion of our viewing area. So we're going to be in the thick of things for quite some time. Austin, go ahead.
Yeah, so I'm getting reports both personally and professionally on the National Weather Service that apparently at Barksdale Air Force Base, the alarms are just going off all over the place, which makes sense considering the situation that is present kind of near the Air Force Base. And again, this is that same storm. Thankfully not showing all that strong of a debris signature anymore. It was really strong when it was in far southern Bossier Parish and kind of along the Caddo and Bossier Parish line. This is that same area. It's not nearly as defined. I'm not saying this ain't stuff in the air, but it's not an active debris ball, I'm pretty confident in saying. So that is a good thing, and we're continuing to get inundated with a lot of rainfall now. Just so many warnings. So we have now 6 active tornado warnings that we are keeping an eye on top of flash flood warnings. This is in the green, and flooding is also a major concern that you need to make sure you keep yourself safe with. Coming in from emergency management, Webster Parish has reports of multiple trees down on Highway 79 and 518. There's also 2 homes with trees on them in the same area. Thankfully, no injuries according to emergency managers there. Also, numerous trees down in the area east of Red River Bridge. That's about 2 miles east on Highway 2, where numerous trees are down. That's a storm report. And then trees down in Hughes Springs, likely due to a tornado. And I'm tossing it over to Biskey now, who has some information.
Thanks, Austin. That's right. On the phone right now, we have Lieutenant Matt Gatos from the Bossier Sheriff's Department to tell us a little bit more about some of the damage that we are seeing across Bossier Parish. So if you can tell us right now what you're kind of seeing. We're getting some reports of different areas that are struggling with trees down that have got some severe damage.
It started out towards Elm Grove, kind of on the eastern side of the parish, and kind of hooked up towards the northern part of the parish to the west. We've got damage on the Bellevue Road, in the Bellevue Road area, the Linton Bellevue Crouch Road area in Benton. We've got some reported damage on Highway 2 in Plain Dealing, so we're dealing with a lot right now.
It sounds like you were telling me earlier that there are lots of areas that are without power. The last check that we saw on the SWEPCO outage map, Bossier Parish at about 11,000 customers without power, and we do expect that number to kind of fluctuate as we are seeing more of that damage. Now, you mentioned that across the parish right now there are roughly a dozen places with trees down on roadways. Any advice for people as they are hunkering down and waiting to get through this next round of storms?
Yeah, the best thing to do right now is just to avoid those areas. Let the first responders get out and do their jobs, and try to remove the debris off the roads and make sure that the roads are safe as far as the power lines go. And just please try to stay away.
Okay, and again, if you don't mind reminding us some of those trouble areas that you've been seeing that have had a lot of damage with the power lines, with the trees, just letting us know what areas we need to avoid.
It's basically going to be on the eastern side of the parish as far as Elm Grove, the Linton Bellevue area in Benton, the Bellevue Road area in Halton, and then just kind of up the Highway 3 area towards Plain Dealing.
All right, thank you so much, Lieutenant. This is Lieutenant Matt Gatos from the Bossier Parish Sheriff's Office giving us a First Aware, First Alert update on the storm damage that is happening across Bossier Parish as we are seeing lots move throughout the area. And of course, we do want to keep you first aware and first alert on the latest coverage. So let's send it back over to Austin in the Weather Center. Austin.
My mic should be on now. Again, thank you, Bisky. Thank you, Lieutenant, for that report. This is kind of Bossier Parish and kind of the southern half of the region. There is still rotation in this area, and it is still a tornado-warned storm. However, the debris signature and the rotation, to me, is not jumping out as anything that is imminently on the ground, though the wind is moving rather quickly in this area. So that is the storm that we've been keeping an eye on. Again, we've been stressing it, and I'll stress it again. Anything that touches down, you're not going to be able to see because of all the rain that is falling in and around the areas of rotation. And unfortunately, we have had multiple tornadoes touch down. I haven't kept count, but we're going to be getting that information to you over the next 24 hours. Looking at that rotation in Bossier Parish, it's not as strong as it once was. It's not as tight as it once was. That is a good sign. And it's moving over an environment that's been inundated with storm activity over the last couple of hours. So hopefully that is a good thing, and we're going to continue to see maybe a weakening of some of these storms as they move in. The shear product also not as strong as it has been in the past. Now, let's take a look at some of these other storms in the northern Arklatex. We do have popping up the debris signature again. Happy to report that nothing is immediately jumping out at me at the storms in the northern Arklatex. We do. I'm covering a few tornado warnings here. Nothing really jumping out very striking at me, so hopefully that is a good sign. I think Matt has something, so we're going to send it back over to the Weather Center.
Yes, thank you so much, Austin. Yeah, good news is at least it looks like a few of these storms are starting to weaken. However, I did notice there is this one storm that is now moving out of Webster Parish and into Columbia County, Arkansas, getting closer to places like Magnolia. This actually, unfortunately, does have a debris signature, at least it did a moment ago. So let's take a look at the velocity there near Shongaloo and just to the west of Haynesville. So this is in far northeastern portions of Webster, and it's going to be getting maybe clipping the northwestern sections of Claiborne. But there's a pretty strong rotation there. When you look at the debris tracker, there's definitely something likely on the ground here just to the east of Shongaloo. There's Highway 2 alternate. There's Louisiana 615. So again, what we're looking at here is the extreme northeastern corner of Webster Parish, and this is making its way into Columbia County, Arkansas. So let's go back to the velocity on this. And again, that's where the circulation is, near Shongaloo right now. This is going to be making its way right up along 19 there. And then it's going to be making its way into Columbia County, Arkansas. So let's go ahead and track that. And again, the most dangerous part of that storm is going to be kind of that hook that you see just to the east and southeast of Shongaloo. So that's going to be making its way pretty much in a due kind of northwesterly direction. So maybe it will keep it just to the west of Magnolia. Hopefully that is the case. But nonetheless, we do have some places that are in the path of this. So Harmony, 5:10 is the time that we would expect this. Box Springs, that'll be 5:22, and Stamps, Arkansas, 5:36. And again, at least according to the radar, we do have a confirmed tornado, Doppler confirmed tornado with this particular cell as it makes its way to the north and northwest. So let me zoom in a little bit closer again to this. Again, we're looking at northeastern portions of Webster Parish. So there's Shongaloo, there's Haynesville, and so this is just west of Haynesville. Now, it's not going to be impacting Haynesville. This is actually kind of moving more off to the north and west, so kind of away from you. Here is that debris signature. There's definitely something on the ground here to the north and east of Shongaloo and making its way again into southwest Arkansas. So that's the tornado warning that we have there that is pretty concerning. And again, these storms that are kind of out ahead of the main area of rain, these are the ones that we really got to watch because they can take, they have access to an undisturbed atmosphere because there's not really been any rain out ahead of this thing. So these individual storm cells are the ones really to watch closely. That does have a tornado warning on it. And again, these storms that we have off to the north and west of Minden. So this is the one we've been tracking just to the north and east of Benton, and I believe that we might still have some sort of a circulation. It looks like more of a broader circulation there just to the south and west of Cotton Valley. As we look at our debris signature on that one, not really seeing anything. So the one just to the west of Haynesville there, near Shongaloo in far northeastern sections of Webster Parish, that's the one that I'm pretty concerned with at this time. And again, that's going to be making its way up towards Columbia County, maybe moving just to the west of Magnolia. Plain Dealing, you're going to get hit yet again. You've already been hit pretty hard with that initial storm earlier. This one off to your south and southeast could produce a tornado, although right now, at least according to what I'm seeing here, not an immediate threat. And then we'll take you back up into Miller County, Arkansas, near Fuke, and also just to the south and east of Texarkana. That is the storm that at one point did have a large tornado. That's the one that we actually saw a picture of in the National Weather Service chat room. And that's the one that had a nice cone shape to it. So that was a pretty substantial tornado. And it's moving closer to Texarkana, although I do believe, well, no, there's still a little bit of a circulation. So we still got to keep an eye on that just to the west of Fuke and basically just west. That's I-49 there. And you can see the latest updated scan moving pretty quickly. So this is actually going to be getting very close to Texarkana. We got to keep a really close eye on that. So watching Texarkana very carefully because this could be something heading in there. Maybe a slight debris signature, maybe a little pixel there. So nothing that it was before, but definitely something that we want to pay close attention to. So that being said, I'm going to actually track this thing as it moves closer into Texarkana. Do a track here 1 second. I'm going to go send this to Austin in just a second. So again, as this makes its way off to the north and west, places like Texarkana, about 5:05, Cole 5:26, and Ashdown at 5:30. Go ahead, Austin.
Yeah, Matt, so they just issued a downstream tornado warning for the tornado now in Webster Parish, and this is that warning that goes until 5:30 this afternoon in a northwesterly direction. This storm is moving. This is a confirmed tornado, according to the National Weather Service, moving northwest at 35 miles per hour. So the storms are or have been slowing down. Other locations impacted will be Cornelius, Lurch, McCamey, Mount Vernon, Horsehead, Walkerville, and Mars Hill. That is mostly in southwestern Arkansas, I would imagine, though part of this storm is also in Claiborne Parish. This is the one near Shongaloo that we have been discussing. And here is that area of rotation and the accompanying, once again, debris signature, which that is that green area there, which you just saw, coupled with the radar velocity signature, shows that this is likely a tornado on the ground, and according to the National Weather Service, that is what it is. So we're going to continue to monitor that storm as it moves in to southwestern Arkansas. We do have that storm in Bowie County that has had a warning on it for some time now. Zooming out, and we can zoom back in. This is the one near Fouke, Arkansas, where there might have been a debris signature popping up, but we're starting to get into the issue once again of this being kind of far away from the debris signature. So we're going to keep an eye on that storm too. The National Weather Service has a considerable tag on this, and that it was confirmed a tornado by emergency management. So we're treating that as a confirmed tornado on top of more damage coming in, and our digital team posting it all over social media pretty much as they're coming in. You can go to our Facebook page. I've also shared quite a bit of it as well. There was a mobile home that was rolled near Keithville with people in it. I have heard that one of those people went to the hospital, and I'm giving all of my positive thoughts there, and hope that everyone ends up being okay. Taking a look at the big picture, obviously this is still a tropical storm for one, at least technically speaking. So we're going to continue to see. This is that leading band that we've been discussing, that feeder band of this storm that has been the most tornadic of all of the areas that have affected a large portion of the Arklatex with tornadic supercells. We can see here in in near Shongaloo, that same debris tracker or debris signature on the debris tracker just to the east of Louisiana 159, to the north and east of Louisiana 157 in the intersection of those two roads. Thankfully, the storm in Bossier Parish, though it is still rotating, has not created a debris signature in any way that is meaningful over the last few minutes, so that is good. The last time that it created a debris signature, it was in far southern Bossier Parish. We look now to the storm in DeSoto Parish, which I remind you is warned. This is a near Louisiana 175 in the intersection of LA 5 and 175 to the east of United States 171. There is the rotation, and here is the debris signature where this might be something that's just behind the rotational couplet. Maybe the debris tracker is lagging a little bit behind the actual rotational signature. So we'll wait for another radar scan to discuss that. Matt, I see you got 3-hour rainfall pulled up. I'm sure it's rained a little bit in some locations, Matt.
Yeah, let's take a look at that, because obviously the tornado threat is the most imminent thing, but we don't want to lose sight of the flash flooding threat, because that's a huge concern. And flash flooding can be very deadly as well. We always see folks trying to cross these flooded roadways. You do not want to do that. As we always say, turn around, don't drown, because you really don't know how deep the water is flowing over those roadways. This is a look at 3-hour rainfall, where you see that area near Nacogdoches up through portions of eastern Texas, right where the center of Beryl is crossing through. That's our Doppler radar indicating that we have seen over 6 inches of rain falling there just within the last 3 hours. So the flash flood threat is a very real thing as we head through the next several hours and through the overnight hours as well. That area of really heavy rain, the worst of it likely going to just clip northwest Louisiana and move into southwest Arkansas and into southeastern Oklahoma, but intense rainfall rates associated with this storm. And because of that, we're going to get to the tornado warnings again in a minute, but I just want to kind of touch on all these flash flood warnings. All the green that you see here, those are the flash flood warnings kind of coinciding with that area that I just showed you, which has had at least Doppler estimates of over 6 inches of rain, and that's a lot of rain to come down in just a brief period of time. That's a 3-hour rainfall total of over 6 inches of rain down there in some of our counties in East Texas. So that's kind of the flash flood situation that we're looking at right now. As far as what's currently happening with the radar, I'll put that back on again, because, of course, that's our most imminent threat. Now, I do have a little bit of good news. I don't want, we don't need to celebrate yet, because it still has to get through the rest of our viewing area. But you see this line of storms, that is the last of our major severe weather threat. Once this final band kind of rotates on through the Arklatex, we're going to still have a flash flood threat deep into the evening and overnight hours. But I do think the tornado threat, once this line kind of sweeps through our area, hopefully we'll see that tornado threat starting to diminish. That is my hope, because that's the last big gasp from Beryl, is this big line of thunderstorms pushing through. And as you look at a 3-hour radar loop, you can really kind of make out what's been happening. There's the center of the storm. That's where we're getting all the flash flooding there, the very heavy rainfall. But the overall storm itself is accelerating. It's moving off to the northeast pretty quickly, and that should start to hopefully, get this thing out of here a little faster, which we would really like to see. But you can see the heaviest of the storms moving right into Shreveport as we speak, and some really heavy rain there in portions of northeast Texas. And don't want to forget about our friends up here in Arkansas and in southeast Oklahoma, Texarkana, also getting some very heavy rain there, kind of on the northern periphery of Beryl. This is continuing to make its way off to the north and east. You can see kind of a wider view. There's the center of the storm, and that's continuing to lift its way northeast. So hopefully once we get rid of this final band of storms, we can hopefully rest for a little bit, and hopefully that'll be it for this particular storm. So let's go back to our radar picture. I'll go to a current image, and we'll look at the tornado warnings that we still have. And it's, again, these storms out ahead of the main line, these are the ones that I'm most concerned with. These are the ones that are kind of all on their own, and these are the ones that could produce the potential for tornadoes for sure. So we have this one near Texarkana. In fact, I pulled up the Texarkana sky cam. Let me just kind of grab that for you guys. I don't think I see it. Let's see here. One sec. Just bear with me. I'm going to pull up our Texarkana cam. I'd like to show you what is actually going on there, and I can't see.
It's labeled as KTEV.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate that. There we go. Thanks, Austin. Okay, so here's a look at Texarkana. I want to show you this because, again, we do have that tornado warned storm coming in from the south and east. I've pointed the camera in the direction of to the southeast, but as we talked about, you can't see anything. So that's why we're saying don't try to go out and photograph these things because you're just not going to get that good visibility. Now, we have seen a few pictures of some pretty well-defined tornadoes today, but in general, this is going to be all rain-wrapped and you're not really going to see these very well. But again, that's a look at Texarkana, looking off to the southeast, and we have this approaching tornadic storm coming into Texarkana. So that's what it looks like now. Let's go back to our radar picture. So let me grab that radar 1 second. All right, let's see. So put that current picture on, and we'll go back into Texarkana, where, again, you just saw that camera, but you can't really see anything because we're just getting a lot of heavy rain. But this is that tornado-warned storm coming into Texarkana, so let's look at the velocity on it. And there definitely is some sort of a circulation moving right into downtown Texarkana, so take shelter now if you're watching us from Texarkana. Go ahead and find your safe spot, interior room, away from windows. That is what you want to do. And again, that's that circulation getting closer to Texarkana. As we look at the debris signature on that, not really seeing any clear-cut debris signature, but I do want to check my other radar source here just to double check. And, you know, there might be something weak, maybe a weekend tornado heading towards Texarkana. I don't see anything, you know, very significant. We've seen these debris balls today where it really stands out and you know there's something happening. But this is one of those situations where I think this at this point is a Doppler indicated tornado. But if you are in Texarkana, I want you to go ahead and take shelter because, again, these storms have been prolific tornado producers. Let's go ahead and track that.
Oh yeah, Matt, there's also another message from the National Weather Service.
Is your mic on?
Yes.
Is it? Okay.
Yes. Hello? Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we got you.
Okay. So another message from the National Weather Service is that there's a considerable flash flood warning for Nacogdoches, northwestern Shelby, eastern Cherokee County, western Panola, Rusk County, and southeastern Smith County, where rainfall totals range between 5 and 8 inches that have already fallen. Here, flash flooding is ongoing or expected shortly.
All right, thank you so much, CJ. Yeah, we were kind of talking about that at the beginning here, how much rain we have seen across portions of East Texas. I believe we have some new damage photos, so if we could send this over to Austin here.
Yeah, Matt, damage videos even. This is from Highway 346 in DeSoto Parish. And I apologize, I don't mean to turn my back to the camera, but I got to look at the screen too. So this is a video of a lot of damage. Trees snapped, got RVs messed up, got power lines on the ground. That's one video. This is the same area of the similar types of damage. Mobile homes destroyed. This is on Highway 346 in DeSoto Parish, and we can continue. Powhatan, I've been told, is how you pronounce that. That's a tree snapped in half. That's not a tree uprooted. That's a tree snapped in half. Now, that might be an old tree. Still lots and lots of power associated with that. We know a tornado passed through here. That might be a picture of it, but it's hard to tell without it moving. Gippsland / Taylor, Louisiana. Look at that in the background. That is quite a bit of lowering, possible tornado there. Just north of Crossroads, Highway 71 and Highway 4. I'm not for sure the location, but some ominous views of the sky, and that does appear to possibly be a tornado. I'm moving through these quickly because we got a lot of them in. That is a fairly obvious tornado in the background. This is near Taylor as well. A tornado damage on Highway 191 near Pleasant Hill in Sabine Parish. That is a building destroyed amongst other destroyed buildings. And that appeared to be one that was actually halfway decently built, at least compared to this structure there, that house. So we are seeing not just, you know, trees down here, limbs down here. We're seeing significant damage from these storms. This is going to be something that we're going to be kind of cleaning up for a good while, at least portions of the Arklatex. And of course, we have been also keeping an eye on power outages, of which there are several, roughly 21,000, about lots and lots of people are without power, and I was trying to come up with an analogy. Matt?
Yeah, thank you so much, Austin. Hate to see all those damage reports and damage videos and pictures coming in, and definitely some large tornadoes. At least some of these photos of these tornadoes that we've seen today. You know, it's not often that you get a really good view of a tornado in a tropical system, but we have seen some very large tornadoes across the Arklatex today, and I'm afraid that we will see a lot more damage reports, unfortunately, as we head throughout the day. All right, getting back to what's currently happening, there is a storm here in Columbia County, Arkansas, just off to the south and west of Magnolia. That is very concerning. This does have that look to it that we've seen oftentimes today. You can see how that kind of juts out right there. That is your hook echo, and that is where there could be a potential tornado right now. And let's actually go ahead and look at the velocity on that, and that is a really strong circulation here. And again, this is just south of Magnolia. I do think this is going to cross just west of Magnolia. This is kind of moving in more of a north to northwesterly direction, so it should push this thing just to the west of Magnolia, but that is a strong circulation there. And again, this is Columbia County in Arkansas. As we look at our debris tracker, there definitely is some sort of debris being lofted up, so I think there could be a tornado on the ground here. This is Highway 19. That's Walker Creek, that's Highway 371. So kind of to put this into perspective of where we are talking, this is Columbia County, there's Magnolia. And again, we're getting a little bit farther away from the radar site, so it's getting a little bit tough to see what's going on here with this. But looking at the National Weather Service, this is exactly, I believe, the storm that I'm talking about. So they're going to continue that tornado warning, and I believe this is for this particular storm. It says right here, a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado located near Taylor or 8 miles northeast of Spring Hill, moving northwest at 35. Now, I believe this is the storm. This could be a different one. Let's see here. I believe this is the one, though. This is the one that a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado located near Taylor, 8 miles northeast of Spring Hill. So, yeah, this is the one here. So this is the storm that I was just talking about, and according to the National Weather Service, this is a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado. They're calling this a particularly dangerous situation, and law enforcement has confirmed this tornado, which just adds to the urgency here. So this has been confirmed by law enforcement, and this is going to be for this storm here that is in Columbia County, Arkansas. So this is the one that's just off to the south and west of Magnolia. So if you're in Magnolia, I'd like you to take shelter as well. Again, I don't think it's going to move right into Magnolia, but it's going to be very close. Too close for comfort, so definitely take shelter there. But that is a really nasty looking storm. So that is where the confirmed tornado is, right here, just off to the west of Emerson, and again impacting Columbia County in Arkansas. So let's see, that's crossing right over Highway 19 there. There's Highway 160, County Road 12. So we're talking about some areas there in Columbia County. Let's track this thing. And again, it's kind of more of a north to northwest motion. Let me just double check. It's almost a due northerly motion, actually, it looks at this point. So let me track that. That's going to move just to the west. And it could clip Magnolia, so we're going to keep a really close eye on that. So Magnolia, if this holds together, this would impact you right around 524. Waldo, 531. Bethel at 538. Delta, 543. And Willisville at 5:48 p.m. as that tornadic cell moves its way north through Columbia County, Arkansas. And there's a confirmed large and dangerous tornado on the ground with this, and law enforcement they confirmed that. So this has been seen by law enforcement. So pretty dangerous situation there with that tornado warning. And then we take you down to the south and to the west of Spring Hill. And I believe this also does have a tornado warning on it. Let me just, well, no, it doesn't. So there's kind of on either side of plain dealing. But nonetheless, let's just look inside this storm, because pretty much every one of these storm cells has had some sort of rotation and a little bit of a broad rotation there. Not seeing any debris signature with that. And then we take you farther to the south and west. Now we're looking closer into Shreveport and Bossier. Kind of a big mess of heavy rain right now in Shreveport. Let's zoom into Benton, though. This storm looks a little bit interesting here. As we look at the velocity, more of a shear line. So what we're not really seeing that tight couplet, but it's more of a shear line here. Just a larger area of a wind coming through Benton as it looks right now. Don't really see any signs of any debris there, but I'm checking my other radar source here just to double check on that. And it does look like there's a new tornado warning associated with this storm that I'm showing you right here. So let's just double check. I don't really see any signs that there's anything, on the ground with that. Okay, so again, that's the storm moving through Benton. Still has a tornado warning on it, and it looks like there's a new tornado warning that does extend up towards Vivian. So this is going to cross into northern sections of Caddo Parish, and then we don't want to forget about our friends up in Texarkana, because we do have this storm that's been moving towards Texarkana. I don't really see anything on the debris tracker, but let's look at our velocity. And there definitely is some rotation heading into Texarkana. So if you're in Texarkana, I'd like for you to go into your safe spot. There's a circulation coming right over downtown Texarkana as we speak. And so that's something that we don't want to pay close attention to. If you are in Texarkana, go ahead and get to your safe space right now. So that's that storm kind of embedded within a larger area of heavy rain, so you're probably not going to see that. But again, that storm near Magnolia, definitely very concerning. And then as we look to the south of Shreveport, it looks like there's is this a new tornado warning? I'm having trouble keeping track of these. This is for DeSoto Parish. This includes Stonewall. I believe this could be a new warning. Or at least it goes for another 35 minutes there. So this is kind of the back edge of that line of storms. This is making its way towards Stonewall and into northeastern sections of DeSoto. So let's look at the velocity on that. Not really seeing anything that's really standing out all that much. But again, anywhere along this line of storms, we could see these tornadoes quickly spinning up. But we have already seen that throughout the day today. Looking at our debris tracker, I don't really see anything here that's standing out, which is a good thing. We don't want to see anything on this. But again, nonetheless, we do have a tornado warning for this area as well. So let's actually put on the warnings and take off the radar. And this is the warnings that I was talking about. So if you're in Mansfield, this does extend up into southern portions of Caddo and Bossier, mostly into Caddo at this point. And this does include Stonewall as well, and that's approaching I-20. So that's for those storms that are moving through DeSoto Parish. And we'll put on the radar picture again. And again, this is for these storms right here. So on the back edge of these storms, we could see those circulations quickly spinning up, and that's going to be making its way into northern DeSoto, southern Caddo, and probably back into southern portions of Bossier Parish as well. And again, velocity not really standing out all that much, which is a great thing. We don't want to see anything on that. So as of now, it looks like this is Doppler indicated. Let's see here. Yeah, I don't see anything that really stands out at me at this point, but nonetheless, we're going to keep a really close eye on these storms because every storm that we've seen today, almost every single one, has had some sort of circulation, and a lot of these have produced tornadoes. So again, something we're going to be watching really closely throughout the day, through the rest of the afternoon and even into the evening hours. And here's a look again at that radar. This is that big line that's coming through. And again, we have the tornado warning there for Stonewall, for Mansfield, kind of pushing off to the north and northwest. Shreveport just getting some pretty heavy rain right now. As we look at the alerts here, we do officially have a tornado warning for East Shreveport, east side of Shreveport, and for Bossier, and that does now extend all the way up towards Vivian, and so that includes the northern portions of Caddo, and that again is for that storm cell that's moving through East Shreveport and moving actually really along and east of the Red River, so kind of moving into Bossier right now and crossing into Benton. That is the storm that we have there, so let's go back to our radar picture. And it looks like a mess. I'll be honest with you. It is tough to pick out where these circulations are because this is just turning into a big mass of heavy rain. So, there could be some embedded circulations within this area of heavy rain, and that's going to add to the danger here because you're not necessarily going to see these tornadoes coming because they're covered up in rain. So that's kind of adds to the danger here. But as we look at the velocity, again, there definitely is some sort of a couple broader areas of rotation right here. So somewhere along here, somewhere just north of Benton, there could be some sort of tornado that might start to get going here. And again, we're going to watch that as it makes its way off to the northwest, pushing up into northern portions of Caddo and along the I-49 corridor. So that's something we'll be watching pretty carefully. But again, the biggest concern that I have is this storm that is just off to the south and west of Magnolia, Arkansas. So this is the one in Columbia County. And again, this is the one that the National Weather Service has said has a large confirmed tornado with it. So that is really, and I'm looking at my radar site here. I have a couple different radar sources. That is definitely a very intense circulation. So if you are watching from Magnolia, I want you in your safe spot right now. This is a large confirmed tornado here, and this was seen by law enforcement. So they've actually seen this tornado happening. Let's take a look at our debris signature. Again, I will say we're getting a little farther away from the radar site in Shreveport, so we might not be getting the best picture of this right now, but it does appear that there is something on the ground, a tornado potentially doing some damage there just off to the south and west of Magnolia. But again, we're getting a little bit farther away from that radar site. Something also near Walker Creek. Let's take a look at that. Don't see a strong circulation there, but there's something maybe on the tail end of that as well. So there are a couple areas that are suspect, a couple areas that we do see maybe the potential for some circulation there. And the debris tracker is definitely picking up on that. So again, there's that area of circulation. Let's take a look at the normal radar picture again. And this thing is moving almost due north, so it's going to get very, very close to Magnolia, but this kind of has more of a westerly component to it. So again, this could cross 371 and likely moving just to the west of Magnolia, but this will make its way up into portions of, there's Stamps, Arkansas right there. So it's going to get closer into Lafayette County there in Arkansas. We're going to keep a really close eye on that. Let's see here. So let's actually track that off to the northwest. You can see that these are locations that will be in the path. So Stamps, Arkansas, that'll be about 5:40 p.m. So that's just over, about a half an hour from now. Falcon, 5:47. Willisville, 5:52. And Roston at 6. Zoom out just a little bit farther. I want to actually track this thing a little bit, give people more advanced warning on this. So let me redo a track on that, kind of take it off to the north and west. And you can see, again, basically the same locations in the path of this potential tornado. Roston, 6 o'clock. This also takes into account Hope, Arkansas. That'll be about 6:11, and Oak Haven at 6:18. And again, this is a pretty dangerous storm that is moving through Columbia County, Arkansas right now.
Hey, Matt, from the National Weather Service chat, just saying that the southwestern Caddo Parish tornado warning is being canceled. The one in Stonewall.
I don't know if you can hear CJ or not, but the southwestern Caddo Parish tornado warning has been canceled, you said?
Yes.
They're going to cancel it, yeah.
Going to go ahead and cancel that? Okay, that's good. Yeah, so we're starting to at least lower the number of current tornado warnings that we have, so let's hope that trend does continue. Don't want to forget about Texarkana. We do have this storm still moving through. I believe the tornado warning is no longer in effect or has been canceled or either expired for that one, but there is definitely still a little bit of a circulation heading right through downtown Texarkana, so we definitely got to keep our eye on that one. But definitely the big storm of right now, the most pressing one that I'm keeping an eye on is that one up there in Arkansas, just to the south and west of Magnolia. What's happening now in Shreveport? We just got a lot of really heavy rain. I'm not super concerned about tornadoes in Shreveport, at least at this time. But again, there are those storms just to our south into DeSoto Parish that we really got to keep a close eye on near Stonewall. So that's something I'm going to be watching. You can see right here, maybe a little bit of broad rotation showing up there, but it's nothing like we've seen at points today. So this is more of a weaker circulation. Nonetheless, it is enough that the National Weather Service has issued those tornado warnings. And I don't see anything on our debris tracker, which is fantastic news, but still some really strong storms. And I'll be honest with you, I don't necessarily like the way these things look because this is kind of on the back edge of the storms. You can see how there are some weird little appendages here and some stuff going on. You can see that radar update just updated, and the storms have moved along pretty quickly. So that's the good news. This is actually moving through fairly quickly here. We're seeing the heaviest rain that we've seen all day long across much of Shreveport and Bossier. So the flash flood threat can't be understated. That is going to be a big, big concern as we head through the rest of the evening and into later on tonight. But again, the tornado threat is still there.
We're down to 4.
We are down to 4 tornado warnings. That is actually probably the lowest number I think we've had since about noon.
The lowest in a while.
Yeah, it's been a very, very active day. So down to 4 tornado warnings now. Still, we don't want to see anything, so hopefully we can cancel these soon. But the flash flooding is going to be a big, big issue here as we head through the next couple of hours. We're getting some torrential rain. We're talking 2 to 3 inch per hour rainfall rates right now moving into downtown Shreveport. And again, if there is going to be a tornado with this, it would be on the southern end. So we're talking right along I-49, just near Stonewall, and making its way north. So that'll be moving into southern portions of Caddo and southern portions of Bossier as well. So that's the area to keep an eye on. We still do have those tornado warnings. And that's the one that we have right now. So that's including that area in northeastern DeSoto. And that's the spot that I would expect it to be just based on the radar. If there is going to be anything, it's probably going to be somewhere in this area that's just east of Stonewall. So let's take a look at the velocity on that. And indeed, there is a little something that's showing up right here. So let's see if the National Weather Service is saying anything about this yet. Looks like damage reports. Okay.
Nothing for a debris signature, so that's good.
Okay. So yeah, don't really see anything as far as a debris signature here with that, but definitely there is a little bit of rotation that is showing up into northeastern DeSoto. But again, don't see anything on our debris tracker. Maybe a little something trying to get going there. Sorry, I'm just fixing my IFB. So there's, maybe something going on there. Northeastern DeSoto, got to keep a really close eye on that. The velocity does suggest there could be something there. And as we look at the radar picture, that is where it would be. That makes sense because you can kind of see there's a little bit of rotation here. So actually I'm going to circle that area that we're watching. And again, this is going to be moving into, once again, into southern portions of Caddo and maybe even back into South Bossier that has already been hard hit earlier. So this is something we're going to watch. This is probably moving more in a northward direction though. Let's look, let me actually circle this. That is the area of concern right now into northeastern DeSoto. And if there was going to be a tornado, that is likely where it would be as we look at the velocity that is matching up and we look at our debris signature and maybe something that's tough to see on this. I don't really see a strong, a strong debris, what am I trying to say? Strong debris signature here on the radar, but I am definitely seeing some circulation there in that storm, and that is making its way pretty much due northward. Let's see how that's been tracking here. So kind of moving in more of a northerly, almost a more of a northeast direction. These storms are changing. So what you have to understand is we're in a different part of Beryl's circulation now. Earlier today, we were on the northeastern quadrant. And so as those storms were rotating in, they were coming in more from the south and east. Now that we're getting more to the east side and to the southeastern side of Beryl's circulation, the motion of these storms is now coming in more from the south or even the southwest. And so that's what we got to keep in mind going forward. So I actually think this has more of a northeasterly motion here, more of a north to northeast motion. So let's kind of track that. And again, that would make its way kind of in this direction. So Norton 524, Gales, that'll be 528, Hinkle 545, North Bossier 549 if it does hold together. But again, there's a little bit of a circulation showing up right there. Keeping an eye on the National Weather Service chat. And they are issuing it looks like a new tornado warning right now for Caddo and DeSoto, and I believe that is for what I just have highlighted there, but let me just double check.
They canceled the original one.
They canceled the original one?
516 for Caddo and DeSoto, and
okay.
521 they've reissued it.
And my phone is going off with a new tornado warning alert.
Our gimmicks are going off.
Yes.
So
there's a new one that could be on the Shreveport Bossier
radar
area.
Indicated.
Okay, so radar indicated. So yeah, we still have these alerts going off on our phones. There's still a bit definite threat right now in Shreveport and Bossier. And I think I think they're issuing these just more of a precautionary thing too, because there's been so many confirmed tornadoes today, and almost every storm that we've seen, or at least most of them on the radar, have had a tornado. So even if something is Doppler indicated, you need to take it very seriously because, again, that could quickly turn into something more severe. So
New one just came in. New tornado warning just came in.
And where's that for, CJ?
That's for Caddo, mainly for Caddo Parish,
Okay.
and northern DeSoto Parish, and it encompasses some of Shreveport. Sorry about that.
No, that's our alerts on our phones. That's a good thing. You want that.
Yeah. It encompasses some of downtown Shreveport as well.
Okay.
Not so much of the Bossier side.
Gotcha. And I do believe that is for what I've been talking about. Let me. Is that for that circulation? Thank you, Austin.
Yeah, it's for that same storm, which doesn't have insane circulation on it. If you want to very briefly come back over to the wall, we can see here's the rotation. If there's something to happen, it happened right there, as Matt has been discussing. We don't really have anything popping up on the debris tracker. We're also starting to run out of stuff for the debris tracker to see in terms of rainfall and whatnot. So I'm hoping this means we're on the potentially downward slope of this situation. Here is the current wind shear. Nothing major like we were seeing earlier, but we are at least seeing that rotation in that area. So that is what we're going to look at and continue to look at as it moves in a northerly, pretty much due north direction. This is where that warning has been issued. And it includes Caddo Parish. Caddo Parish having this leg that kind of sticks out is preventing Bossier Parish from getting in on the warning polygon proper. So this is what we're looking at. The warning here, you need to get into your tornado safe space immediately, as there is potential here with this tornado warned storm. And again, here is that rotation. Again, this extends northerly from about right here. And if we put a track on it, well, first I want to see how fast this storm is moving. Moving northerly. Northwest at about 20 miles per hour. So these storms are slowing down. And in fact, have I lost the signature? I've lost the signature that I was looking at because the radar scan updated. And unfortunately, it looks like we might have something here in far southern Caddo Parish. This is right near Southern Loop, Southern Trace Parkway. That's a little concerning, popping out as green, and we got some brightness here as well. I want another radar scan before we jump to conclusions here. Because if we try to couple the velocity signature, not a whole lot's popping up. Maybe something right near Southern Loop and I-49, this area. That looks to be possibly a radar couplet, a rotational couplet. But the greener area popping up on the debris tracker is of concern. This is just to the south and east of that Southern Loop area. And taking a look at wind shear, we're not seeing any real uptick in wind shear, but we are now seeing this area of wind shear. So I believe, at least on the podium here, some of our products have gotten out of line with each other. So we'll need another couple of radar scans before we can make any determinations, at least off this computer. Matt?
Yeah. Thank you so much, Austin. Yeah, there's still a lot going on out there right now. Hopefully we'll start to see some of this starting to wind down shortly. Kind of want to jump back up into Columbia County, Arkansas, near Magnolia. Still got a really strong circulation showing up. Now, luckily, the worst of the storm is passing off to the west of Magnolia, Arkansas, but nonetheless, got still a pretty good circulation showing up just to the west. And this is going to be crossing over County Road 50, and this is going to be eventually crossing over, let's see here, that's Highway 82, there's 344, there's the town of Buckner, and again, this is going to be moving out of Columbia County and into Lafayette County, Arkansas, so probably moving just to the east of Stamps, but there's definitely a circulation there still to be found, so let's go ahead and track that. Let's see here. I'm going to do a track on that as it makes its way off to the north and west. And again, that'll be making its way, up into Hope, Arkansas, probably by about 6:13. So about 45 minutes, kind of giving you a long lead time here. But again, these storms are moving pretty quickly. Prescott about 6:24 here, and Wallaceburg at 6:35. And again, we're looking here into southwestern portions of Arkansas. So again, that's the area of greatest concern there. Let's actually put on the warnings again, and then it looks like we have a new warning here, or at least a more updated warning. I think this is a new one actually, just to the north now of Texarkana, moving into Little River County there in southwestern Arkansas. This does include Ashdown and also Texarkana itself. That's for that storm that I was talking about a few minutes ago, that the warning had been dropped, but I was still seeing a little bit of that circulation in and around Texarkana. So let's actually go back to the radar on that one. And that's the storm. I mean, I know it visually doesn't look like much, but it definitely does have some circulation. The velocity, not looking the strongest, but there is a little bit of a circulation there within that. Something we're keeping a really close eye on. And as far as the debris, not really seeing a large debris field or anything like that. I believe this is a Doppler indicated tornado, but let me just triple check on that one. That is, Doppler indicated, so moving northwest at 30. That's that one we have for the Texarkana area. And then again, this warning that just caused our phones to go off the station, that's for South Shreveport. I'm going to check on that one again.
It's a radar confirmed tornado.
Radar confirmed tornado. Okay, yeah, gotcha. And that says 7 miles northeast of Stonewall or 8 miles southeast of Shreveport. So that's the one you were just talking about, and that's the one that I was showing earlier. So let's go back down to that one here and get you in tight to Shreveport. There we go. So again, it's just a mess of rain falling right now, so you're not going to see it. If there is anything happening here, you're not going to be able to see it because there's a lot of heavy rain falling. But this is the area that we're watching. It's that warning right there. So that's that that polygon that has been issued, and that does include at least the southwestern sections of Shreveport, I-49, and then kind of moving off to the west into Caddo Parish. That is for that earlier circulation that I saw. So let's go back to the radar, and you know, the line of storms looks like it's maybe weakening, but also we're getting very close to that radar site. Remember I told you earlier, when you get close to the radar dome, the radar site, you don't really get the best picture sometimes. So let's look at the velocity. You know, I don't see anything that's really standing out here. I don't see, that could be something that has moved. And that's, I think, what Austin, you were talking about.
That's the debris signature. That's the radar confirmed part.
Okay, so that's the radar confirmed part. So there's something that's moved through Southern Loop and has crossed over 49. So that being said, I want you to take your shelter here in South Shreveport, Southern Loop area. This is going to be crossing right over Florney Lucas Road. This is going to be 171. Let's see what other roads are in the path. So again, just kind of pointing out some areas. There's Kingston Road, Chase Island Drive, Bloom Boulevard, Williamson Way. So these are the places here just to the north and west of Southern Loop that are going to be impacted. And it does appear that there's something happening, something on the ground here, maybe a brief tornado. Hopefully it's a weekend one, although any tornado is going to cause damage. But again, that is what we're seeing on the radar, and that is making its way off to the north and west. As we look at the velocity, honestly not getting a great picture right now with our velocity product. But definitely we have different tools at our disposal that allow us to know that there is something here. And our debris signature definitely confirms that we do have something happening here on the south side of Shreveport. Pulling up my radar picture again.
From the National Weather Service, there is a tornado debris signature southwest of Forbing and heading northwest towards Shreveport Regional Airport.
Yep, and that's exactly this one. So what CJ was just talking about is this is the debris signature that we're seeing that's going to be moving right up towards the airport, and it is making its way off to the northwest, and I believe it was 30 miles an hour motion still?
30 to 35. It's slowed down a lot.
Has slowed down. Okay, yeah, because these storms are slowing down a little bit. But again, that's the area there. So that's moving off to the northwest. Is that what the warning said? Thank you guys for
moving to the northwest. Yes.
Northwest. Okay, so let's go back. Let's actually track the tornado itself as it makes its way off to the northwest. So this will be making its way closer into Shreveport, towards the airport, I should say, Shreveport Regional. Blanchard, if this holds together, and I'm not saying it's going to, but if it does hold together, it impact Blanchard area right around 5:55. Shreveport, at least the west side of Shreveport, right around 5:47 p.m. and Pickett at near 6 p.m. So that is the track. Again, there's the debris signature right there. That's the motion, so it's going to take it basically to the west side of downtown Shreveport and heading up eventually towards Blanchard. So let me widen that a little bit, kind of see the areas that will be in the path. And again, Blanchard, again, maybe up towards Pickett here. This is the actual tornado happening. That's the debris signature that the National Weather Service has seen, and that is making its way off to the north and west. But the problem is, you're not going to see it. Look at all this heavy rain, just tons of heavy rain out ahead of it. So this is kind of on the tail end of that rain, and you can really, you know, it's tough to see. These are not those, we had those storms earlier that were really easy to pick out, those hook echoes, and they looked kind of like the classic supercells. These not so much. This looks like a mess of heavy rain, but again, you see just a little bit of something happening right here, just to the north and west of Southern Loop. And again, that's going to make its way right up towards the airport and likely staying just west of I-49. And that is where we still definitely have a debris signature with that, so something we're going to keep a close eye on. And that is the reason for that warning. Now, I want to check on this other warning that we have moving into northern Caddo, if we have anything here still with that. And don't really know what storm this warning is for, quite honestly. There's storms everywhere. I think it's for this one that's just to the east of Vivian, so let me check on the velocity with that one. And here it is. Okay, so you can kind of see there's a little bit of a circulation between Vivian and Plain Dealing, and this is going to cross right over, looks right over the river and moving into the western, at least northwestern or northeastern portions of Caddo. So that's the circulation. That's that warning there. That's north, now north of Benton. Maybe seeing some sort of a debris signature with that, but mostly just seeing radar indicated circulation there. And then we take you north and west of Texarkana, where we also have a tornado warning. This is for this circulation that is passing north of I-30, and this is going to cross into Little River County there in southwestern Arkansas, likely pushing closer to Ashdown. So that's the one. This is a storm there right now, and that's going to make its way off to the north and west. And then again, still tracking this one. This has been going on for quite a while. This is a storm that's moving just off to the northwest of Magnolia, Arkansas, pretty much on top of Stamps. This is just east of Stamps, Arkansas. And this also still has a circulation on it. And this did have, at one point, it did have a large confirmed tornado that the law enforcement actually saw. So definitely want to take that one seriously. We're getting a little far away from the radar site to see much with our debris tracker, but you can certainly see there is still a bit of a circulation across portions of Columbia County, so just off to the north and west of Magnolia. And again, that's something we're going to be watching. But really, I think the most pressing thing that we have right now is this circulation that is pushing into Shreveport, at least the southwestern sections of town, closer to the airport. So.
Also, Matt, from the National Weather Service chat, somebody has confirmed a tornado near Columbia County. I'm not sure if you said that already. A spotter confirmed it, and it was just north of Magnolia.
Yep. Yeah, that's the one we were just talking about. So that's the one that still has that circulation with it. But, you know, it's tough to really make out, you know, with the radar. Sometimes we're getting farther away from the radar site, so it's tough to see with our debris tracker, but certainly still seeing some of that circulation. And again, still tracking this storm. It doesn't look like much on the radar, but it is still out there, and this is the one getting very close to the radar site. So not really seeing that on the velocity, but we are seeing something, not really seeing much on the debris tracker now, but that could be just because we're getting close to that radar site. So don't want to discount this thing just yet, although based on the latest scan, it looks like that kind of fell apart. So you can see just a few minutes ago, this was at 5:28. You can see that little area right there. That was our debris, so that was the tornado on the ground there. But then we take you to the latest scan, and it does appear like that might have lifted, hopefully. It could also be the fact that we're getting closer to the radar site. But maybe, hopefully, that tornado has lifted. We'll keep our fingers crossed on that one. Not really seeing a lot on the velocity that would indicate much, but again, definitely keeping a close eye on that. And certainly seeing some very heavy rain. You can see this huge band of storms that does extend all the way down towards Natchitoches. And again, it looks like there actually are some tornado warnings down near Natchitoches as well. So I want to talk about that. Haven't really talked about you guys very much lately, but it does look as though we have some tornado warnings here west of Natchitoches and moving back into Red River Parish, which has already been hit multiple times today. So just to the west of Natchitoches, tornado warning there. And let's take a look at the velocity. And I believe that is what they're talking about. There's maybe several circulations showing up, but there is certainly something here, probably just off to the west of Natchitoches and just to the west of I-49. That looks like it could be what they are issuing on there. As far as our debris tracker, again, we're getting kind of far away from the radar site, so it's a little tough to make out. But again, there could be something happening just to the west of Natchitoches. So again, that's that circulation we're seeing down there. As we head up towards Coshada, let's see if we have any tornado warnings for this area. Yep, so again, Red River Parish seeing more tornado warnings, and that's probably due to that line of storms that's pushing through. You can see that big line is kind of making its way, kind of arcing around Beryl. So this line extends from south and west of Natchitoches all the way up through Coshada, and this is the same line of storms that kind of wraps in and moving into Shreveport as well. It's just a big line of storms that is pushing through. So again, tracking that just to the west of Natchitoches. And let me just double check. I'm pulling up a different product that I have on my phone just to kind of see what's going on here. Let's see here. And just bear with me for 1 second. So I want to talk about that storm down in Natchitoches. That tornado warning, that is a Doppler indicated tornado moving north at 50. So that's a pretty fast motion there. Moving north at 50 miles an hour, located 11 miles east of Manny, 13 miles southwest of Natchitoches. So this is the storm that we're talking about here, right here, that has the tornado warning. And again, that's moving almost due north at 50 miles an hour. That is a Doppler indicated tornado. As you look at the velocity, though, we do see that there is something going on right here, so just west of Natchitoches. Don't see much showing up on our debris tracker here, but certainly do have that tornado warning that continues. Let's go up the line. Let's talk about that next warning. That is in Red River Parish. And that also is a radar indicated tornado. So that's the next one up the line. So this is the one here near Coshada. So we'll take a look at the velocity there. And again, seeing some areas of rotation, not really seeing any strong areas of rotation, but it is certainly enough that the National Weather Service has issued that tornado warning. And our debris tracker, not really showing too much, but again, if you're underneath a warning this evening, go ahead and treat these seriously because so many of these storms today have confirmed tornadoes. We have seen several tornadoes confirmed, and we've seen pictures of the tornadoes on our digital app and our website and on our webpage as well. We've seen lots of damage pictures, so unfortunately this has turned into a pretty dangerous and damaging day across the Arklatex. So we have that tornado warning, including Coshada right now, and then we go further up the line, and let's see what the next warning is. Let's see here. So go up the line here. This whole line could produce tornadoes. That's why I'm kind of traveling from south to north across the whole length of this line of storms. Let's go back to our warnings. You can see that we still have, so basically this whole line, so this is kind of a wider picture of what's going on, just to give you an idea. So got tornado warnings around Natchitoches. We got tornado warnings up into Red River Parish. These extend up into Shreveport and also up towards Texarkana. We have more tornado warnings right now into southern sections of Arkansas. I believe Austin has some more damage pictures to show us if you want to go over there.
Yeah, I do, Matt. So we are once again at the touchscreen. Marywood subdivision. We got some tree damage from the storms that have passed through. Some of this, that's very unfortunate damage there. Not necessarily caused by tornadoes, but it is fairly easy to make assumptions with the storms that have passed through today. East of Sibley, Louisiana, we have some pictures of some cloud formations and maybe a little bit of damage in some locations. Here is damage in Houghton, 2 roads blocked off on Lawrence and Wafer, trees falling on house, with one house destroyed apparently according to this post. We do have a lot of tree damage in that area. This is, let's see here, this is west of Keachai on 172. We got a lot of tree and limb damage and debris along the roadways. Linton, Bellevue Road, tree damage, power lines down, trees uprooted, more trees knocked over into the roadway. When you're traveling this evening, if you are going to do such a thing, be mindful of debris in the roadways. That is a very important distinction that you need to make, and that is the last of our videos, I believe. We're going to just briefly refresh this page. This is our website, so there's nothing nefarious that's going to pop up. So we can see that that is the latest image, and we have discussed this already, which it actually came with a video as well. So that is what we're looking at in terms of the damage and all the pictures that are being sent in. Again, if you can take pictures safely, please do so. Send them in via our KSLA First Alert Weather app or our regular KSLA First Alert News app. You can send in pictures and label them as weather, and we can see them pretty much almost immediately as they get approved. We are not done, Matt.
Yeah, no, unfortunately we're not done, Austin. Still got a little ways to go. And I believe we might send it over to Biskey here in a little bit with a power outage update here in just a moment. But let me just show the radar picture one more time and kind of show you what's going on. And we have this big area of storms. Now, the good news is, as I've been talking about, this could be the final push with Beryl. Let's hope. This has just been a really bad day in the Arklatex. But this line here, this whole line basically extending from near Natchitoches all the way up into East Shreveport and kind of wrapping its way back into northeastern Texas. This is the remnants of Beryl. That is the center of circulation, getting very close to I-20 now. That's the center of the storm, actually. And we're getting the heavy flooding rain on the northwest side. And also we're seeing that heavy line of storms off to the south and east. And let's go back to the warnings again. And again, you can see just how many warnings we have. It is still incredibly active, incredibly busy all across the Arklatex right now. So this is definitely something that is not even close to being over with yet. Lots of tornado warnings, lots of flash flood warnings. All the red boxes that you see, these are all tornado warnings. Still got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, still seven tornado warnings in our viewing area still, and lots and lots of flash flood warnings as well. And I believe I'm going to send this over to Biskey to talk about some power outages over there at the touchscreen. Biskey?
The power outages, we do want to let you know, we brought you some information earlier about a gas leak. Highway 174 is now open again. Louisiana Highway 174 east of Pleasant Hill is back open. That natural gas leak issue has been resolved, so there is some good news for that. But right now, taking a look at the outage map, you can see still an extremely high number of those without power. Right now sitting at around 39,000, and we're seeing lots of areas heavily impacted. If we take a look at Caddo Parish sitting with almost 5,000, just about 4,600 without power. And then taking a look over at Bossier Parish, right around 9,000. And then going down to DeSoto Parish, almost 4,000 without power. And just kind of hopping around the Arklatex in Marion County, not too many there, 33, so good for you, Marion County. But again, going back to Mansfield and really the Shreveport-Bossier area, we have been getting reports of lots of flooding on the roads, lots of standing water. It is to be expected with all of the heavy rain that we've had and the heavy rain that we will continue to have throughout the night. But we do want to remind you, if you are out on the road and you come across any ponding water, please turn around and find an alternate route. And if you come across any down power lines, exposed wires, phone lines, anything that could hold power, please do not touch it. Contact SWEPCO, contact the first responders, contact somebody in those positions that they can come out there and address it safely as quickly as possible. And of course, we will keep you first aware, first alert, as we learn more about the power outages and when that restoration will happen. Now, if you do have an outage near you, of course, SWEPCO encourages you to go to their website, report that outage so they can be aware of it and they can start working. But just remember, there are about 39,000 people without power right now, so that restoration will take a little bit longer, especially with the weather depending. So right now, let's send it back over to our First Alert weather team, who's doing a great job keeping us safe today.
Thank you so much, Bisky. Here's another look at the radar. You can see how this area of heavy rain continues to shift its way farther to the north. So moving through Shreveport now. This is almost over for Shreveport. We are on the tail end of this, thank goodness. And then this area of heavy rain will continue to shift its way off to the north. But again, along this entire line of storms here, we are still dealing with the potential for tornado warnings. So let's actually look at some of the warnings that we currently have. And you can see yeah, there's still quite a few of them, although it seems like the number might be diminishing just a little bit, but still that line of storms near Natchitoches could have a tornado with it. So we're going to keep a close eye on that. Let me go to the current look at the radar here. So we'll zoom in a little bit to those warnings. And I'm going to kind of start to the south and work my way north along this entire line of storms, because there's one warning and again the other one for Coshada. So we're going to look at those two areas right now. So let's take a look at kind of resetting things on my radar picture. So let's take a look first at the storms, and here they are. So again, this whole line that's moving through Natchitoches and Natchitoches Parish here, this entire line of storms could have tornadoes associated with it. So as we look at our Doppler velocity, you can see that there still are several areas of circulation showing up. And it looks like the strongest circulation is that one that's pretty close to Natchitoches. It's pretty much just to the west of I-49. And again, this is west of Natchitoches here, but there is a little bit of a circulation there. So if you look at our debris tracker on that, we don't see too much going on right now. But again, that is where we would potentially have a tornado moving just along into the west of the I-49 corridor there near Natchitoches. Let's take a look at our reflectivity again. We'll take you up towards Coshada, and again we still have a tornado warning for Red River Parish. It's for these storms here, and basically this entire line of storms is being warned for tornadoes right now. So let's take a look at our velocity on this. And there are several little areas of circulation now. Nothing quite as strong as what we saw earlier, but you still want to take these warnings seriously. Maybe a little something there near Hall Summit. There could be something just north of Coshada. And as we look at our debris signatures, not really seeing anything there. So that's great news. You don't want to see anything on our debris tracker. I don't see anything right now. But having said that, again, we still have that tornado warning kind of bisecting the middle portion of Red River Parish. So we got this one warning near Hall Summit, and then that storm that's near Natchitoches. Got to keep a close eye on that one. Okay, so those are the two warnings that we have farther to the south. And here's great news. For the first time in hours, we have no tornado warnings now in Shreveport and Bossier. That is some fantastic news, although we do still have a flash flood warning. You see that area in green. Don't want to discount the flash flood risk, guys, because, you know, even though the tornado threat is the most imminent thing, flash flooding is a huge concern. We have had tremendous amounts of rain. We've had anywhere from 6 to 8, even locally up to 9 inches of rain across parts of the Arklatex. But again, right now, Shreveport-Bossier, this has turned into just a heavy rainfall event. And also some more good news for us. This is the back edge. Once this thing pushes through, I'd say within the next hour or week, should be done with the heaviest rain and the severe weather, at least for the Shreveport-Bossier metro areas. So let's go take a look at the warnings once again, kind of taking you up the entire line of storms. and then we'll take you up into portions of Arkansas. I've still got 2 tornado warnings here, one near Texarkana and one near Magnolia, making its way up closer to Hope, Arkansas now. So we're gonna be watching that. That's gonna be approaching I-30. So let's throw on that radar picture one more time and kind of see what's going on. There are a couple of storms that we are concerned with here. This is the one that did have that confirmed tornado, and law enforcement did confirm a large tornado in portions of Columbia County. That was earlier, and that is associated with this storm that I'm showing you here. And actually, let me kind of move this over so you can see a little better. So that's the storm right here near Stamps. That is the one making its way up into Hope, and that's the one that still has that tornado warning. Let's go ahead and look at our velocity on that one, and there's definitely still a circulation associated with that. And you can see it, and we're getting a little bit farther away from the radar site, and of course that radar site is down in Shreveport, so the farther away that you get from the radar site, you don't get quite as clear of a picture, but it is still enough that we know that there could be a tornado associated with this. As we look at our debris tracker, not really seeing anything there right now, but again, still a dangerous storm making its way up towards Hope. And let's actually track that thing as it moves off to the northwest. So let's see here, that's going to be impacting, it looks like Hope is about 618, so I want to step out of the way here. Let me retract that and kind of step out of the way so you can just see a little bit better. So again, there's Hope, and that's going to be impacting you right around 618, Washington 634, Wallaceburg at 643, and Nashville, that'll be about 7 p.m. That's Nashville, Arkansas. So we're looking again here at portions of southwestern Arkansas. And then we'll take it off to the west. We have this other tornado warned storm moving into Little River County. This is in southwestern Arkansas. This did push through Texarkana. Haven't had any damage reports, I don't think, out of the Texarkana area. But let's take a look at the velocity there. There is still a circulation. This is crossing right over the Red River and moving into southwestern Arkansas. So kind of see that right there. It's a little tough to make out. We're getting a little farther away from the radar, but there's definitely some sort of a circulation there as well. And looking at the debris tracker, don't see a whole lot showing up there, so that's good news. And I think overall, as we head deeper into the evening, our tornado threat is going to start to come down just a little bit. Now, something I haven't done in a while, which I'm going to do real quick here, is I want to show you our future track. I want to show you what's to come, and then we'll get back to the future radar here. We'll get back to our current radar picture in just a second, but I want to show you what our future track is showing. So let me go ahead and just load this up. Give me just a second here, kind of resetting things on my computer, so just bear with me. But again, this circulation is making its way to the north, the remnants of Tropical Storm Beryl pushing through, and then once this finally exits, and I think that's going to happen later on tonight, we should start to quiet things down quite a bit. So let me go back to, let's see here, doing this on the fly. So let's go back to our future track, because I know a lot of you want to know what to come throughout the day today and through the rest of the evening. So here's kind of what our forecast model is showing now. Doing a really good job showing what's going on. Now remember, this is not current radar. This is our forecast model. This is our future tracks. This kind of shows you what to expect going forward. But we have that big line there. That's the tornadic line of storms. And then we have that area of heavy rain and flash flooding across East Texas. Now as we take this forward, going to, let's see, about 6 p.m., you can see that does continue to make its way off to the north. And then as heading into the deeper into the evening hours, and I'll get to you in just a sec, CJ, in just 1 second. You can see that area of heavy rain pushing off to the north of I-20, and getting closer to Texarkana. But here is the good news. This whole storm is speeding up. So I think here, honestly, I think by midnight, we're done. This whole thing's going to move out, and we should quiet things down, and then we're just going to be looking forward to some hot, dry weather for the next week. CJ, go ahead.
Just a quick announcement here. If you are north of Provençal and near Natchitoches downtown, I want you in your tornado safe space. There is an area of circulation that is moving along Louisiana Highway 6 here that is looking to move towards downtown Natchitoches within the next few minutes or so. And taking a look at the velocity here, it is showing the tornado debris signature here with the winds blowing towards the radar. We're very high winds here, and winds blowing away from the radar showing in red. This area of circulation is looking to cross over the I-49 corridor and hit possibly Natchitoches downtown here. So if you are in Natchitoches, make sure to get in your tornado safe space. And in terms of the debris signature, it is lofting up of quite a bit of some debris here, as you can see, moving into Natchitoches downtown. So make sure to keep an eye out on the, or stay weather aware, as I should say, and make sure if you are in Natchitoches downtown, make sure to stay weather aware and get in your tornado safe space right now. Back to you, Matt.
Thank you, CJ. Appreciate that. I want to take a look at some of our cameras that we have across the area. This is a live view right now from our Mattress Plus Skycam. You can see the camera shaking around a little bit. Looking off to the west and southwest from our studios here at KSLA, you see the darkening skies, but the heavy rain is now moving out of Shreveport. So that is great news, and hopefully our severe weather threat will start to diminish just a bit. The National Weather Service, though, has also issued a flash flood warning with a considerable tag, meaning that we're talking about some potentially very dangerous flash flooding. Doppler radars indicating that storms have dropped anywhere between 5 to 7 inches of rain across the region. So that's, again, for portions of East Texas, and we've been tracking that for a while now. So that's something we're going to continue to closely monitor, is that flash flood potential. And as CJ was just mentioning, that Natchitoches storm near Natchitoches, I was talking about that earlier, definitely starting to become more concerning here, and we're going to be watching that because we have 2 areas of potential circulation, and that's going to be moving closer into Natchitoches, so we'll keep an eye on that. The motion on that, north still at 50 miles an hour, so we're going to watch that area. Let's take a look at Texarkana. And you can see darkening skies there. I'll show you the radar here in just a second. I just want to show you some of our various cameras. And then we'll take you into our John Harvey Toyota cam, looking at what it currently looks like in Bossier City. You know, roads are very wet. Traffic is still moving, but the camera is bouncing around. You can see the trees kind of swaying around. So even if you're not underneath the storm, it's just windy because we have these winds associated with the remnants of Tropical Storm Beryl. So even if you're not underneath the storm, we could still be talking about 30, 40-mile-an-hour winds as we head into the evening. And now that the ground is getting saturated, that could cause trees to come down, and that could cause additional power outages. Okay, so let's kind of reset ourselves. Let's go back to our current radar picture. Let's see here, get back to radar and show you what's going on. I really want to take you down into Natchitoches. We'll take a look at that storm. And again, there's the leading edge of that line. This is the very dangerous part of the line that does have a couple circulations with it. And that could produce a tornado at any time. And it looks like it's actually moving more to the east now. So I know the motion says north, but this whole line is making its way east. So if you're in Natchitoches, you need to go ahead and get in your safe space into your tornado shelter right now, because even though the individual cells are kind of moving to the north, the entire line is actually pushing more to the east. And so this is moving into Natchitoches as we speak. Let's zoom in a little closer here into Natchitoches. We'll kind of pause the radar so you can get a good picture. And let's see, where are those circulations?
Circulations are literally to the south and west and to the north and west
Gotcha.
of Natchitoches.
Yeah, I see it right here. So if you're in Natchitoches, please take your shelter immediately, because we have 2 potential tornadoes that are really closing in on Natchitoches now. One crossing right over I-49. There's another circulation just off to the west of Natchitoches there. And again, both these circulations are making their way kind of in a northeasterly direction, but I think that these could be moving into Natchitoches. So let's take a look at the loop on that. And you can see how these are kind of some individual, and you can see over the last half hour, so we've seen these circulations kind of popping up along that line. And again, we have the 2 that are going on right here. Let's look at the debris signature and see if we have any sort of debris. And again, when you get far away from the radar site, it is really tough to make out any sort of debris. So not the best tool right now because this is so far away from our radar site. But nonetheless, we can certainly see that there is definitely some rotation, at least according to our wind velocity. So you can see that the 2 areas of rotation there right near Natchitoches. And as we look up towards Coshada here, that line does extend all the way up towards Coshada, but it looks like there's a bit of a break in the line right there. So really focusing on Natchitoches. That's really our area to watch closely right now. We're kind of on the leading edge of that big line of storms. And so as that pushes to the east, that's the area. And really, I'm going to widen this just a bit. Anywhere along this line, so if you're talking all the way southern sections of our viewing area, all the way down in southern portions of Natchitoches Parish, all the way up towards Coshada, at least in the eastern sections of Red River Parish here, this whole line of storms does have the potential to produce tornadoes. We can see these quick spin-ups along the line, and again, some of these could be stronger than others, and they could form very quickly. So if you're in the path of this line of storms, go ahead and take shelter immediately. That is definitely what you want to do here. And again, Natchitoches, we are underneath that tornado warning, and we do have a couple areas that are pretty concerning right now in Natchitoches, a couple areas of rotation. This one especially here, just to the northwest of downtown Natchitoches, right along Ori Drive, and it looks like Louisiana 3191, Louisiana 1 actually is right here. There's Louisiana 1. But there is something going on here to the north and west of Natchitoches, so I want you in your safe space there. As you go farther north, and you're pretty much right over Campty, there is also another circulation there. That's along Highway 71. So if you're in Campty, I want you to take shelter as well. Pretty much anywhere along this line of storms, and this extends all the way south, all the way to the southern portions of the parish as well. Also, near Hall Summit, looks like there's another area of rotation here. This is going to be moving due north, so if you're in Hall Summit, go ahead, get to your safe spot as well. Go ahead, CJ.
Okay, so there's a new tornado warning that has been issued for Bossier, Lafayette, Arkansas, and Miller County, Arkansas. This is for the northern portions of Bossier Parish here. And as you can see, this is this big cluster of storms that is currently moving to the north and west. How fast is it moving? It's moving at around 25 miles per hour. That's what it says. But it has produced a little bit of a signature here, not as pronounced as what we've been seeing throughout this whole afternoon. This is the signature near LA 3 and Louisiana, or that is Arkansas Highway 29, just south of Bradley. So if you're near Bradley or Ida, this circulation will be heading off to the north and west, in between possibly Bradley and Ida, but maybe clipping the western portions of Bradley, heading towards Highway 71 and along the I-49 corridor. So if you're near any of these places here, if you see, or I'm gonna take a track out actually, exactly where this is headed. If there's any cities that you see, Ginn City and Fouke. Ginn City at around 608, where this circulation, if it stays tightened as it is, you guys will receive this storm at around 608, 629. It looks to be in Fouke here. And also, let's see if there's any signature with the tornado debris. Not so much here as what you can see, but if you are in any of those cities that I've named, make sure to get in your tornado safe space. There's also a message from the National Weather Service that at this time, the Shreveport National Weather Service has issued 56 tornado warnings and counting this evening. Back to you, Matt.
Wow, that is a very impressive stat, CJ, and honestly, I believe it because we have been incredibly busy today. We have just been wall-to-wall coverage since about noon, I think, is when we went on for those first tornado warnings. And so again, 56 tornado warnings issued by the National Weather Service in Shreveport. It's been, I think it's been a long time since we've had a day like this in the Arklatex. It's turned into a very dangerous and unfortunately a very destructive day across our region. So hopefully we can finally say goodbye to this system soon, hoping so, but again, still have two pretty strong areas of rotation here down in Natchitoches Parish. If you're watching from Natchitoches, please go ahead and take your shelter, go to the interior room, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And again, that's just off to the west of Natchitoches and crossing right over Louisiana 1. There's I-49 right there, and then also Campty, we have that second area of rotation. So two strong areas of rotation there along that line of storms. And again, that's what the storms look like right now. So really anywhere on this line, we could see some tornadoes quickly spinning up. Now I want to focus on this little storm that we have near Hall Summit. This is in northern portions of Red River Parish. This is north and east of Coshada. And this does also have a little bit of a circulation on it. So near Hall Summit, I want you in your safe space there. That is moving north into Hall Summit. And it's going to cross right over Louisiana. Let's see, what road is this? Louisiana, 1 second here, my radar's doing weird things. Looks like Louisiana 514, that's the road that crosses right through Hall Summit. So if you're in Hall Summit, I want you to take shelter because we have a potential tornado heading your way as well. And then, again, this does extend all the way back up into Shreveport and Bossier, but I do think if you're in the Shreveport-Bossier metro areas, I do think our threat is starting to diminish. So that is some great news. Take a look at our velocity. And you can see that nothing really standing out right now. And in fact, as I showed you earlier, we do not have any sort of tornado warnings in the Shreveport metro, but we do still have that flash flood warning. And then again, CJ was just talking about this. We do have a tornado warning right now moving into southern portions of Arkansas. So it's going to move into Miller County, and this is also moving through Lafayette County. This is the one that CJ was talking about, and I believe that's our newest warning that we have. So as we look at the radar picture, look at our velocity here, and that is the area right here near south of Bradley that the National Weather Service is warning on. So there's a little bit of a circulation there, kind of making its way off to the north and northwest. So that'll be impacting the far southwestern corner of Lafayette County in Arkansas. Don't see a lot of things, not much on the debris tracker here. Let's take a look at our reflectivities. I'm getting back to the normal radar picture, and let me turn on the warnings again. This is what I have to do today because there's so much going on that sometimes I have to clear off the radar just so I can actually see what's happening because there are so many warnings being issued. So let's kind of look at the various warnings that we have. Let's go from, we're going to start north and then work our way south all across the Arklatex. So this warning here, this is south and west of Hope. And let's get the specifics on this one. So this warning here is in effect until 6:15, so it should expire soon. The tornado warning until 6:15, the tornado watch till 10 p.m. Looks like at 6:02, a confirmed tornado located 7 miles west of Bodka. I don't think I'm pronouncing that right. 8 miles southwest of Hope. That's what you need to know. 8 miles southwest of Hope, or southeast of Hope, excuse me, moving northwest at 35 miles an hour. So this is for the tornado warning here. And again, this is going to be for there in southwestern Arkansas, portions of Hempstead and Nevada counties in southwestern Arkansas. So this is the warning that we currently have here. So that's the warning that's moving closer to Hope. Let's take a look at the radar on that one. And that is the storm right there. So that's the one that's moving into Hope as we speak. Let's take a look at our velocity. Yep, there's still a strong circulation with that one too. So if you're in Hope, you need to go to your interior room, go to your safe space because this could be a tornado moving in to portions of Hempstead County, Nevada County there in Arkansas, right on the county line. And again, that's going to be making its way close. Look at the latest radar scans, kind of change things on us a bit. Looks like Bodka, I think that's how you pronounce that. Thank you, Bisky. Bisky's really good at these town names. She helps me out a lot. Bodka, so that is where looks like there's a circulation just off to your west. Again, this is in portions of Arkansas. And let's take a look at our velocity again. Oh, that is the velocity. Let's take a look at our tornado debris tracker. Again, we're far away from the radar site. So when you get farther away from it, it is tough to really see, make out areas of debris on our debris tracker, but nonetheless, just based on the Doppler velocities, it does look like there is some sort of circulation near Bodka and moving towards Hope. And again, this is in Arkansas, so this is approaching I-30 in Arkansas, and we still do have that tornado warning, and it's for this storm cell right here moving towards Hope. So let me go back to our warnings again. Again, I told you I was going to work my way from north to south across the area. I want to cover every tornado warning that we currently have in the Arklatex. So this is the one moving towards Hope, in effect till 6:15. This warning here, this is the one that CJ was talking about, moving into southern Arkansas, moving out of northern Bossier. Let me get the specifics on that, and that is till 6:45, so we got a little bit longer on that warning. That is a radar indicated tornado, and again, that's moving off to the northwest at about 25 miles an hour, so a little bit of a slower motion on that. Let's go to our radar picture on that one. Let's see here. Let's go to the normal radar, and that's just a mess. But what I think is going on, you can really see, I can see that circulation now. For the untrained eye, you might not be able to tell what's going on here, but there is a circulation right there just off to the southwest of Bradley, just based on the radar that I'm seeing. When we look at the velocity, that is right where it is. So that is where the area of circulation is, just off to the south and west of Bradley, Arkansas. Again, Lafayette County here. There's Highway 29. Going to cross over the county line into Miller County. That's I-49. And again, that's going to get a little bit closer into southwest Arkansas, into those areas in Miller County. So that's our tornado warning that we have there. Looking at our debris signature. Not seeing much here, but there could still be a tornado. Again, that's Doppler indicated. And then let's go back to our warnings here, kind of clearing off the radar picture. So we covered this one. That's the one heading towards Hope. We have that one that's moving into southwestern Arkansas, but let's continue down the line and let's look at this. So we have one tornado warning here just to the south and west of Ringgold near Hall Summit. Getting the details on that one. That warning is until 6:15, so that should expire soon, hopefully. Let's take a look at the radar picture on that one. And that's our current radar. That's for that storm right there, moving towards Ringgold. So if you're watching Ringgold, go ahead and get your safe spot as well. The velocity on that one has weakened a little bit, which is some good news. I'm going to send it over to Bisky here in just 1 second. There might be something still happening near Hall Summit, so definitely want you to take your safe space there. And then let's go back to our warnings here. I just want to cover all these tornado warnings, and I'll send this over to Bisky here in just a second. And also we got this warning here just north of Natchitoches, so let's go to the radar there near Campty. Now that is concerning. That is a pretty strong looking signature on the radar. You can kind of see what's going on right there south of Campty. So we look at the velocity on that. What was that, Sean? Okay. So we got a couple areas of circulation there just to the north of Natchitoches and kind of either side of Campty. So these are the areas of circulation that we're watching there. And I believe I'm going to send this over to Bisky here in just a minute. Let me know. Give me a thumbs up when you all are ready over there. But again, still watching that area of rotation just to the north of Natchitoches. And again, that's for that tornado warning that we have on the southern end of the line. So let's go back to that warning one more time. I want to get the specifics on that. So this is the one that's north of Natchitoches, moving to the northeast at around 50 miles an hour. And that is in effect until this tornado warning is in effect until 6:30 p.m. And the specifics on that is a radar indicated rotation there as well. So Bisky, do you want me to send it over to you? Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and send it over to Bisky just for a moment.
Thanks, Matt. Okay, so the weather team has been very, very busy today. As we mentioned earlier, the National Weather Service, over 56 tornado warnings in the area today alone. It has been nonstop. And unfortunately, we do have a tragic update that we have to bring you at this time. From the Bossier Parish Sheriff's Office, one storm-related fatality has been reported in the Benton area. A resident was killed after a tree fell on her home in northeast Benton. Now, at this time, details are limited, but we are seeing a lot of damage. Downed trees. We've been showing you the pictures. Damage to homes, roofs that have been ripped off. Now, Bossier Sheriff Julian Whittington reports the Sheriff's Office has received numerous reports of the storm damage. Now, some of those troubled areas are Highway 2 in Plain Dealing. Also, heavily affected areas include Bellevue and Wafer Road areas in Houghton, along with Linton and Bellevue and Crouch area, and the Old Plain Dealing Road area in Benton as well. And of course, we have been reminding you, with all of this heavy rain, we are seeing a lot of ponding water, a lot of standing water on many of the roadways. So we encourage you and we highly recommend, if you encounter this, please do not drive through it. Even if you have a lifted pickup truck, even if you have something that you think would make it through safely, all it takes is a few inches of water to do some serious damage. Now, taking a quick look over, we're sitting at about 43,000 without power right now. We have received alerts from the city of Falk, currently without power. Now, if we zoom in and take a look at Caddo Parish, we were sitting at just about 5,000 earlier. We'll take a quick update and see what's happening here. Right, Caddo Parish just over 5,000, and then looking over at Bossier Parish, still sitting at around 9,290, and then going down to DeSoto Parish, where we've been seeing a lot of damage. A lot of those photos from you coming in, right at around 3,500. Now, SWEPCO has been communicating with us. They've been telling us that they are aware of the power outages, but if you have an outage, they ask that you report it so they can go ahead and get it in the queue and start working on the system. And they will do their best to work as quickly as possible. But as it continues to rain and as we continue to see severe weather move throughout the area, we do expect it to be an extended process before restoration. So, of course, we will keep you first aware and first alert on the latest updates. But right now, we are going to send it back to our First Alert weather team with CJ.
Mic is now on, and we have a new tornado warning here in effect for Bossier Parish, the northern portions of Bossier Parish, just to the north and west of Benton here. This circulation is starting to form here and moving off to the north and west towards Plain Dealing. So taking another quick look at the velocity, the wind velocity as of right now. This is the circulation that we are closely looking at here, looking to move towards LA Highway 160 and towards LA Highway 2 and towards Plain Dealing as well. So if you are near Plain Dealing, I know you guys had a situation where tornado debris signature was on the radar here, very near to your area earlier today. You may receive another tornadic circulation heading towards your area with this newly issued tornado warning here. So I definitely want you in your tornado safe space. Anywhere behind there, I believe, is along the Spring Hills off to the north and east outside of this circulation here. But Plain Dealing looks to be the main area that looks to be in the way of this circulation heading towards the north and west here. Not so much really showing up on the debris tracker. This is where it's supposed to be showing up around this area over here, or possibly very close to there with the lighter shade of colors. But the radar and the debris tracker and the velocity seems to be a little not matching each other as much here. With the latest scans, radar scans, this circulation has pretty much widened out a little bit, as I should say here, and it looks to continue to move off to the north and west towards plain dealing. And I can't really see much of a hook shape anymore. Possibly this area right here looks to be where the hook shape was. Let's go back maybe a few frames just to show you guys where exactly it was. It was a little bit down farther. Okay, it was right there. Okay, now as you can see with the latest radar scan that has just came through, that was where it was about a minute or two ago, and that is where it is now. So the circulation has broadened out a little bit, so that is good news that this circulation, or this weaker circulation, looks to continue to make its way off to the north and west towards plain dealing, but it's still a strong storm heading towards your area plain dealing, so make sure you're in your tornado safe space, and make sure to get into an interior room in terms of that tornado safe space. No windows, and away from any outdoor or try to put as many walls between you and the outdoors, as I should say. But Matt has also something to say, so I'm going to send it right back to him.
Yeah, thank you so much, CJ. Appreciate that. I want to talk about the storm happening down around Natchitoches once again. We do have a tornado warning here just north of Natchitoches. This is near Campty and north of Clarence. This is moving into the northeastern sections of Natchitoches Parish right now. So let's get the very latest on that. And again, that is the storm near Campty. If you're in Campty, I want you in your safe space right now. This is right on top of you. When we look at our velocity here, we have a couple areas of circulation just to the north of Campty. Actually, really two areas that we're watching. One here just off to the west of Louisiana 153, and then this other area just off to the west of Louisiana 9. So there are two kind of twin areas of circulation that are showing up on our velocity. Now this has already passed north of Campty, so Campty actually might be okay now. This is going to continue to lift its way kind of in a almost due northerly direction, kind of moving to a north-northeast, and that's going to be impacting northern sections of Natchitoches Parish. As we take you down closer into Natchitoches itself, don't see any circulation there. Let's take a look at our radar, our normal radar picture, and you can see how this whole line is making its way off to the east. Let's look at our radar loop. Kind of see how this is progressing. So notice more of an easterly motion now. This is going to get this thing out of our viewing area. That is what we want. We want this to move out finally. So now that this has more of an easterly motion, I do think this will move out of our viewing area shortly. Natchitoches, you're starting to get on the back edge of this, so you should be in the clear soon, and this will begin to push out into some of our areas just east of our coverage area out towards Winfield. Although if you're in Winfield, keep an eye on this too, because it could still produce tornadoes as it moves in your direction. But again, anywhere along this line of storms does have the potential to produce tornadoes. So let's take it back to the still image. I want to do the current image here, and you can see anywhere along this line there is that potential for some spin ups, some quick circulations here. They're not going to last long, but they're also going to form quickly, so you're not going to have a lot of time to react. But again, along this entire line of storms, there are numerous circulations that have developed, but the strongest ones, the ones that have the tornado warning on them, are the ones that have formed to the north of Natchitoches here. Let's take a look at that again. And you can see, again, a little tough to see here, but there are a couple areas up here to the north, and that is where we do have that tornado warning. Let's take a look at where that tornado warning is currently, and it has been trimmed down a little bit. So you can see that that area right there, we're talking north of Campty and just to the south of Ashland. Of course, that's Bienville Parish. This is probably going to move maybe into southeastern Bienville Parish, but hopefully moving out of our viewing area soon. There's Goldana. That's going to be just off to your west. That is our current tornado warning. And when we look at the velocity on top of that, that is where we have those two areas of rotation here just off to the south and west of Goldana. And again, that has moved now north of Campty. So the two areas of rotation there continue to make their way off to the north and east, and then we take you farther to the north. So I'm going to go back to our current warnings. So take you farther north, try to find the other tornado warnings that we have, and got a pair of them here moving into Arkansas. This is moving out of Bossier Parish. This is the one that CJ was talking about a little bit earlier, moving out of Bossier Parish here and moving into southwest Arkansas. You can see the two warnings that we have, including stamps. This is west of Magnolia. And again, this is an area that was already hit by a tornadic storm earlier. So this is how it's been today. Areas that have already been hit once, twice, now getting hit for a third time, just round after round. But again, let's take a look at the radar picture here. Really tough to make out anything. I mean, it's just a mess. It's just a big conglomerate of storms all over the place. So this is, as I mentioned, all day today. This is not something you're going to be able to see. If there was a tornado in this, you can't see it because we're just covered up in heavy rainfall. It's going to be like a fog, kind of a hazy situation where you just can't see very far. This storm south of Magnolia, let's take a closer look at that. South of Magnolia, that looks like it could be definitely a pretty strong one.
That was the brand new issued tornado.
Oh, do you want to talk more about that, CJ?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
This was a brand new issued tornado warning here. As you can see, the heavier bands of rain are starting to hook together, which denotes the tornado debris signature. But let's see if it actually shows any signature. It shows very little tornado debris signature. That is just east of Arkansas Highway 19, as you can see, continuing to move off to the north and west, along with most of these storms that are in the region as of right now. And just as Matt said before, it is providing a pretty good circulation, winds blowing towards the radar in the blue and green, and slight winds blowing away from the radar, starting a very nice circulation here that is moving across Arkansas Highway 19 and continuing to move off to the north and west. Let's take a track on this and see which areas will be in the path of this tornadic circulation here, going out around 3/10 of a mile. Harmony in Arkansas, 625. Hunt at around 628 if this circulation stays together. Experiment, I'm learning new cities for today, 636, 648 around Buckner is when the circulation will be moving through the area here. So if you're in Bussy, make sure to be in your tornado safe space. I believe the time is 6:20, so right there, 6:20. So it's going to be there at around 10 to 15 minutes. So make sure to prepare your tornado safe space and get in there now, which is an interior room with no windows and at least maybe 1 or 2 walls between you and the outside of your shelter here. Now I will send this back to Matt for any more information.
Thank you, CJ. Appreciate that. So this is the warning that CJ was talking about. That's moving into Columbia County, south and west of Magnolia. Going to talk about this other warning that we have moving into southwestern Arkansas there. So let's take a look at that one. That's a little messy looking here. Not really seeing too much on the velocity. Just kind of looks like a mess, honestly. So I don't think we're actually seeing anything, confirmed here right now. This is just a Doppler indicated tornado. Couple potential little areas of circulation, but nothing that I'm overly concerned with, especially compared to some of what we've had earlier today. But nonetheless, if you are in southwest Arkansas, you want to take shelter. If you're around Plain Dealing, definitely want to take some shelter there as well. Just a big mess of storms and some heavy rainfall. So this is where we have the one tornado warning here near Plain Dealing. This storm, though, this one, CJ was talking about, south and west of Magnolia, definitely kind of concerned about that. That kind of has that look to it. And actually, this is pretty much the same area, I think, that had a confirmed tornado earlier this afternoon. And we got a picture in from Lafayette County here. Actually, this is Columbia County, but we did get a picture from Lafayette County earlier of a large tornado on the ground. But I know we did have a law enforcement that did report a large tornado just south and west of Magnolia. That was about an hour ago with a totally different storm. And now we're seeing another tornado warning for that same area. So again, we're talking areas that are getting hit over and over again with these storms. We just cannot catch a break. But again, this is the tornado warning south and west of Magnolia. And as we take a look at the velocity on this one, as CJ was mentioning, we got some pretty strong circulation here. So what we have is the green blowing towards the radar, the red away from the radar, and that is where you're getting that circulation. So that's kind of what you want to look at with velocity, but that is the circulation right there that we're seeing. And when you look at the debris tracker on it, not seeing anything here, which is good. And you've been seeing this throughout the day today as we've been watching these tornadoes developing. You can sometimes get this really clear area of debris where you see like a ball, like a debris ball. We've seen that a few times today. Don't really see that right now. So that could be a good sign. Could be a sign that maybe whatever is here is not touching the ground, although we are kind of a ways away from the radar site. And so I do think that there could potentially be something happening here off to the south and southwest of Magnolia. CJ, do you know if this is a confirmed or is this Doppler indicated? I haven't even checked.
This is, let me check real quick.
Thank you, appreciate it.
I'm going to say it's a Doppler indicated until, let's see. It's a radar indicated as of right now.
Okay, appreciate that. Yeah, so radar indicated, which basically is what it sounds like. It's so the Doppler radar is seeing that rotation in the storm, has not been confirmed, but doesn't mean that we can't have a tornado quickly touch down. So still take that very seriously there, south and west of Magnolia. It's a pretty dangerous looking storm. So let's take a look at the velocity on that. And yeah, that's still a pretty dangerous looking storm there, south and west of Magnolia. So let's track that off to the north and northwest. And again, I know CJ did a track on this, just do another one here. Harmony around 628 or so. Looks like Box Springs at 642. Stamps near 7 o'clock. Falcon at 706. Again, this is going to be pushing into Lafayette County. So it's going to move out of Columbia County here back into Lafayette County. And this is the county that we did have a large tornado in earlier. But definitely seeing some strong circulation. That's not something you want to see, and would not be surprised if we do have a tornado developing currently off to the south and southwest of Magnolia. And take it back to the normal radar picture here. You can see as we look towards Miller County and also down into the southern portions of Lafayette County, also in southwestern Arkansas, we do have another tornado warning. Now this is kind of a mess. When you look at the radar, you don't really see anything that stands out so much, but again, there are some little areas of circulation, maybe near and northeast of Plain Dealing, also southern Lafayette County, and extending all the way up towards I-49 there in Miller County. So it's something we're going to be watching. I don't really see anything super strong in that area. I'm looking at another radar source on my phone, another radar source that I have here just to kind of double check. Yeah, I don't see anything. If there is any sort of circulation, it's going to be right along I-49, but even there, not seeing too much. Maybe something off to the east of 49, kind of right in this area, maybe a broad circulation. That is what the National Weather Service is probably keeping their eye on right now. The thing that I'm most concerned with by far, honestly, is the storm to the south and west of Magnolia. But also, let's check on our friends down in Natchitoches, because we did have some circulations and some tornado warnings down there.
I know that National Weather Service has said that they're going to let the northern Natchitoches Parish tornado warning go have past the hour unless we see a tighter circulation. So there's not as tight of a circulation as there was before.
Fantastic. Thank you, CJ. So that's some good news there. So that's this line that's moving through Natchitoches Parish that CJ is talking about. Nonetheless, let's take a look at the velocity on it. And again, I don't really see anything very strong there. There might be something here trying to still get going near Ashland to the west of Goldana. There are a few little areas of circulation. They don't look that strong, and I definitely don't see much on my other radar app either. So, I believe we still do have that tornado warning that CJ was mentioning right there. And this expires. When does CJ expire?
For not too sure. Let's see.
Let me see. I can pull it up real fast here.
Expires at 6:30.
6:30. Okay, great.
Minutes.
So 6:30. That's so another few minutes. Let's hope that does get canceled or expires. That'd be fantastic. But again, if you are watching north and east of Campty, still watching your safe space, because again, we still have this potential for tornado there. But again, our threat seems to be, and I don't want to jump the gun on this because I know we've had a very rough day, but I think that our threat is slowly starting to diminish. Let's keep our fingers crossed. We need a break. Again, you see that line of storms does extend up into Bienville Parish here, but not tornado warned at this time. Now that storm, I know it's kind of getting out of our viewing area, but there's a nasty storm near Ruston there, right along the I-20 corridor. I know we're kind of getting out of our viewing area, but just want to quickly touch on this one. Nasty storm near Ruston with some strong circulation. Again, we're kind of far away from the radar site, but just want to keep those folks in Ruston informed that we do have a tornado warning in this region as well. And that is a tornado warning kind of moving up through Ruston and right along I-20. That's making its way off to the north. So that's just to our east, but that's, again, a dangerous storm there.
It's planning to hit towards Grambling within the next few minutes or so.
Okay, good to know. And then, so let's take us back to the north. So let's see if we have any more tornado warnings in this area. I know we have that one near Magnolia. Okay, kind of resetting ourselves, so not quite as many. There was, I think, one point this afternoon we had about 10 tornado warnings at one time, so this is definitely an improvement. And look at this, the flash flood warning has been canceled for Shreveport, so that's great news. But yes, we still have a handful of tornado warnings. This one is about ready to expire. That one has a bit longer to go, but the one near Magnolia, cannot take our eyes off that. That is still a very dangerous storm. So this is, at least in my opinion, this is the storm that we need to worry about right now. This is the one into Columbia County, moving into Stamps. If you're watching from Stamps, go ahead and get in your safe spot immediately. This is a pretty dangerous storm. And again, these storms, sometimes they don't look like much on the radar. If you were just to look at this, you would not really think anything. But there is a tornado likely, or maybe a potential tornado in that storm there, and that's off to the south and west of Magnolia. So let's take a look at the velocity on that. Still have a pretty strong circulation off to the south and west of Magnolia. So that's the storm, or that is the circulation within the storm right there. And again, we're kind of far away from the radar site, so it's tough to make out any debris. We'll take a look at the shear tracker. Basically, what our shear tracker does is it shows, it's just another way of looking at rotation within the thunderstorm. And you can see there are some areas of rotation there, south of Magnolia, another area to the west of Magnolia. So again, a lot of different tools we can use on our radar to kind of see where these potential tornadoes could be. But the most immediate threat definitely is this storm south and west of Magnolia. Now, the storm that we have here in Miller County, honestly, I think that tornado warning will probably be canceled or expired soon, because I just don't really see a lot that is very concerning with that. And in fact, it just looks like a big area of heavy rain. So, in fact, let's see. That'll probably get canceled here pretty soon. That's 15 minutes to go on. There's a warning here in Miller County for a tornado warning, but that is going to probably get canceled here soon or expire soon, because just not seeing a whole lot with that. Looks like, checking on the National Weather Service, they're going to continue the tornado warning for Claiborne and Lincoln. Again, that's that storm out towards, as CJ was mentioning, that's out towards Grambling, near Ruston. Let's see here. I think a lot of these warnings are about ready to get canceled, which would be some fantastic news. And you can see right now, just in case you're wondering, if you are wondering, Shreveport-Bossier, we are in the clear. We are done with our severe weather threat. We are pretty much done with any heavy rainfall. So we are looking good here in Shreveport and Bossier. Anywhere in the metro area, we're done. So we are done with this. That is moving away. Great news. But again, still have that tail end line. This is the most dangerous part here on the leading edge, but that is starting to move out of our viewing area now. Still, though, going to be a problem for our friends to the east in Ruston, Monroe, and this is going to make its way into central and eastern Louisiana with the tornado threat. And then again on the northern side, so basically let me do a 3-hour radar loop on this to kind of show you what's happening. Let me kind of remove some of this. So it kind of gives you a really good idea of how this has been playing out. So that right there is the center of what's left of Beryl. I think it's a depression now. I haven't looked in a long time. I believe it has weakened to a depression. I believe that was the forecast. So probably a depression at this point. But there's the center of what used to be Tropical Storm and Hurricane Beryl, making its way into northeast Texas. So what's happening here on the northwestern side, up around Texarkana, that is the heavy rainfall, and that's going to be a flash flood threat as that makes its way into southwest Arkansas. Here, this section of southwest Arkansas, you're still under the gun, and this is the area that could still have that tornado threat for probably another hour or so. But you see that tail end, there's that tail end of storms that are moving through Natchitoches. That's the one that still has some tornado threat, but you can see that is just about ready to move out of our viewing area now. So really what I'm going to be focusing on probably in the next hour or so is this area in southwest Arkansas, still in that favorable quadrant of that storm, and it looks like that's going to continue to make its way off into southwestern Arkansas. So that's the area of greatest concern. Depression now, did you have a chance to look?
I had a chance to look. It's still named a tropical storm,
Is it?
But it has made a lot, it has weakened a lot since the 4 o'clock update. It went from 60 mile per hour sustained winds to 45.
Gotcha.
And
Thank
then
you.
with the next update that comes out at 7 p.m., we'll probably see a tropical depression.
Okay. I want to show you guys this. Now, I haven't talked much about this, but I want to show you a current wind gust that we're seeing. And so here's the thing. The rain is coming to an end in Shreveport and Bossier, but we're still getting those gradient winds, the winds associated with the circulation from Beryl. And so even areas that have seen the rain coming to an end, look at those winds right now, gusting close to 40 in Shreveport. So we're gusting close to tropical storm force in Shreveport. And now that the ground is so saturated, now that the trees, the root systems are all saturated, we could have more trees coming down. Just want you to stay aware of that, because even though the rain's coming to an end in some areas, we're seeing some very windy conditions. This is all associated with the remnants of Tropical Storm Beryl, and still getting some wind gusts here, especially around Shreveport, close to 40. So that is getting close to Tropical Storm force. Just kind of want to mention that that is also going to be an issue even once the the storms actually move out. I want to show you some cameras. We haven't done this in a while. There is our live camera. Let's step off the screen so you can kind of see it a little bit better, but basically just looking at a cloudy sky now, but the rain looks like it has pretty much come to an end around Shreveport and Bossier. That is from our Mattress Plus Sky Cam, and then we take you up to Texarkana. Let's see if I can find that camera here. Texarkana looking pretty rainy there, so we're still getting the heavy rainfall in Texarkana. You're still in this for quite a while, and that is the area that still is going to have that flash flood threat for a while longer. So let's get back to the radar, and it looks like the greatest threat area is still going to be in that Columbia County, Lafayette County, Arkansas area. So that's something we're going to be watching. Other warnings are being canceled. So let me go back to our warning map and kind of see what is going on there.
The one in Miller County, Arkansas, right next to the Lafayette warning storm.
It's been canceled?
Yes.
Awesome. Thank you,
So
CJ.
now we're down to 2.
Down to 2 warnings. This is great news. So this has been a very, very bad day in the Arklatex, unfortunately. So let's see if we can start to kind of cancel some of these warnings. Let me go back to my radar source here. Actually, let's go back to the warnings real fast, kind of see what we got working with here. My radar is kind of reloading on me for a second. Okay, so we are really starting to dwindle these warnings down. That is some great news. This is the warning that we still have for Lafayette and Columbia counties until 7 p.m. And quite honestly, once this warning is canceled, we're probably going to be able to go back to our normal newscast or actually back to some normal programming here. But we're going to stick with you, obviously, until this last warning is gone, because this has been one of those days where every single warning seems to produce something. So there's that one for Columbia, Lafayette counties until 7 p.m. Again, not out of the woods, though. In Arkansas, I think we could still have more tornado warnings being issued. Taking you down to the south here, look at this. These warnings down in Natchitoches, at least the severe thunderstorm or the tornado warning has been canceled there. It's expired, I believe. And then let's go back to our radar, and you can see that that line is now moving out of the viewing area. So basically, the one area that we really need to focus on, a couple areas here. I'm going to keep my eye on Bienville Parish still, Claiborne, Webster, and then up into Arkansas. These are the areas that are still under the gun for a little bit longer.
We spoke a little bit too soon. There's a new tornado warning coming that will have 2 circulations covering Homer and northwest of Sugar Creek.
Okay. Spoke too soon there. All right, so we got that new tornado warning, and that's going to be in Claiborne Parish. So let's zoom into that. I believe this is for that particular storm near Homer. So let me pause that. Yeah, so this one here, let's see the velocity on that. Yep, all right, so there you are. That's what the National Weather Service is talking about. One circulation there, one kind of right over Homer as we speak. So if you are in Homer, go ahead, get to your safe space. They got the 2 circulations there, one there and one right over Homer. And again, those are kind of both making their way off to, I believe, let's see, the movement is north near 50. So these things are moving along. Latest warning says tornado 9 miles, potential for tornado 9 miles southeast of Homer, moving north at 50. Another storm capable of producing a tornado located just north of Homer, also moving north near 50. So these are the 2 areas, these ones right here, that the National Weather Service is watching. And again, everything kind of moving off to the northeast pretty quickly. So let's take a look at our debris signature. Not seeing anything really showing up, which is some great news. But again, definitely want to treat these warnings seriously just based on what has happened so far today, because a lot of these storms have been producing tornadoes. But again, this is the new area with the tornado warning. Let me kind of show you where that is. And there it is. That's the warning I showed you in Ruston near Grambling. That's the warning off along I-20 there. But this is new. This is a brand new warning that was just issued here for Claiborne Parish. This is near Homer, just to the north of Homer. We have a couple circulations there. And don't want to forget about our friends up into, go ahead, CJ, yes?
Oh, no, I didn't.
Okay. And so there's this other warning that we have near Magnolia and near Stamps, Arkansas. This is another tornado warning, so let's go to the radar on that one. Now that storm is still looking a little bit suspicious on the radar. If there's going to be anything, it's probably going to be right there just to the south and west of Magnolia. So let's take a look at our velocity on that one. And yep, there is still a circulation there. So that's going to be, right along 371. There's Magnolia. Let me kind of move this over a bit so you can see it a little better. So again, that is the area right here, south and west of Magnolia. Just a pretty strong circulation still showing up there. Now that is going to approach places like Stamps. So probably getting closer to Stamps, Arkansas here. That's Lafayette County. And let's take a look at our debris signature. Not really seeing much there showing up. Our shear tracker is definitely showing, though, that there is some circulation there, and the velocity still confirms that. So let's go back to the radar. Let's go track this thing off to the north and northwest. And you can see as that moves off to the north-northwest near Stamps. So if you're watching in Stamps, I would go ahead, get into your tornado shelter again. I know you've had to do this a few times today. So Stamps, get in your tornado shelter, approaching you right around 7 p.m. Hope, Arkansas, 7:39. Prescott at 7:52. Mineral Springs at 8:16 is when that will start to move in. So again, this is going to move up closer to I-30, including Hope. And it's going to make its way further into southwest Arkansas. And eventually this whole mess is actually going to make its way all the way up towards Little Rock, I think, later on tonight. So again, that's that storm there. And then as we look back to the west here, just want to quickly mention we got a lot of flash flooding going on in portions of East Texas, all the way up potentially towards Texarkana. That'll be another big concern, too, as we head into the evening hours. But right now we are not underneath the flash flood warning, at least in this area, but that will likely change as we head deeper into the night. So we are down to 2 tornado warnings right now, at least in our viewing area. One that was just issued here for Claiborne Parish, that's near Homer, and then this other one south and west of Magnolia, extending up into Lafayette County there in Arkansas. So down to 2 warnings now. Hopefully this continues to decrease over time. Let's take a look at our velocity here. Still got some circulation, still some pretty strong areas of rotation. One basically right on top of Homer. So let's see, let's kind of zoom into that. Seen right along Highway 79 and right along Louisiana 2. And that's a new update. Let's take a look at that. It actually moved quite a bit. So that's the area of circulation. This is now north of Homer. And this is right along Highway 79 there and right along Louisiana 520. So that's the area, that is our area of rotation right now that we're watching, and that's kind of making its way right up along Highway 79. This is just off to the north of Homer. And then that second area of rotation just to the south and west of Lisbon, this here too is an area that the National Weather Service is warning on, and that's also making its way north. So kind of twin areas of rotation there in Claiborne Parish. That's going to be making its way right up along Louisiana 2. And again, these 2 areas are going to continue to kind of march their way off to the north. So let's track those. Let's do another loop on this. Let's do like an hour-long loop just to kind of see how these are tracking. You can see, there we go. So basically went from nothing to all of a sudden we got these circulations quickly popping up. There's that one there, there's this one here, and both these are kind of making their way in a northerly direction. So let's track each one. Let's see. Go back to the radar picture, actually our velocity. So I'm going to kind of stay on this image just for a minute, and we're going to track each individual circulation. So there's one north of Homer. That is making its way to the north at about 30 to 40 miles an hour. So that would put it into southwestern Arkansas. So if you're in any of the towns that you see here, go ahead and take shelter. Haynesville at 6:52, Forest Grove 7 o'clock, Emerson at 7:09, and Brister 7:14. That is when you're going to be under the path of this potential tornado. So that's that circulation that's north of Homer, but then we'll also track that other one that's to the south and east of Homer too. So this is also moving almost due north. And again, kind of making its way in a direction like that. So we're looking at Arizona at 6:44, looking at Dodge City at 7:11, Atlanta looking at about 7:24. Again, this is going to make its way into southern portions of Arkansas soon. So keeping our eyes on those 2 areas of circulation there into Claiborne Parish. So we're going to watch that pretty closely over time. And then again, still have this area. I wish this was diminishing, but it's not. That's off to the west of Magnolia, and it's going to be making its way closer in towards Stamps. So again, not really looking that strong on the radar picture, but again, there is still an area of circulation here just off to the west of Magnolia, making its way closer into Stamps, and that is the area that still is underneath that tornado warning and still has a velocity couplet. So with that in mind, let's track this as well, making its way off to the northwest. And it's going to be approaching Hope. So if you're watching in Hope, we've probably had to take shelter at least a few times, at a few points today. Bodka, I remember talking about that town name earlier. You were underneath the tornado warning earlier. Hope, Arkansas, once again, about 7:30 arrival time for this. Prescott at 7:43. Wallaceburg, I know you've been in several tornado warnings today. Wallaceburg at 7:55 p.m. All right, so let's clear that out. And let's kind of widen our view just a little bit. See another little area actually near north and west of Hope. Let's see what's going on with that. That is not tornado warned, but certainly something to keep an eye on as well. Don't have a tornado warning for that. So again, we're just going to focus on these two areas. And again, looks like that one area near Magnolia. And let me double check on that warning and see when that does expire. It looks
Magnolia expires at 7 p.m.
7 p.m. Okay.
The one near Magnolia.
Okay, so that expires at 7 p.m. And the one in Claiborne Parish, I know that was just issued. Let's see what that expiration time is.
That's 6:45.
6:45, okay.
About 2 minutes.
Yeah, so that's oh no, this tornado warning is until 7. You said, wait, let's see.
For Columbia is until.
Oh, yeah, yes, you're right, yes. Trying to keep track of all the warnings. So, yeah, this one in Claiborne Parish, that will expire at 7. The one up that CJ was mentioning, that will expire at, was 6:45?
Yes, the one near Grambling that just went through Ruston.
Oh, that one. Okay, you're talking about this tornado warning here, 6:45. Okay, gotcha. Okay, yeah, so we got the 3 tornado warnings still going on. 2 of them in our viewing area, the other one out towards Ruston. So we can see kind of the leftovers of Beryl still causing some issues. 3 tornado warnings still going on across the Arklatex, but hopefully this will start to move out soon. We got our fingers crossed for that because we have literally been on air consistently since noon today. I don't think we've been off air at all, actually, the entire day, so since about noon. It's just been a very active day, and I believe, CJ, you're mentioning the 56 tornado warnings have been issued by the National Weather Service?
Yes, 56 tornado warnings have been issued by the National Weather Service, and they're still ongoing. Some is still being issued or possibly will be issued within the next few minutes if this circulation near Hope continues here as the one that Matt has pointed out here. But the one by Homer and just south of Lisbon has broadened a little bit in terms of the circulation just west and north and west of actually Magnolia has still been pretty stagnant, waiting on new radar scans on that. So we're moving in a good direction in terms of the development of these possible tornadoes. Yeah,
I agree with that, CJ. So kind of heading in the right direction, not seeing quite as many tornado warnings, which is some fantastic news, but we don't want any tornado warnings. So hopefully we can get rid of all of this soon. That would be great news for us. Let's take a look at I haven't looked at the National Weather Service chat room in just a bit.
They have not responded in around 10 minutes.
Nothing new for a while, which is always a good thing there. But we still got that tornado warning for Claiborne Parish and Lincoln Parish in Louisiana. And again, that's the one, I believe, near Homer. So let me go back to our current radar. Yep, so that's this one here. And again, this should be moving out of our viewing area shortly, but still into northeastern Claiborne Parish. Pretty dangerous situation, also near Haynesville. And again, these storms definitely could still be tornadic. They still could be tornado producers. So definitely watching your safe space there. Got a couple areas of circulation. One right here, just to the south and west of Lisbon. Another one just to the north of Homer. So kind of on either side of Homer, we are seeing a couple of circulations here. And this is into Claiborne Parish, right along that line of storms. And again, both of these circulations kind of making their way in a north and maybe northeasterly direction. Okay, so that's what's going on there into Claiborne Parish, and then we take you back to the north and west. And again, tell you what, Arkansas is getting hammered. If you are in Columbia County, you've been under tornado warnings all afternoon. You still have, I believe, that one near Stamps, but let me check on that. Yep, so we still got this tornado warning just west of Magnolia and just near the Stamps area, so that's still that tornado warning that we have there. Looking at the velocity on that, still got some areas of circulation showing up just off to the north and west of Magnolia, right near Stamps, really. So if you're watching us in Stamps, Arkansas, I would go ahead and get in your tornado shelter as well. Again, as we told you many times today, get into an interior room, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. That's what you really want to be doing here. And again, that's moving into Lafayette County, so kind of moving out of Columbia County into Lafayette. And again, we're a little far away from the radar site, so you're really not going to get a good picture as far as our debris tracker here, but definitely something showing up on our velocity. So
that circulation by Hope that is moving near Washington and in southwestern Arkansas has tightened up a little bit, though.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. That's obviously what we don't want to see. We don't want to see these things tightening up because that means that we could be seeing another tornado warning. So keep our eyes on that. But I will say we're getting to the tail end of this event. So we're starting to wind things down a little bit. Let's go back to our wide picture here of the warnings that we currently have in place. And again, down to 2 tornado warnings right now. So that is great. I mean, obviously we don't want any tornado warnings, but there was one point today that I think we had about 10 tornado warnings at the same time. So we got one warning here in Claiborne, another one in Columbia County, Arkansas, Lafayette County there as well. That's the storm that I was just talking about to the south and west, or just to the west actually of Magnolia. That's the one that CJ was talking about getting closer to Hope.
There's a new one actually coming for a cell west of Chatham. Or Chatham.
Don't know where that is. Let me see.
Not sure.
Let's see where they issue that new warning here. I believe that might be this one that's, let's see here. Could be the one in Arkansas. Let's kind of see where they issue that new warning. National Weather Service's viewing area is slightly different than KSLA's, so they might be issuing a warning outside of our viewing area, but we will see where they do put that new warning out for. Let's go back to our radar picture again. And we're almost done with the tornado threat, but not quite. And we still do have a few areas of concern. It's this final line, this one extending from near Lisbon all the way back towards Spring Hill and kind of wrapping back around. There's the center of the circulation getting pretty close actually to Shreveport. The National Weather Service was talking about how their instruments, their pressure sensors are dropping pretty low, which indicates that the center of the storm is getting pretty close to Shreveport, and that's just kind of right along the Texas state line out towards Marshall. That's where the center of Beryl is right now. But this leading line, this one line of storms here is still the one causing some issues, and still could be the one to cause some additional tornadoes. And I think, CJ, you have that pulled up?
Well, the new warning has been issued for Jackson, Lincoln, Ouachita, and Union Parish, which is on the very edge of our forecast area. Is that still in our forecast area, Matt?
Actually, no, that is not technically in our forecast area, but it's still, you know what, good to warn the folks out there as well. So, yeah, up along I-20 between Ruston and Monroe. Definitely a good thing to warn people of that. But again, that is technically not in our viewing area, but still that line is pretty dangerous as it makes its way to the east. So the area that we really need to focus in on really is in Claiborne Parish, and this is just to the north and east of Homer. So there are still several areas here that do have that circulation associated with them. So near Haynesville and near Lisbon, this is now cleared Homer. So if you're watching in Homer, you can get out of your shelter. You are fine now. But still a couple little areas that we need to watch. And to be quite honest, you know, it's tough to really see on this because we're getting kind of far away from the radar side. So I'm going to go ahead and pull up another radar source that I have on my phone to kind of see what's happening. It does appear that these circulations in Claiborne Parish have really weakened. I'm really not concerned right now about anything imminent. I mean, we still have a tornado warning. You still want to take shelter, so you treat all tornado warnings the same. However, just based on what I'm seeing, I don't see nearly as strong of circulations as I was seeing earlier. It looks like this is kind of broadened out, so I don't really see anything super strong there. Now that storm, that's near Stamps. Let's go back up the road here to Stamps, Arkansas. That is definitely a bit of a stronger circulation there. And not seeing any debris there, but definitely seeing a little bit of a circulation showing up there. So that's something we want to keep an eye on as well. And again, looking back here to the west, all this mess that you see, this is not tornadic. That's just some really heavy rain. So we're seeing some heavy rain Texarkana all the way back through Jefferson. And again, the center of the circulation getting really close to Shreveport. So let's look at that radar loop again. And again, you see the southern half of the storm has kind of disappeared. We got some drier air that has kind of moved in from the south. But if you really look closely, you can kind of see how the center of that circulation is pretty much making its way right up into northwest Louisiana. So kind of interesting, if you have a home weather station, you'll see that barometer dropping pretty low. And that's because the center of Beryl is actually crossing right overhead. But again, there's that leading edge of storms. The leading edge is the one that's produced so many tornado warnings today. We've actually had a couple of these bands of storms pushing through, but we are almost out of the woods. And this band here that's moving through Claiborne Parish, once this finally exits off to the north and east, we should be in the clear, although we are still keeping an eye on some of these storms out there in southwestern Arkansas. And that storm near Stamps, going to keep a close eye on that one as well. Still could have some issues with that. I want to look back at our tornado watch. We haven't looked at this in a while. Still have a tornado watch until 10 p.m. However, I do think that the southern half of this watch is going to be, in fact, I can guarantee you this is going to be canceled soon because the threat is gone along and south of I-20 here, especially in southwestern portions of the Arklatex. So you'll likely see the National Weather Service, the Storm Prediction Center is likely going to cancel the watch to the south and west. It will likely get trimmed away as these lines of storms kind of push out of our area. Let's see here. So let's go to a live camera. Just kind of showing you a couple different things here we haven't done in a while. There's Shreveport. It is still pretty gusty out there because, again, the center of that storm is getting closer. The center of the leftovers of Beryl getting closer. So we're seeing some gusty winds out there right now. That's definitely something we've got to keep a close eye on as well. But again, as far as what's currently happening, let's take a look at Future Track real fast. I haven't done this in a while, but this is kind of where the storm is right now. Actually, that's not what I want to show. Hold on one second. Let's see here. Trying to pull up a different graphic here on the fly. So this is a look at one of our forecast models, doing a pretty good job showing what's going on, although it is a little slow, I think. But actually pretty spot on here. It kind of shows what's happening now. We have this line of storms here and the wraparound rainfall on the north side of that system. But this is what I wanted to show you because notice how this will start to kind of dissipate by, I think our severe weather threat's going to be done by 10. Certainly by 10 o'clock we'll be done with the severe weather threat. Rainfall continues through about 10 p.m. Get you to midnight, still dealing with some heavy rain up around Texarkana, and then getting you into tomorrow morning. This all moves out, and after that, so I want to just kind of tell you some good news here. After today, we got not a drop of rain in the forecast. In fact, just sunny, hot weather for the rest of the week. So once we get past today, it's looking much better. Although there's going to be a lot of damage to clean up, unfortunately. Let's see here. All right, so let's go back to the radar. Let's see. Taking a look at the warnings here. Still got a few tornado warnings. And again, not going to leave you guys until we are completely in the clear, especially with the type of day that we have had here. We just cannot quite go back to regular programming until we are completely in the clear because this has been a very dangerous day. So here's the warnings that we currently have. We still have this one for portions of Columbia, Lafayette counties till 7 p.m. And this is just near Magnolia, actually just off to the north and west of Magnolia. We're going to see if the National Weather Service reissues that. Hopefully not, but there is the chance that they could. And it looks like the National Weather Service has now issued yet another tornado warning until 7:30 for portions of northeastern Claiborne Parish. So that's the area farther to the south. That's a new warning there. And I'm willing to bet that they will likely also reissue this warning in southwest Arkansas. So again, technically this does expire in 4 minutes for Columbia, Lafayette counties, but just based on the radar signature, this could actually be reissued once again. So we're going to keep a close eye on that. But again, this warning here, this is a new one that was just issued. This is just off to the north and east of Homer. So this is that new warning for Claiborne and Union Parish. Again, Union Parish technically out of our viewing area. Claiborne Parish, of course, still in the KSLA viewing area. And this warning is until 7:30 p.m. Okay, here's an update from the National Weather Service. It says here that the tornado threat will continue across the eastern zones for the next few hours as these supercells develop along the eastern side of Beryl. But that, again, is pushing out of our viewing area. The National Weather Service's viewing area is a little bit larger than ours. So for the Arklatex, for the KSLA viewing area, we are pretty much done, almost done with that severe weather threat. Yeah, so that's something that we can hope for here in the next little bit. But again, still have this tornado warning for northeastern Claiborne and still this warning for another few minutes for portions of Arkansas. We will see what the National Weather Service does with this. I have a sneaky suspicion that we're going to get some more tornado warnings, unfortunately, back into Columbia County. Because, again, this line of storms just is not pushing out that quickly in that area. So let's go back to our velocity. And you see there is definitely something going on there kind of near Stamps, just just right over Stamps. There's definitely a circulation still showing up there. Let's see what looks like on my other radar app. Yeah, so they will likely extend that warning there, maybe extend it a little bit longer. The circulation there, the circulations that are in northeastern Claiborne, they are weakening. So let's go back to that. And again, this is the new tornado warning that does encompass Lisbon. It's northeastern Claiborne, but again, these circulations, there's a one there, there's a little one there. They are starting to weaken just a bit. So that's some good news there. But again, the National Weather Service is just kind of erring on the side of caution because we've had such a rough day today that every single storm they are taking very seriously. And again, definitely want to just pay close attention to everything. And there's a new little circulation that has popped up. I want to show you where that is. And that actually is going to be just off to the south and west. And as I said, remember I just said it, I don't think we're out of the woods here in Columbia County because this area here, just want to show you what's just popped up right there. So just to the west of Emerson, that is a new circulation that has just formed here in the last couple minutes. So I would suspect that the National Weather Service is probably going to reissue some sort of warning here pretty soon for southwest Arkansas. We'll just have to kind of see how that plays out. But again, that warning in Claiborne Parish, not very concerned about that one. It does look like that is more of a broad rotation. Now this one up in Arkansas, the one near Stamps is the one that I'm most concerned with at this point, and it is still looking pretty strong, at least the stronger one that I have on the radar right now.
And National Weather Service, just as you talk about it, issued another warning for Nevada County, included with Columbia and Lafayette.
Okay. So got another tornado warning now for portions of Lafayette County. Is that the one that you have pulled up? Or is that that's the old warning,
That
isn't
is
it?
the old one. I don't think it's updated just yet.
When it updates, we'll probably go over to CJ so he can show us. We'll find out when that updates here. But yeah, that's going to be the new warning area, kind of in the same zone that the other one was. And I see the new warning might have actually just popped up on my phone, but we'll see. Let's see here. Let me look at the National Weather Service chat real fast. Okay, so the details on this warning. Northeastern Lafayette, southwestern Nevada, western Columbia till 7:30. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located near Macedonia or 11 miles southwest of Magnolia. And this is like the third time that we had these warnings for the Magnolia area. So, yeah. All right, so this is the area just off to the south of Magnolia, kind of south and west of Magnolia, and I believe that it's that. So that's Country Road 15, and that is the strongest area of circulation that I see. So that is my suspicion right now, is that that's off to the south and west of Magnolia. So that's probably what they're warning on. Looks like, yeah, 11 miles southwest of Magnolia. So I do believe that is the one. Moving northwest at 35 miles an hour. So let's kind of track this other area of rotation here. And again, that's moving off to the northwest. So once again, areas that have been under tornado warnings over and over again today, you are back underneath another one. So Jefferson, 723, Stamps at 726, Falcon at 736. Take shelter, go to your safe spot, interior room, the center portion of the house. That is the best place to be. And again, that is the area of greatest concern right now. So let's see here. Did that new warning pop up over there, CJ, for you?
Yes. The new warning has popped up over here.
If we can take it over to CJ, he's going to show where that outlined area is.
Here is the new warnings for Columbia, Lafayette, and Nevada. Include Stamps in there, as well as Highway 371. And the circulation, as said before, looks to be just east or west of Magnolia, somewhere around there. Including Country Road 50 as well as Country Road 1 and mostly of Highway 371 entering Magnolia. So if you are near these places, here near Stamps is included in this tornado warning, as Waldo is just outside of it. But if you're in this vicinity of the tornado warning here, you definitely want to be in your tornado safe space. This lasts until 7:30 p.m. And along with the other ones that we have here in the Arklatex, we're still including northeastern Claiborne Parish up here just near Junction City. Nothing much really going on there except for this little area of concern here with the possibility of some very light circulation here. But we'll continue to keep on watching that, and I will send this back to Matt over on the green wall.
And thank you so much, CJ. And actually, we're going to kind of do another toss here. I'm going to send this over to Bisky, who I think is over at the touchscreen. And I believe she has some viewer photos to show us, maybe some photos of some damage. So go ahead and send it over to Bisky.
That's right, Matt. I know that you and CJ are busy tracking the storms, keeping up with the latest warnings. So we are going to take this time to show a little bit of the damage that we have seen just from the storms that have moved throughout the area. Again, we have had over 56 issued tornado warnings today alone, and that's got to be a record. So we're taking a look at some of the footage that you guys have actually sent in. So this was sent from Jill on Cross Lake. Your area was not directly impacted by a tornado. All of that high wind that has moved through the area, along with that heavy rain, has really made a big difference in saturating the ground. And that's why we've seen a lot of situations like this where the trees have uprooted and actually fallen over or have actually, broken in half just from that high wind. So this was from early McCall about an hour ago. This is Mansfield, Louisiana on MacArthur Drive. And then taking a look at Gin City or Gin City. This is from Heather Huffman about an hour ago. Of course, you can see that funnel cloud formation right there, a very scary sight to see in person. So Heather, thank you for safely snapping this photo and sharing it with us. Hopefully that's something that many of us will never see directly in person, because again, that is a scary, scary sight. All right, moving you on now to Houghton, Louisiana. This is in the Crestwood Heights subdivision. This is Tiffany Nahr from about an hour ago. Again, one of the things that we've mentioned is you see all of the saturation along with the high winds. It really makes that root system for many of the trees in the area just kind of uproot and become unstable. And you can see fell over on a service vehicle over here as well. And then some heavy rain coming down in Texarkana, courtesy of Rose. And then Jamie Melancon about 2 hours ago. This photo, really incredible. Take a look at this cloud formation. Now, Matt always likes to test me about my clouds to see what I know and what knowledge I have. So this picture, this is a shelf cloud, correct? Okay, all right, I'm passing. Now this picture was taken at Willis Knight in Piermont. This is of the possible tornado on 49 and Linwood. And again, you can just see that very serious cloud line, very ominous, but overall a great view of the skyline throughout there. So right now, let's go ahead and check back in with our First Alert weather team. Again, they have been working nonstop since noon today to make sure to keep you safe and to make sure that you have the First Alert and stay first aware. So let's check in with Chief Meteorologist Matt Jones.
Yeah, thank you so much, Bisky. And that really is those are some incredible viewer photos, especially that last one, the shelf cloud, and might even be a wall cloud in that picture too. I'll have to go back and look at that again, but definitely seen a lot of pictures. Thank you so much for submitting all those today. That really helps us tell the story. It's one thing just to kind of look at the radar over and over again. It's a completely different thing when you actually can see what these storms are doing in the Arklatex, causing the damage. We've seen a lot of pictures of actual tornadoes in the Arklatex today. So, radar is obviously important, but it is a big part of the weather story too when you're actually able to see these pictures from all the viewers. And thank you guys so much for submitting all of these. And hopefully we are going to put this whole storm system Beryl to bed here a little bit. I sure hope that we can start to see this severe weather threat starting to diminish soon. And I do see light at the end of the tunnel. I do see an end in sight pretty soon to this severe weather threat. Not yet, but it is coming, I promise you. So again, it looks like tornado watch, just an update on that. They're going to continue that just as a precautionary thing. And let's see here. So again, the latest tornado warning that we have is the one for Columbia County in Arkansas, Lafayette County, and Nevada in Arkansas. So that is the newest warning. And that's this one here that's right near Stamp. So let me get kind of the details on that again. So again, northeastern Lafayette, and southwestern Nevada, and Columbia County. Excuse me, got the hiccups. I've been talking too much today. Okay, so here's a look at that velocity. Again, this is the area near Stamps and just to the south of Hope. So kind of a broader area of rotation that you're seeing right there. But again, that's what the National Weather Service has issued. That's why they have reissued that tornado warning. And it's really just a mess. I mean, you can't really you're not going to be able to see this, is what I'm trying to say, because again, this is all shrouded in heavy rainfall. So you're not going to see, if you're in Hope trying to look south and trying to see something, it's not going to happen because we are just shrouded in heavy rainfall. And again, that whole area of heavy rain is making its way closer to I-30. So Hope is going to get in that. Nevada County going to start to get in on some of that very heavy rain there as well. And you can see this extends right through Magnolia. I tell you what, Columbia County has been getting absolutely hammered today. We've been seeing tornado warnings galore there, all kinds of problems there near Magnolia. And again, this is the current look at the radar. Let's take a look at our velocity again. Man, there's a lot of circulation here. So, I mean, just take your pick. All along this line of storms, there could be something forming. There's something to the north and west of Stamps. It looks like there might be another circulation pretty much near Magnolia as we speak, to the east of Emerson. So if you're watching Magnolia, I would go ahead and take shelter. That is, you know, not the strongest circulation that we've seen all day, but certainly it is there. So it is a depression. Thank you, CJ. So yes, Beryl is finally weakened to depression. That is great news. So yeah, so that area of circulation still near Magnolia, and again, that's an area that we're going to continue to watch as it makes its way off to the north and northeast. So Magnolia, Arkansas, you're not in the clear just yet. Still have that area of rotation kind of just off to your south and east. And again, this whole line of storms continues to potentially produce tornadoes. And there is this. I want to show you this. This is actually, just notice this. This is likely a tornado happening right now. This is in our extreme eastern viewing area. This is Claiborne Parish. Let's see. So there's Lisbon. And then look at that. That's what I talk about when I say a couplet. When you see the reds and the greens really close to each other, that is likely a tornado right now happening. So that's a strong velocity couplet there. We look at the debris signature, not really seeing too much there, although we could be seeing something. But just based on that velocity, I think there likely is a tornado happening here. This is Highway 2 alternate. And so this seems to be more of a rural area in Claiborne Parish off to the north and east. So keeping our eyes on that. But again, that's moving pretty much due to the north. So that's going to make its way towards Junction City and making its way again into southwestern Arkansas. But the good news is that we are almost done. We are almost done with the severe weather threat. Obviously, the cleanup is going to take a lot longer. I know a lot of folks have suffered some structural losses today. We did have, I believe, that one fatality in Bossier, which is awful. So, of course, we never want to see that. This has been a very dangerous day in the Arklatex. So, if anyone out there that had property damage or injuries or loss of life, our hearts go out to you. It has been a really tough day in the Arklatex. But the good news for us is that we are almost done. We got a couple tornado warnings left, and then we are done. So I think in the next hour or so, we're going to finally be able to calm things down. There's just this one area here in Claiborne Parish, and that's still making its way to the north. So let's kind of track that. And again, we're kind of getting out of our viewing area now, but I know we do have some folks that likely watch us, just outside. So we'll take that to the north here towards Junction City at 725. Wesson at 737. Again, this is going to be moving into southern portions of Arkansas, and that right there likely is a tornado in progress happening in far eastern sections of Claiborne. So kind of to put this into perspective for you, there's Homer. And so we're looking really far to the east here. This is just about ready to cross out of Claiborne Parish. So that's the area of concern there. Let's take a look at where that tornado warning is. And indeed, that is for the exact area that I just mentioned. So this is that warning that goes till 7:30. And again, this will be moving out of our viewing area shortly. This warning here near Magnolia, and this does include Stamps. So again, this is an area that has been underneath tornado warnings. I think this is like your third tornado warning in this exact same area today, just hour after hour of this, and this is like the third round that has moved through. So this is now to the west of Magnolia and moving into Stamps. So that warning is in effect, I believe, until 7:30. So I'll go back to the radar. And as I mentioned all day today, I don't want you to head out here and try to actually spot this thing because you're just not going to see it. We are shrouded in heavy rain. So if you're in Stamps and you're like, oh, I want to go outside and take a photo of this, just don't do it because you're not going to get a photo anyway. We're pouring down rain. You're not going to see. The visibility is really bad, so you're not really probably going to be able to even see this thing if there is something on the ground here. Looking at the velocity, again, not really seeing anything super strong, at least in my opinion. I think this is probably just a radar indicated tornado, which indicates that there's rotation in the storm, but likely not on the ground, at least right now. There's a little area just to the north and west of Stamps that could be something trying to get going there. Magnolia, a little area of rotation off to your south and east. But again, nothing that looks overly impressive at this time, which is some great news. Let's go back to our radar picture here. And again, we got this final line of storms that's starting to move out. So let's go back to, let's kind of put a radar loop. This is a 3-hour long radar loop, and this kind of shows you what we're dealing with. So the center of Beryl is making its way into eastern Texas now, and that has crossed basically it's right across the state line there. So just to the west of Shreveport. If you have those home barometers, if you have those home weather stations, you probably noticed your barometer is dropping pretty quickly, and that's because the center of the storm is very close to Shreveport now, making its way off to the north. So this will be moving right over Texarkana. By the way, haven't talked about this much, but there is a flash flood threat off to our north and west along I-30. That is a dangerous flash flood threat. This is the final round of tornadic storms. Once this final line moves through, we are done with the severe weather threat. You can see that extends from near Ruston. We did have that tornado warning near Grambling earlier. So basically from Ruston all the way kind of wrapping back in towards Texarkana. You can kind of see how this band of storms is wrapping into that circulation. So this whole line of storms here from Ruston all the way back up towards Magnolia and then all the way back into Texarkana. This is the final push of this storm. This is the area where we still have that tornado risk. And then once this thing finally pushes to the north, we are done with our severe weather threat. And I think that's going to happen here in the next hour, so that's some great news. But again, until that happens, we're going to stick with you here until we have that final tornado warning that is either canceled or expired, or until I personally feel as though the threat is ended. Then we will be able to go back to regular programming. But for now, going to stick with you here a little bit longer. Again, this line of storm still looking a little bit dangerous here, especially up into portions of Arkansas, so near Magnolia, and up towards Lafayette County here, and getting closer into Hope. And this is really approaching the I-30 corridor. Now, one thing I also want to show you, which we haven't done in a while, let's take a look at our 3-hour radar. This is our 3-hour Doppler radar estimated rainfall. So this shows you how much rain has fallen. Look at this. This is just in the last 3 hours, okay? So when we actually can plot this, you can see that's about 6.5 inches of rain south of Longview. Our radar is able to kind of show us how much rain we've seen. 4.5 there, near 6 inches there. So, I mean, when you're talking 6 to 7 inches of rain in 3 hours, that's a ton of rain, and the ground cannot handle that. And that is the reason why we do have the flash flood warnings, which we'll get to in a second. You can see the areas in green. Those are your flash flood warnings. That does include a large chunk of eastern Texas, Longview, Carthage, all the way back towards Nacogdoches. That area is a flash flood warning. And we also have flash flood warnings to the south of Shreveport, even though the rain has come to an end there. And then, of course, we take you farther to the north. These are the tornado warnings that we still have. 2 of them. We're down from 10 warnings that we had at one point earlier today at the same time, down to 2 tornado warnings at this point. So let's go back to the radar picture, show you just a little bit of what's going on. And I'm going to pull up the National Weather Service chat on my phone just to see if I'm seeing anything there. Let's see here. Looks like the National Weather Service is going to continue that tornado warning for Lincoln and Union parishes, which is just outside our viewing area there. They're going to continue that tornado warning for Claiborne Parish, and that is going to be until, looks like, let me make sure I get the right time, until 7:30. So that warning will expire at 7:30. And at 7:06, a confirmed tornado located 7 miles south of Junction City, moving north at 40, a damaging tornado. So this is the one I was showing you over here. So right here, south of Junction City, and just about ready to move out of our area. That was the confirmed tornado earlier. As we go back to the velocity, it does appear as though that circulation might have weakened a little bit as it moves towards Junction City. But the National Weather Service does say that there was a confirmed tornado with that. So again, that's moving out. Still got a few little areas of circulation here back towards Magnolia. So really what we're watching right now is the area between Stamps and Hope. This is the last area in our viewing area that is still under that threat. Although, also notice what's happening to the south and east of Texarkana. It does look like there could be one little area of circulation trying to get going there. It does not have a tornado warning on it right now, but again, this whole line basically extending from Texarkana all the way back towards Magnolia. This is all potentially, the environment is still favorable for tornado development in this region. So again, this whole line is pushing north, but I do think within probably by 8 p.m. or so, we should be done. So keep your fingers crossed for that. It has been a very long day. But again, hopefully by about 8 o'clock, we can say goodbye to these at least the tornadic part of these storms. So let's zoom into a few locations and again show you those warnings again. So we have that one tornado warning, and I believe this one goes till 7:30. Let me double check. This one, yeah, so this is going to expire here at 7:30. That's just in about 15 minutes or so. So we'll keep our eyes on that and see if it does get reissued once again. That is for portions of Columbia County and Lafayette counties in Arkansas, and that does include Stamps. And then we have this other tornado warning here into northeastern Claiborne Parish, and this is likely going to continue until 7:30. So both of these tornado warnings are set to expire at 7:30. Let's hope that that happens, because we've seen this several times today, and then the National Weather Service, reissues those warnings again. All right, so let's go back to our normal radar picture. Kind of want to show you also what's happening down in Shreveport and Bossier and talk about finally some good news. And the good news for us is that we are done. No more storms to worry about. We could still see some rain showers, some lighter rain as we head through the rest of the evening. But again, the severe threat has moved off and away from us. That is some good news. And again, we still have some pretty heavy rainfall falling up along I-30, up around Texarkana. That's some potential flash flooding there. But you can see what's happening. Basically, the southern half of the Arklatex, the rain has ended, and this area is now done for the night. So if you're watching down in Nacogdoches, Mansfield, over towards Natchitoches, Carthage, you're done with this. And again, this is all rotating to the north. So really, it is the northern half of the Arklatex. You can really see that area along and north of I-20 and really favoring that I-30 corridor. That is where we are also tracking some potential for pretty heavy rain. And Bisky, I think I'm going to send it over to you in just a moment. You got some power outage stuff going on? Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and send that over to Bisky. We'll talk about some power outages and then be back with you in just a second.
As mentioned, we have seen quite a bit of rain moving through our area today, but luckily in the Shreveport-Bossier area, it has kind of tapered off just a little bit. But that being said, it still will be quite a while before SWEPCO is able to restore power for many of you. Now, right now, if we take a live look at SWEPCO's power outage map, currently sitting at about 43 customers with outages. And if you take a look at Bossier Parish, that number has spiked. We are sitting up at about 12,600 customers without power. Now, again, that number may be in flex. You just have to remember that sometimes in order to restore the power, they will have to take some people offline before they can get everything up working again. All right, taking a look at Caddo Parish. Caddo Parish has actually been staying pretty steady right now, about 4,500 customers without power. And then moving across the Texas state line, Panola, which is where we've been seeing a lot of damage reports and some viewer photos from you guys, sitting at around 623 customers without power. So really not bad, all things considered. But then when you take a look at Harrison County, almost 3,000 people sitting without power. And then moving back into Louisiana, taking a look at DeSoto Parish, right around 3,400 without power. Now, we have been taking a look at a lot of the photos that you've been sending in, because as Matt mentioned earlier, that really helps us understand how that storm moved through, and we can kind of see the path that that storm took. Now, we do have many people that have been sending us photos. Luckily, if the storm touched down in their area, they just had some trees down, or maybe just some high winds damaged the area, but nothing major. But unfortunately, we did have the one fatality out in Benton that we shared with you earlier. There are many areas where the roadways are not safe for you to cross. So we do ask at this time, along with the first responders who've been delivering this message, if you don't have to get out right now, we please ask that you stay safe in your home, and we will of course give you the first alert when those roadways are clear and when you can expect power restoration. Now, we have been in communication with SWEPCO. SWEPCO has told us multiple times that they are doing their best, and I have seen some photos posted on Facebook where linemen are already out there assessing the situation, but we do have to be patient and give them time, and we should expect an extended amount of time in order to get that power restored. But of course, we will keep you first aware, first alert right here on air and at KSLA.com and on our KSLA News 12 app. But right now, we're not done with the weather yet, so let's check back in with Chief Meteorologist Matt Jones.
Yeah, Bisky, it has certainly been a long day, and I was just discussing off camera a second ago that we, I believe, are up to 60 tornado warnings that have been issued. That is crazy. It's got to be some sort of record. We'll check with the National Weather Service when these are finally canceled and when the day comes to an end. But, it's just been an incredibly active and unfortunately very damaging day across the Arklatex. But we are almost done with this. And looking at the National Weather Service right now, we're kind of in close contact with them at all times. And they're saying that the remaining tornado warnings that they've been issuing are not quite to the level that the ones earlier today were. And like they're saying right here that the remaining tornado warnings They're not even sure if they're producing tornadoes, but they're going to let the warnings kind of go to the expiration times just because of what's happened earlier today. So they're kind of, they're kind of issuing these warnings as a precautionary thing at this point, although we still can't rule out a few of them. The overall environment is not as favorable as it was earlier. So that is some great news. And here's some good news for you. Finally, the tornado warning has now been canceled for that storm in Arkansas. So that's great news there. Let's see if we have anything going on. We might be able to actually send, and you know what? Actually, I think we're going to be able to send this back to programming for the first time since noon. But before I do, I just want to double check on things because there's a chance we might have to jump back on here. So, so that warning in Arkansas has now been canceled. That is great news. We still have the one warning here in Claiborne Parish, although that is also about to get canceled here in the next couple minutes because that threat has ended. So let me go back to the radar picture here. And again, this is kind of what's going on right now across the Arklatex, still dealing with this heavy line of storms. But again, at this point, guys, I think I'm going to actually go ahead and send this back to our normal programming here in just a second. But just want to thank everybody so much for sticking with us today. Our entire weather team has been here all day working so hard. The entire news crew, our reporters have been out getting video for us. Everyone at KSLA has been doing a fantastic job today kind of covering this event, which has been pretty much a historic event across the Arklatex with all the tornado warnings that we've had. But again, thank you guys so much for trusting us and for sticking with us all day. We have been on air almost since noon. So for now, going to leave you with this radar image here of what is currently happening. Of course, if we do have any more tornado warnings that are issued, we will go ahead and jump on as soon as possible. But for now, we will send it to normal programming.